Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
One Piece, My Crew is from Otherworld, by FanficLord03. Ryunosuke accidentally traveled to the world of One Piece and was bound to the god-level pirate crew system. My crew? Yeah, it's a little special. First Division, Night Raid, from the Akame ga Kill. Second Division, the Akatsuki, led by Pain, from the Naruto world. Third Division, the Seven Deadly Sins. Adios.
On a quiet, isolated island, two figures stood facing each other. The air between them crackled with tension. Ryunosuke, I know you've made serious progress, Ace said, his eyes narrowing. You've built a solid pirate crew too. But if you think you can take me down easily, you've got another thing coming. As he spoke, flames ignited in his palm, just a small ball of fire, but the heat it radiated distorted the surrounding air. This wasn't just for show. The temperature alone could burn an ordinary person to ashes. The power of the flame fruit, huh? Ryunosuke muttered with interest. Ace, show me what that fire fist of yours can really do. Without waiting, Ryunosuke unsheathed Aim no Habakiri. With a single, clean slash, the surrounding grass and trees were cut down, clearing the battlefield instantly. A swordsman, huh? Ace raised a brow. I wonder who's stronger between you and Vista from the Whitebeard Pirates. But you're losing today, Ryunosuke, and after that, you're coming with me. Join my crew, and maybe then you'll find the answer. He grinned and mimicked a pistol with his fingers. Fire gun. Toot toot toot. Flames exploded from his hand, turning into countless bullets of fire that flew at terrifying speed, each packed with deadly force and piercing power. Rinnegan. Ryunosuke activated his ability instantly. Thanks to the enhanced dynamic vision and his observation haki, every single flame bullet's path became crystal clear to him. He didn't dodge, he didn't flinch, he just stood tall, calm, and walked straight toward Ace. The fire bullets whizzed past him, deliberately missing his body as if the flames themselves feared to touch him. You didn't dodge at all, Ace muttered, stunned. Fire fist. Ace's signature move roared to life. An enormous fist of flame surged forward like a runaway train. Ryunosuke's body shifted in an eerie motion, slipping past the fire with ease. Then, in a flash, he charged straight at Ace. Firefly Flame Buddha. Just before Ryunosuke could strike, sparks danced into the air. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted all around. Smoke and dust swallowed Ryunosuke whole. Ace took a few cautious steps back, chuckling nervously. Hey, I didn't overdo it, did I? But deep down, Ace felt something he hadn't expected, pressure. He hadn't even landed a proper hit on Ryunosuke yet, and from the speed and fluidity of Ryunosuke's movement, Ace knew this wasn't the same guy they once protected. Ryunosuke's strength might not be greater than his, but it was dangerously close. One mistake, and it could end badly. Honestly, that was kind of weak, Ryunosuke's voice rang out. He stepped out from the cloud of dust, completely unharmed. Not even his clothes had a speck of soot. Seriously, Ace, is this what you've done with the flame fruit since you got it? Feels like you're just trying to warm me up. The flame fruit is about more than fire. It's about heat, combustion, and sticking power. So what are you playing at? Ace's eye twitched. Yo, Ryunosuke, we're sparring here. Isn't that a little arrogant? Fire fist. Big explosion. Ace had enough. Ryunosuke's trash talk got under his skin. This time, when he launched a fire fist, it detonated midair, just before reaching Ryunosuke, to prevent him from sidestepping again. The explosive shockwave rippled across the battlefield, heat and force swirling together for maximum destruction. You better start using observation haki properly, Ace, Ryunosuke's voice came from behind. Or I might just take your head. Ace turned just in time to feel a sharp slash at his neck. Ryunosuke's blade had struck clean. But instead of blood, a burst of flame replaced Ace's body. His elemental transformation saved him. He leapt back, sweat forming on his brow. Ryunosuke, are you serious right now? That was armament haki. you actually tried to kill me. If I hadn't transformed fast enough, I'd be dead. Ryunosuke scratched his ear, unfazed. You're not dead though, are you? Come on, let's keep going. I believe in your strength. And hey, I warned you. If you can't react fast enough, you don't deserve to win. Ace's expression hardened. At first, he thought Ryunosuke had just gotten stronger. Now, he realized, Ryunosuke was on a whole different level. His fighting instincts, strength control, and even his ability to manipulate an opponent mid-battle. When the hell did Ryunosuke become this damn strong? Alright then, Ace said through gritted teeth. I won't hold back anymore. Get ready for the full force of my rage. In an instant, his body turned to flames, rocketing into the air. The ground beneath them scorched as the flames around him burned so hot that even the stones started to melt. Ace wasn't just throwing out fancy moves. He'd been working hard on developing his fruit's potential. Finally, the heat felt real, dangerous. Still, it wasn't enough to phase Ryunosuke. Flame Emperor. Cage. Flame Emperor. Cage destruction. Ace flew higher, then slammed his palms together. Two massive orbs of fire formed, his most powerful attack, Entei. Boom. The explosion obliterated everything nearby, trees gone, the sea erupting into waves from the force. Watching from afar, Kuina's jaw dropped. Are they really brothers? She asked. They're fighting like enemies ready to kill each other. Najenda chuckled. Well, Kuina, don't you have observation haki? Yeah, but the captain. Najenda cut her off, her tone more serious now. Kuina activated her haki, eyes scanning the battlefield. There, emerging from the aftermath of the explosion, was Ryunosuke, walking out completely unscathed. A translucent shield surrounded him, untouched by flame or debris. Not even a fleck of dust clung to him. Then, oddly enough, Ryunosuke bent down and rubbed some ash and soot on his face and clothes. Kuina blinked. Wait, is he dirtying himself on purpose? Paw. A terrifying force erupted from Ryunosuke's body, instantly blowing away the surrounding flames and dust. He clapped his hands together and stepped forward with a smirk. Ace, this kind of attack, it's just the basic move of the flame fruit, right? He glanced at the scorched battlefield. That flashy crap from earlier, that's not your style, not at all. There's gotta be more. Something deeper. Show me what you really got. As Ryunosuke finished speaking, the air around him rippled with power. The pattern in his eyes spun wildly, Rinnegan in full activation. Then, boom, a massive skeletal arm appeared behind him, gripping a long sword. It came crashing down in a single slash. Fire Fist! Ace shouted, launching a fiery punch with everything he had. But he was already running on fumes. Those two, Flame Emperor, moves earlier had drained most of his stamina. And now, with Ryunosuke unleashing this freakish power, Ace didn't dare hold back anymore. The fire clashed with the skeletal sword, and was sliced clean in half like it was nothing. Ace's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. The flames didn't even slow it down. Faced with such terrifying force, Ace did the only thing he could, retreat. Tsukuyomi. Ryunosuke raised a hand. In the blink of an eye, a tall humanoid figure materialized in front of Ace. Bang! Before Ace could even react, Tsukuyomi's fist smashed into him, launching him across the battlefield. It's over. The direction Ace flew in just happened to be right where Ryunosuke was standing. Ryunosuke raised aim no habakiri, his hand cloaked in swirling black armament haki. Oh my god, you're really gonna kill me, bro, chill. I give up, I was wrong. Okay. Right as Ryunosuke was about to strike, Ace cried out in surrender. No joke, man. What was he supposed to do? Wait until Ryunosuke actually clobbered him before tapping out? Hell no, getting beaten to a pulp just to save face. Not worth it. Ace knew when to fold. Better to swallow some pride than a mouthful of dirt. Bang! Tsukuyomi appeared right where Ace landed, catching him mid-fall and gently placing him down on the ground. Then it calmly walked back behind Ryunosuke. That thing is also your ability? Ace stared at the tall, armored spirit standing behind Ryunosuke. It looked human, sure, but his observation haki told a different story. That wasn't a person. And that same eerie aura, it matched the one coming off the ship, Susano. No wonder Ace had that weird gut feeling during their fight. My guardian spirit weapon, Ryunosuke said casually. His name's Tsukuyomi. Anyway, I think the fight just now cleared up a few things, yeah? Whether it's strength or age, I'm clearly the big brother here. He grinned. You better go tell Luffy that, or I might have to knock some sense into him too. Haha, that kid Luffy, huh? Ace chuckled, shaking his head. But for real, why didn't you show this kind of power earlier? If I'd known how strong you were back then, we could have gone to sea together. Hell, we might have even had a shot at taking down Dad. Ryunosuke waved him off. Nah, you still need to be Whitebeard's son. But hey, even if you're not on my crew, even if you sail a different path, you can still shout to the sea, Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, is my brother. Ace rolled his eyes, smirking. Man, you really love hyping yourself up, don't you? The two of them laughed and walked side by side back to the extremely evil warship. But as soon as they stepped aboard, Ryunosuke's tone turned serious. Ace, he said flatly, you've been developing in the wrong direction. That caught Rolke's attention. He was carrying supplies nearby and immediately froze. Ryunosuke rarely spoke about devil fruit abilities, especially his own. Most people on the crew figured he didn't even have a devil fruit, since he wasn't affected by seawater. Rolke had assumed Ryunosuke's power came from something else entirely. So hearing him talk about development direction now, yeah, that was worth stopping for. Wrong direction? Ace raised an eyebrow. I mean, I feel like I've been doing pretty well. My strength's gone up a lot. But lately, yeah, I've hit a wall. Feels like my Flame Emperor techniques just drain me too fast. Way too much stamina burn. I can't keep them up in a drawn-out fight. He scratched his head, frustrated. I'm stuck, man. If anyone else had said that, Ace would have brushed it off. But Ryunosuke, he clearly knew what he was talking about. During their fight, he'd picked apart Ace's ability usage almost instantly, and kept pointing out its flaws. There was no denying it now. Your fruit is logia type, flame fruit, Ryunosuke said. Its core is simple, control and enhancement of flames. But you focused way too much on control. You barely scratched the surface on enhancement. He leaned back, voice calm and precise. The true strength of fire can be summed up in two things: temperature and burning. High temperature brings destructive force, and burning, true burning, means leaving damage that lingers. Ace tilted his head. Temperature and burning? But my Flame Emperor already has insane heat. And my Fire Fist? It sticks to enemies and explodes. Isn't that burning? He looked puzzled. This wasn't news to him. He had thought of these things before when developing his moves. So why did it sound different coming from Ryunosuke? You're not wrong, Ryunosuke nodded. You've developed both. But you've been chasing style over substance. All your moves, they're flashy, huge, overwhelming. You could call it violent aesthetics. But Ace, have you ever stopped to think about efficiency? In real battles, it's not about how cool your moves look, it's about survival. It's about putting down your enemy, fast, clean, absolute. Only after that can you worry about flair. His tone was low, but firm. And Ace knew he was right. His journey had been smooth, too smooth. After defeating a few strong opponents, Whitebeard himself had offered to take him in. From there, Ace became the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. With that title alone, most people wouldn't even dare fight him, even if they could win. That status gave Ace a sense of invincibility, false confidence. He didn't need to push himself, he didn't have to evolve. But now, Ace clenched his fists. It had been years since he became 2nd Division commander. And his strength? It hadn't changed much at all. No breakthroughs. No growth. He'd been floating, stagnating. And Ryunosuke just slapped him in the face with the truth. Ace was silent. Ryunosuke, standing beside him, calmly analyzed the characteristics of his devil fruit ability. He pointed out a few flaws in Ace's development so far, quirks and potential he hadn't fully tapped into. Are you just gonna keep denying yourself? Ryunosuke asked, his tone growing sharper. You realize developing a devil fruit isn't some walk in the park, right? Ace's silence lingered. You scared or something? Ryunosuke suddenly shouted. "Don't forget who the hell you are. You got Conqueror's Haki." The words hit Ace like a slap to the face, snapping him out of his daze. Conqueror's Haki. Ace looked at Ryunosuke, confused. He remembered using it once, back when he was a kid. But that was just a glimpse. Later, no matter how hard he trained, he couldn't seem to awaken it again. Maybe his method had been off. Maybe he'd given up too soon. But now Ryunosuke was bringing it up again. "What's your dream?" Ryunosuke cut through his thoughts. Ace blinked, stunned. "My dream." He paused, then slowly spoke. "At first, I wanted to surpass that man. I wanted to be the strongest pirate in the world, so people wouldn't just see me as his son." His voice turned firmer. "But now, I want to protect the Whitebeard pirates. My place is with Dad." Ryunosuke shook his head. "You've gone off course, Ace. What? You're heading the wrong direction, your ability, your mindset. Even your dream. You forgot why you went to sea in the first place." Those words struck deep, like a blade through fog. Everything suddenly felt clearer. Ace let out a chuckle that grew into a loud laugh. "Hey! Ha 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 ha, damn, bro, you really know how to hit someone where it counts. I get it now. No point developing a half-assed ability. No destruction, no creation. Time to show you what real flames look like." Ace stood tall, clenching his fist. A burst of flame exploded in his hand, but it wasn't the usual orange blaze. Hidden within it was a trace of white flame, faint but distinct. Neither Ace nor Ryunosuke noticed the change just yet. "Ding, congratulations, host. You've been recognized by Fire Fist Ace as his big brother. You have gained 8,000 reputation points and unlocked the ability, Flame Frenzy." Ryunosuke grinned. Knew he'd cave eventually. Being acknowledged by Ace was no small feat, especially considering who he was. Just this recognition earned Ryunosuke 8,000 reputation points. If I send him back to the Whitebeard pirates to brag about me, I might rake in tens of thousands more. But for now, Ace had another mission, tracking down Blackbeard. And if I catch Blackbeard first, or even take him out myself. No war at Marineford, no Whitebeard's death. Plus, a whole new wave of reputation points. Hell yeah, I'm living good. Brother Ryunosuke. Akame's voice called out. She dropped from the mast and landed smoothly beside them. Several pirate ships just appeared ahead. Should we take them down? Pirates? Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Ace stepped forward, his eyes flashing. Hold up. Let me handle this. He cracked his knuckles, itching for a fight. I got my ass handed to me just now. Time to blow off some steam. Ryunosuke waved him off. All yours. I'm not wasting energy on small fries. Meanwhile, on one of the enemy ships, "Captain! It's the Dragon Hunter pirates up ahead," the lookout shouted. Intel was right. They've only got one main ship and a bunch of trashy ones. Probably just came from East Blue. Their gear looks outdated. If we take them down, we might get noticed by the world government. We could even be candidates for the next 7 warlords of the sea. Their captain, a hulking man with a mace and a cruel grin, laughed. This is our shot. The Boruto pirates are finally gonna make a name for ourselves. He twirled his weapon, its head wrapped in armament haki. With a 170 million bounty under my belt, it's about time they start recognizing me. 7 warlords of the sea. Here we come, 7 warlords of the sea, Lord Boruto. Lord Boruto. The crew chanted in unison, fired up by delusions of grandeur. But then, Captain, someone's coming, another lookout cried, eyes wide in fear. It's him. It's really him. Who? Boruto snapped. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Boruto froze. No way, why the hell is he here? Panic started to set in. If Ace is here, is Whitebeard nearby too? He's probably just passing through, Boruto said quickly, trying to reassure himself. We can. Boom. Before he could finish, a wave of searing flame shot across the sky, engulfing several pirate ships in an instant. See, Captain, what do we do? He's coming right for us. Boom. Another blast. This time, the fire engulfed their own ship. In just seconds, the entire Boruto pirates, ambitious with delusions of grandeur, were reduced to ash. Their 170 million bounty didn't mean shit. It came from crimes, not strength. They mistook infamy for power, and paid the price when they ran into a truly furious Ace. A man with something to prove. Ace landed back on deck, flames still flickering around him. Phew. Now that's what I needed, he said, cracking his neck with a grin. Blasting fools like that really helps clear the head. With that, he turned, walking calmly toward Ryunosuke's ship. Seeing the scene unfold before her, Najenda clapped her hands and grinned. "Captain, Ace's fighting style isn't half bad, huh?" she said playfully. "With that kind of momentum, he can wipe out small fry in seconds. Plus, it's good for building up your reputation, right?" Ryunosuke nodded slightly, his tone calm. "Yeah, flashy attacks like that do give off the illusion of being strong. But there are plenty of people out there way more powerful than Ace," he added. "Take Akame, for example. No fancy moves. Just pure, lethal efficiency. Anyone she kills knows better than to question her strength." Najenda raised a brow. "So you're saying all the flash is just for show?" "Exactly," Ryunosuke replied. "It looks good, sure. It wins fans. But when you're burning that much energy to control a weak flame, that's just style over substance." He paused, then added with a small smirk, I focus on ending fights quickly. That's the best way to prove all this training wasn't for nothing." Just then, Rolke walked over, holding a sheet of paper. "The pirate ships we took down earlier? They belonged to the Boruto pirates. Bounties at 170 million berries. And, looks like they were coming for us." He handed the report to Ryunosuke. "Got it from the newsbird. Looks like our dragon hunter pirates are attracting quite a bit of heat." Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. "Coming for us? Why? What's their angle?" He glanced at the don't, and a smirk spread across his face. "So, the world government's already making moves, huh?" he murmured. Printed on the front page was big news: the 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, to step down. Though the article didn't spell it out directly, one line caught Ryunosuke's eye. "Anyone who eliminates Ryunosuke will be given priority for the vacant warlord seat." He chuckled darkly. "Hey, clever bastards. They're using the warlord position as bait now." It was a classic move by the world government: redirect attention, control chaos, and dangle power to lure out the ambitious. And it was working. The Boruto pirates weren't random. Without the government's push, they probably wouldn't have even noticed a rookie crew like his. Most of the big names in the Grand Line had already carved out territory and weren't wasting time on new blood. They'd been through the grinder and knew the danger that lurked across the seas. But the warlord title? That was a different story. Too tempting to ignore. PFF'd, ha ha ha. Ryunosuke suddenly burst into laughter, his body trembling from how hard he was laughing. Rolke blinked in confusion. Captain? You good?" He had never seen Ryunosuke react like this, even when facing Ace. Usually, his captain was composed, calm, in control. But this was excitement. "I'm fine," Ryunosuke replied, still grinning. "Honestly, we should thank the world government. They just gave us one hell of a boost." "Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've been targeted by the Carlos pirates, 500 reputation points." "Ding! More pirates are targeting you. Reputation increased." The notifications echoed in his mind. With the newsbird just starting to spread the info, Ryunosuke's fame was only going to skyrocket from here. And with that, more enemies would come. But that's exactly what he wanted. This is the One Piece world. Adventure. Danger. Freedom. It was nothing like the dull world he'd left behind. This place, this sea, was exactly what he craved. To rise to the top, to see a view no one else ever had, this was the dream worth chasing. "Yo, what are you grinning about?" Ace strolled back onto the ship, brushing soot from his clothes. "Those pirates are toast. You're just standing here smiling like a weirdo." "Nothing," Ryunosuke said casually. "By the way, weren't you chasing Blackbeard?" Ace tilted his head. "Yeah." "Why?" Ryunosuke crossed his arms. "Stick with me for now. Work on my ship. Trust me, Blackbeard'll come to me." Ace narrowed his eyes. Come to you? What are you talking about? Before he could press further, Ryunosuke handed him the newspaper. As Ace read the headline, his eyes widened. The government was offering up the warlord seat to whoever killed Ryunosuke. That meant Blackbeard, the ambitious bastard that he was, might try to use Ryunosuke as a stepping stone. And if that was the case, then sticking around might actually be the best way to catch him. Alright, I'll stick around, Ace said finally. Rollkey, Ryunosuke called out. Ace is yours to manage. Give him the odd jobs. Huh? Rollkey blinked. Yes, Captain. He still looked a little dazed. After all, Ace was Ryunosuke's brother. And now Ryunosuke wanted him scrubbing the deck. But Rollkey quickly understood. This was a setup, a trap for Blackbeard. Odd jobs. Ace shouted, clearly pissed. Ryunosuke, don't push it. But Ryunosuke just laughed and walked off. Oh, my stupid brother, he called back. You can hate me all you want. But until you beat me, you're still just that. My stupid little brother. Ace stood there fuming, fists clenched. But deep down, the fire in his gut was already pushing him to get stronger. He would master the flame fruit. And next time, he wouldn't be the one left behind. As Ryunosuke and his crew set out to sea, the newsbirds quickly broadcasted the shocking development. Ryunosuke and his crew had taken down the notorious Boruto pirates. Naturally, Ace's unexpected stint aboard Ryunosuke's ship was also part of the scoop. Meanwhile, on an island in the New World, interesting, way too interesting. The Dragon Hunter pirates and the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Who would have thought they'd be connected like this? If the Navy finds out about this, things could get very messy. No, maybe I shouldn't leak this. Where's the fun if the Navy screws it all up? Guga Gaga, Morgans, the infamous minister of the news department, underground emperor of the New World, and perhaps the most powerful journalist in the world, grinned to himself as he read the fresh intel. In times like these, with chaos brewing everywhere, a wild card like Ryunosuke made things incredibly entertaining. And for someone like Morgans, chaos meant money. As long as he had the exclusive, the profit would be massive. His newsbird fleet numbered in the millions. Every major story raked in hundreds of millions in revenue. This was the reason Morgan stood at the top of the information food chain. His news empire was a juggernaut. Untouchable. Back on the Grand Line. Clang. Sparks flew as Ryunosuke's sword clashed with Akame's. Both swords glowed faintly with armament hockey, so there was no worry about either blade snapping under pressure. Akame pulled back, eyes sharp. Brother Ryunosuke, your swordsmanship's getting tight. You've almost mastered my assassination sword and burial blade. She withdrew her blade, Murasama, coating it with hockey before sheathing it. We don't need to keep sparring, you've already caught up. Over the past several days, their voyage had been relatively peaceful. When they weren't fighting pirates or wild beasts, they spent their time training and sparring. Ryunosuke often practiced with his crew. It helped kill time, kept everyone sharp, and allowed him to test the results of his own progress. Ryunosuke cracked a smile and turned. Alright then, Najenda, you're next. Hey, hold up. Ace jumped in, clearly annoyed. Ain't it my turn already? He'd been stuck on the ship for days, cleaning, carrying, fetching. Nothing fun, no real fights either. Every time they clashed with pirates, Ryunosuke or his crew took care of it before Ace could even warm up. Sure, he'd been training and developing his flame fruit, and yeah, he'd made decent progress, but still, he was bored out of his damn mind. He glared at Ryunosuke. Come on, man, let me fight already. Ryunosuke looked over at Rollkey. How long till we reach the next island? As an official crew member, Rollkey was in charge of navigation aboard the extremely evil battleship. Rollkey adjusted his goggles. About 3 days. We'll hit Whiskey Peak next. Word is the people there are very welcoming to pirates. Should be a good spot to resupply. He glanced sideways at Ace. Assuming we have supplies left. Our handyman here eats like 3 people combined. Huh? Ace turned sharply. The hell did you just say? I worked my ass off for you guys, and now you're whining about how much I eat? Seriously? He turned to the rest of the odd job crew, eyes narrowing. The look on his face screamed. Say something and you're next. For the first time, Ryunosuke was beginning to understand just how expensive sailing could be. No wonder the big-name pirates went around pillaging and raiding. Without money, there was no way to keep a ship and crew afloat. He sighed and called out, "Ace, you better work harder. If you can't control those flames soon, we're feeding you charcoal for dinner." Laughing, Ryunosuke peeled off his shirt, revealing his well-defined physique. He wasn't bulky like a bodybuilder, but lean, powerful, and athletic, built for speed, precision, and control. The perfect body for combat. Those bloated muscle types, yeah, they looked intimidating, but they'd slow you down in a real fight. With that, Ryunosuke leapt into the sea, diving in smoothly as the rest of the crew began prepping the deck. Soon enough, a massive grill was set up on the extremely evil battleship, a floating barbecue on the Grand Line. Ace stood by the railing, watching Ryunosuke swim effortlessly. That guy, he's not a devil fruit user, huh? But what is he then? Is it something about his race? He looks totally normal. Ace furrowed his brows. Ever since their last battle, he'd been trying to figure Ryunosuke out. But the guy was like a damn puzzle with missing pieces. From what he'd observed, Ryunosuke's training focused heavily on building physical strength. He pushed that same mentality onto his crew. Everyone practiced constantly, sparring with Haki active, even during casual sessions. And the results? Terrifying. Every single official member of Ryunosuke's crew had both armament and observation Haki, and they weren't half-baked users either. Akame and Najenda in particular, those two were monsters. Akame turned into a silent killing machine when she entered combat mode. That eerie calm, that cold, ruthless energy, yeah, it scared even him. And Najenda? She fought alongside a massive armored guardian, Susanoo. Like Ryunosuke's, but maybe even more refined. Her control over it made their fights look like deadly choreographed dances. What kind of crew is this? Then there was Kuina. A freakishly talented swordswoman. She was already at the level of a high-class swordsman, and she was only getting stronger. Ace had no doubt, someday, she'd be up there with legends like Dracula Mahawk. All of them, monsters. Where the hell did Ryunosuke find these people? The sea suddenly began to churn. Massive waves surged skyward, roaring with wild energy. Bang! The next moment, Ryunosuke landed back on the deck, holding a massive fish over 10 meters long in one hand. Catching something of that size wasn't a problem for him. The only challenge was tracking it down in the vast ocean. Once he locked on, it only took a single strike. Kuina, it's all yours. Without hesitation, Ryunosuke tossed the fish to Kuina. Got it, Kuina replied, unsheathing her blade, Wado Ichimonji. She walked forward calmly, and in just a few swift movements, the huge fish was cleanly sliced into half-meter-long slabs of meat. On the side, Susanoo and Tsukuyomi grabbed iron skewers and began threading the meat expertly. With a flick, they tossed them over to Ace. Yeah, that's right. When it comes to grilling, the flame fruit is unmatched. Ace fired up the skewers with precise bursts of flame, roasting the meat while Susanoo and Tsukuyomi handled the seasoning. Within minutes, the savory aroma spread across the entire ship. It's chow time, someone shouted. We should throw a banquet, Ace said, eyes sparkling. We've still got some wine left, right? You drank it all, Ryunosuke replied flatly, covering his face in mild frustration. He never liked the rum from this world anyway, it lacked punch. He had even considered building his own brewery just to fix that. But for now, he made do. Unfortunately, since Ace came aboard, the guy had basically become a food and drink vacuum. Half the ship's liquor was gone. And if anyone had been a bit slower, Ace probably would have finished it all himself. Aw man, no wine left? While the dragon hunter pirates were feasting and relaxing, far away in the East Blue, a very different storm was brewing, in Logia Town. Boom! A bolt of thunder crashed down, blasting away the Marines who were moments away from executing Luffy. Ha 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 ha! I am the man who's gonna become the Pirate King. Luffy laughed, leaping off the execution platform and sprinting across the square. He had been caught by Smoker, and honestly, after getting his ass handed to him by Ryunosuke last time, Smoker had taken things seriously. He trained like crazy and his strength had leveled up a lot. You think I'll just let you escape? Boom. Smoker transformed into white smoke and launched himself at Luffy. Justice had to be served. But suddenly, a strong wind blew through the square. Out of nowhere, a shadow appeared behind Smoker. Wah. A deep, cold voice whispered in his ear, "What do you think you're doing to my son?" Before Smoker could react, a terrifying pressure crashed down on him. Boom. Smoker hit the ground hard, knocked out instantly. The man behind it all stood calmly atop a tall building, wind blowing his cloak like a flag. It was Monkey D. Dragon. He watched Luffy escape the chaos below, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He had originally come just to observe, see how far Luffy had come. But to find his son nearly executed, he couldn't just stand by. If not for the complications it would cause with his old man, Dragon might have razed Log Town to the ground in his fury. Go, Luffy. The sea ahead holds more trials and more allies. With that, Dragon disappeared into the wind, back on the Revolutionary Army's ship. Chief, is Luffy alright? I can't believe that kid actually went out to sea on his own, Sabo said with a grin. Looks like he's grown up. Ever since he learned Luffy set sail, Sabo had wanted to see him. But the Revolutionary Army had been far too busy. If Dragon hadn't ended up in the East Blue for other missions, who knows when he'd get the chance. He's still green. Almost didn't make it today, Dragon said quietly. He glanced toward the horizon. By the way, this Ryunosuke you mentioned. He's the same one leading the Dragon Hunter pirates, right? Sabo raised a brow. Brother Ryunosuke? I'm not totally sure. He didn't show much talent in combat when we were younger, Sabo said, thinking it over. But it's not a common name in the East Blue. It's gotta be him. Contact him, Dragon said. Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates is already connected to him. I want to see if he's open to working with us. Understood, Sabo nodded. If he's really my childhood friend, I'd love to have him on our side. Plus, with Ace on Ryunosuke's ship, it was the perfect excuse to visit. Sabo smirked to himself. He wondered how Ace would react when he found out he was still alive. Would he cry? That thought made Sabo chuckle. Soon after, Sabo set sail on a small boat of his own. Dragon watched him leave, silent. Then, he too prepared a lone vessel. He was heading out to meet someone he couldn't avoid any longer. His father. The hero of the Navy, Monkey D. Garp. Back on the Dragon Hunter pirate's ship, after eating and drinking their fill, the crew collapsed onto the deck under the stars. Ace, if you don't pull your weight tomorrow, you're off the ship. Ryunosuke's voice cut through the peaceful night. You're good at nothing but eating. I swear, at this rate, you're gonna eat the whole crew out of supplies. Ha 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 ha. Ace laughed. Come on, big bro. What's wrong with a younger brother eating a little extra? He clearly didn't take it seriously. To him, freeloading off Ryunosuke was only natural. But what none of them realized was that they were being watched. Far away, in the shadow of the waves, a pirate ship lurked. Lord Hawkins, are we really going after the Dragon Hunter pirates? One of the crew asked hesitantly. They were part of the Hawkins pirates, led by Basil Hawkins, the magician. Undefeated so far, they had a reputation for brutal efficiency in battle. But this time, facing off against a newcomer crew, Hawkins had hesitated. He'd changed his orders multiple times. Now, even his own men weren't sure what to expect. Hawkins was baffled. His divination was all over the place, and that was a problem. Under normal circumstances, he'd retreat immediately when faced with uncertainty. No hesitation. That's how he'd survived and climbed the ranks, relying on his cards to guide every step. But this time, the readings fluctuated wildly between great fortune and disastrous death. Even more bizarre, this inconsistency occurred when he simply thought about attacking the Dragon Hunter pirates. That made him uneasy. How could a rookie pirate crew cause such chaotic interference in his predictions? The more Hawkins thought about it, the more curious he became. He found himself wanting to follow them, to see what made them tick. Just then, a crew member rushed up with an urgent report. Captain, we've confirmed the guy who took down the Baruto pirates. It was Ace the Fire Fist. That handyman who looked like him on the Dragon Hunter ship, that was actually Ace. Hawkins' expression turned grim. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. working as a handyman on a no-name crew. It didn't make sense. None of this made sense. The erratic divinations, the bizarre revelations, the outrageous coincidences. Everything about the dragon hunter pirates was unnatural. "Captain," one of his men said nervously, "maybe we should just back off. This crew is way too weird." "Yeah," another added. "They've got Ace as a handyman. If we go after them, we might end up scrubbing their deck too. They don't even show respect to Whitebeard. This guy's gotta have something huge backing him. Charging in sounds like suicide." A chorus of agreement followed. Hawkins stayed silent, frowning deeply. "I don't need you to tell me what to do," he said coolly. "Just take care of your own duties." The pirates exchanged uneasy glances but backed off, grumbling under their breath. Hawkins turned back to his cards. One more divination. He drew the result. Death. His eyes narrowed. "What? I haven't even done anything yet." "Captain," another pirate shouted. "We've been spotted. The dragon hunter pirates are sailing straight toward us. Leading them is their so-called handyman, Ace the Fire Fist. What do we do, Captain? Fight or retreat?" More panicked reports flooded in. Hawkins' crew wasn't exactly top tier. He'd taken them in because they were manageable and useful for basic tasks. Pirate crews had a ton of logistics to handle, and sailing alone, unless you were a freak like Hawkeye, just didn't work. "Is this how I die?" Hawkins muttered, staring at his cards. But just then, the reading flipped. Good fortune. His eyes widened. Wait. Good luck? Did that mean they'd gain something if they fought? Then what about the death result earlier? The contradictions were maddening. For the first time, Hawkins truly doubted the cards he had always trusted. Still, he made his decision. "We fight," he declared. "We're pirates, damn it. What's the point of sailing if you run from every challenge?" Counterattack. Defeat the dragon hunter pirates. Ace or not, we'll take them down. With that, Hawkins pulled out a handful of straw dolls and began fusing them into his body. One after another, over 100 scarecrows merged with him. Meanwhile, on the sea, looks like it's Hawkins' crew. Ace grinned from the dragon hunter ship's deck. "Not bad. Guy's got some strength. And he's a devil fruit user too. Looks like we've got ourselves a fun one today." He turned to the others with a smirk. "Take your time, boys. I'll go say hello." With that, he tossed his small boat overboard and leapt after it, propelling himself forward with a burst of flames. Hawkins' crew had 3 ships in total. The flagship held Hawkins himself, while the other 2 carried supplies and low-ranking crew members. That wasn't just logistics, it was strategic. Hawkins' powers depended on his subordinates. Every scarecrow he used transferred his damage to someone else. "Portgas d Ace," Hawkins muttered, demon subduing aspect. With a flash, a towering avatar emerged behind Hawkins, wielding a massive blade. Ace shot forward and landed directly on the giant sword's back. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," he said with a grin. "A sneak attack without even saying hi? That's rude, man." Sparks. Tiny glowing embers floated out from Ace's body and drifted toward Hawkins. Hawkins frowned, ordering the giant avatar to dodge. With a twist, the avatar flung Ace off the blade. "You think you can take me down with that weak fire of yours? Fire fist Ace, you're..." Boom! A massive explosion erupted before Hawkins could finish his sentence. Flames engulfed the demon subduing aspect instantly. On one of the nearby ships, a subordinate suddenly burst into flames and screamed as he was consumed, one of Hawkins' substitutes. The avatar reappeared, lunging toward Ace again, but Hawkins didn't look as confident anymore. Just one strike. That's all it took for Ace to destroy his demon subduing aspect. Without the scarecrow, that would have taken him out of the fight entirely. Summit again would drain his stamina fast. Hawkins narrowed his eyes. This guy is seriously strong. Ace cracked his knuckles. Round 2. His arm turned into a raging inferno, Fire Fist. A giant flaming fist launched toward Hawkins with terrifying speed. Demon subduing slash. Hawkins responded immediately. He knew Ace had the upper hand in terms of offense. But that didn't matter. Hawkins wasn't trying to win through brute force. His strength came from endurance. His ability let him transfer damage, fatigue, and injuries to his crew. As long as his dolls held up, he could outlast anyone. That was the plan. Yet even as he clung to that strategy, his confidence wavered. Because no matter how strong Ace was, he was still just the handyman of the Dragon Hunter pirates. What the hell is going on with this crew? Hawkins had been lucky before, at least, according to his fortune-telling. But now, he probably understood why, because it couldn't possibly get any worse. In other words, when you've hit rock bottom, the only place left to go is up, so the reading showed, good luck. But it was all a lie, just a misleading illusion. The reality? Hawkins was already standing in death's shadow. Whether it was Ace standing in front of him or the looming ship of the Dragon Hunter pirates slowly approaching from the horizon, the signs were clear. He recalled the intel he had on the Dragon Hunter pirates. Other than the so-called handymen, every single crew member was a full-on combatant. In other words, if the main force of the Dragon Hunter pirates arrived, he was done for. Shit. Boom. Another massive blast of flame engulfed his demon-subduing phase. In less than 10 minutes, Ace had already forced Hawkins to burn through 3 of his straw scarecrows, and that was with Ace barely trying. What the hell do I do now? How do I get out of this? At this point, Hawkins had no thoughts of fighting left. All he wanted was to run. Suddenly, the word, danger, appeared above a pirate's head nearby. Huh. Shing, before Hawkins could finish processing it, a flash of silver light streaked past. The pirate was instantly cut down. The attacker, one of the Dragon Hunter pirates' warriors, Akame. Her slender sword gleamed with a deadly sheen, coated in poison. One cut was all it took, even if it didn't hit a vital spot. As long as you were touched by that sword, you were a goner. One-hit kill. Akame. That was her nickname across the seas. Captain Hawkins, Akame said in a cheerful tone, lifting her skirt and offering a playful bow. We, the Dragon Hunter pirates, humbly greet you. Hawkins' brow twitched violently. Greet me? This is how you say hello. Should I be thankful you only killed one? He was fuming. He'd known this was a bad idea from the start, but he just had to test his luck. And now, it looked like he was about to pay the price. Captain, bang. Just as one of his crew shouted from the other side, Hawkins turned his head, only to see a giant hand grab 2 pirates like they were rag dolls. Their skulls were crushed, twisted like wet cloth. Not even the tough bodies of this world could bounce back from that. Captain Hawkins, I am Najenda, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates 1st Division. Pleased to meet you. Najenda greeted him as if she were shaking hands at a banquet. But the towering Susano that loomed behind her said otherwise. Every pirate within its range was being annihilated. And Hawkins could sense no trace of life from either Najenda or that monstrous avatar. He knew it instantly. He couldn't beat these two. There was no way out from this side. Captain Hawkins, Najenda continued sweetly, I'd suggest not making any sudden moves. Our captain thinks you're a very powerful man, but if we see you move even a little after we board, we're allowed to take it as an act of aggression. And if that happens, we're allowed to retaliate and kill you. Just as Hawkins was considering backing off, a sharp wave of sword aura slashed in from behind. The blade hadn't touched him yet, but he could feel the lethality in the air. If he so much as twitched, he was dead. In front of him, Ace, the man with the fire fist. To his left, Akame, the one-hit kill swordswoman. To his right, Najenda, commander of Susano. And now behind him, another killer. Even Hawkins was starting to sweat. How the hell do I survive this? As his thoughts raced, the warship finally pulled up. Standing at the bow, calm and composed, was the captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates, Ryunosuke. Nice to meet you, Captain Hawkins, Ryunosuke said with a smile. I'm the captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates. I figured you might want to work as a handyman on our ship. Ace has been grumbling about doing all the grunt work himself. So I thought, why not find him a few buddies? He smiled again, warm and friendly, like he wasn't surrounded by death incarnate. Hawkins was stunned, but not because Ryunosuke wanted to make him a handyman. No, what truly shocked him was that his fortune-telling, just moments ago marked with black death, was now showing auspicious signs. After Ryunosuke appeared and made the offer, it flipped. Could that really be the good fortune from the reading? Becoming a handyman on someone else's pirate crew? What a joke. He had a bounty over 100 million, he had pride. He had never lost since setting sail. Ryunosuke raised a brow. Of course, I'm not gonna force you to be a handyman, he said casually. I mean, I might just fire Ace anyway. Guy eats too damn much. He does odd jobs here and there, but honestly, he's not pulling his weight. He's got a bottomless pit for a stomach. Ryunosuke grinned. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure exploded from him. Behind him, a massive skeletal hand materialized. With one swing of a long blade, it cleaved through Hawkins' demon-subduing phase like paper. And as it split open, dozens of scarecrow substitutes died instantly. What the hell? This guy. That was just one attack. Hawkins' panic exploded. Ryunosuke had only taken a single swing, but it had wiped out most of his life-saving cards. The attack paused briefly, but the demon-subduing phase had been marked by some strange intent. Hawkins didn't understand it, but he felt it. If he kept resisting, he was going to die, dead serious. He gulped. I, Basil Hawkins, am honored to join the Dragon Hunter Pirates, as a handyman. Captain Ryunosuke, please accept me. I swear I'll be a valuable asset to your crew. As for food, my pirate group has plenty of reserves. We'll donate everything to you. In that moment, Hawkins got it. The luck and doom he read earlier weren't wrong. They were dead accurate. The Dragon Hunter Pirates may be newcomers on the sea. But they were monsters, and more terrifying than anything. They were young. They weren't old veterans at their peak. They were still growing. Still leveling up. In time, the Dragon Hunter Pirates would rise to the top of the world. And being a handyman, Hawkins didn't care anymore. Because if Ace, someone as strong as he was, had no complaints doing grunt work, then maybe in this crew, being a handyman didn't mean a damn thing. If you were on this ship, you were one of them. Well done, Ryunosuke said, nodding in approval. Welcome aboard. You'll be the captain of the 2nd Division Handyman. Keep your crew in line. He smiled once more, conquering without bloodshed. Now that was the kind of power that told the world. The Dragon Hunter Pirates have arrived. With the addition of the Hawkins Pirates, the Dragon Hunter Pirates' reputation soared once again. Dragon Hunter Pirates' reputation equals the total sum of all reputation points earned by Ryunosuke. This value will never decrease. Furthermore, with Hawkins appointed as the captain of the Handyman Division's 2nd Squad, he brought along a solid group of his own. These pirates followed Hawkins and pledged their loyalty to the Dragon Hunter Pirates, and more importantly, to Ryunosuke. Other pirates might scoff at such loyalty, but for Ryunosuke, it was gold. Each follower meant more reputation points. Right now, a crowd had gathered on the deck of the extremely evil battleship. Ryunosuke stood at the front, addressing the crew with a casual yet commanding air. Hawkins, first of all, welcome to the Dragon Hunter Pirates. You're officially the captain of the 2nd Division Handymen. He turned and gestured to a nearby crew member. This is Rolke, the 1st Division captain of the Handymen and a core member of the crew. As for the rest, I'm sure you've already gotten their profiles, and I don't think I need to introduce our legendary handyman, Ace. Ryunosuke smirked. Now listen up. There's only one standard if you want to become a full-fledged Dragon Hunter pirate. You work. This ain't a charity cruise for lazy pirates. Anyone who just eats and slacks off, not qualified. The message was clear, blunt, and absolute. Ace, who was nearby munching on an apple, immediately protested. Oi, do you have to use me as the damn example every single time? He pouted. Ryunosuke ni, come on, I'm your little bro, don't do me like this. Everyone chuckled. Ace, the former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was now reduced to being a literal handyman, and Ryunosuke kept dragging him into speeches like this. Stupid little bro, Ryunosuke muttered, smirking. Anyway, back to business. His gaze turned sharp as he locked eyes with Hawkins. Hawkins, are you ready to be a part of this crew? Because if you're not committed, I'd rather kill you now. He said it with a smile, almost like a joke, but the weight behind his words was unmistakable. The Dragon Hunter Pirates have zero tolerance for betrayal. If you ever turn on us, trust me, you'll regret not dying when you had the chance. Everyone went quiet. Hawkins swallowed hard. He knew Ryunosuke wasn't bluffing. There was no threat in his tone, just cold, dangerous honesty. "I understand." Hawkins stood tall, placing a hand over his chest. "Captain, from this day forward, I'll give everything I've got to become a core crew member of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. I, Basil Hawkins, will treat the pride of this crew as my personal code from now on." He declared it solemnly, like an oath, and honestly, no one was surprised. First of all, he wanted to live. Refusing here would basically sign his death warrant. He knew damn well that everyone on this ship would tear him to pieces if he said the wrong thing. Not even his stand-ins could save him from that. But more than that, he was intrigued. That woman, Najenda. She made him want to take the gamble. Hawkins had never seen a 100% fortune reading before, not once since he'd first set sail. This might be the turning point of his entire life. You only get a better view of the world when you're standing on a giant's shoulders. Hawkins was well aware of his own limits. If he relied only on himself, he'd never reach the top. Joining a rising crew like this, one with potential, was way smarter than selling himself to the Yonko out of desperation later. "Good," Ryunosuke said with a grin. "That's exactly what I want to hear. Now let's see what you can do." Ryunosuke had always seen Hawkins as a rational, composed type. Even his devil fruit ability suggested he was no idiot. So, when Hawkins made that vow, Ryunosuke knew the guy was serious. And naturally, with their captain bowing his head, the rest of the Hawkins pirates fell in line without complaint. A week later, Fire Fist Ace has become a handyman for the Dragon Hunter Pirates? Hawkins and his whole crew have joined too? He's the captain of the 2nd Handyman Division now? What kinda cracked out intel report is this? Even handymen have divisions now. In the marshal's office at Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku held the report with a baffled expression. When the Ace news first dropped, Sengoku had asked Garp for answers. After learning that Ace and Ryunosuke were like brothers, he chalked it up to personal ties. But Hawkins? What the hell was he doing? From what they knew, Hawkins had no prior relationship with Ryunosuke. This had to be their first meeting. So why would he fall in line so fast? Pururururu. Ring ring. Marshal Sengoku speaking. What's that? The Husky Pirates, bounty of 87 million. Defeated by the Dragon Hunter Pirates? Who handled them? Hawkins, got it. He hung up and stared blankly at the pile of intel. Was the sea losing its damn mind? Or was Sengoku just getting too old for this? Was this how the new generation rolled now? They're strong, a calm voice said from the corner. Sengoku looked up and saw Gion, standing in the office without so much as a knock. At the very least, she continued, I don't think he's weaker than any of our admirals. Gion? Sengoku raised a brow. Weren't you on vacation? Why are you here? He quickly and subtly gathered the files on his desk. He knew what she was here about. I want to go, she said bluntly. Kuzan's moving. I want to go with him. Being one of the Navy's inner circle, Gion naturally caught wind that Admiral Aokiji had been dispatched. No, Sengoku started. After what happened last time, you're not in the right. If I don't go, she interrupted quietly, I'll never get better. Her voice was strained, her expression weary. After her humiliating defeat last time, she hadn't been able to let it go. Even during her so-called break, she'd been pushing herself, relentless training, day after day. But no matter how hard she tried, the memory of Ryunosuke's mocking expression haunted her. That dismissive gaze, the smirk that said you're nothing, she couldn't shake it. It gnawed at her, and unless she faced him again, she knew it would keep eating away at her forever. Sengoku let out a long sigh. Fine, you can go. But take the Vice Admiral with you, and with Kuzan there, things shouldn't get too out of hand. He paused, then added with a frown, and take a Buster Call-class warship. The Dragon Hunter Pirates were getting out of control. If the Navy didn't step in soon, it'd be a goddamn embarrassment. But knowing Garp and Kuzan's slacker attitude, if those two screwed around again, Sengoku was going to have a damn heart attack. After hearing what Sengoku said, Gion instantly perked up. She knew the significance. If 2 vice admirals and 1 full-fledged admiral led a warship at the level of the Buster Call, even Ryunosuke would have no chance of escape, right? If that were the case, the nightmare festering in her heart might finally be laid to rest. "Thank you, Marshal," she said, her expression now completely different from when she had entered the office. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. "But Gion, I have some conditions before I let you go this time. First, no reckless moves. If things take a turn, you withdraw immediately, no hesitation. Second, no matter how this mission ends, don't pull the same act you did just now. I know you were faking it." He sighed, rubbing his forehead. This girl was obviously acting. And the worst part? Even knowing she was pretending, it still got under his skin. That was the truly frustrating part. "Got it," Gion said cheerfully and leapt away without waiting for a reply. Sengoku could only shake his head with a helpless smile. This girl. Seriously. Still, the Navy had mobilized serious power this time to capture Ryunosuke. And if this still failed, then the hit to their credibility would be worse than ever. The world government would come down hard on them for incompetence. Worse, even the pirates who used to fear the Navy might get bolder, spiraling everything out of control. Sengoku had already braced himself for that possibility, which was why he assigned a special operative to this operation. As long as that man didn't screw up, taking down the captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates should be no problem. At that moment, Ryunosuke and his crew had arrived at Whiskey Peak. As expected, the welcome was extremely enthusiastic. "Ryunosuke, are you sure it's okay to eat like this?" Akame asked while stuffing her face. These people definitely poisoned the food. Despite the warning, she was still eating like a starved beast. Though Akame had a killer figure, her appetite was something else entirely. The stack of plates next to her was already over a meter high. "You're still chomping down even after calling it poisoned," Ryunosuke said, laughing. "Anyway, those toxins won't do anything to us. As for the cooks, with Hawkins watching over them, there won't be any funny business. So relax and enjoy the feast." The rest of the crew didn't need to be told twice. They were scarfing down food like there was no tomorrow. Ever since Ace had burned through their food supply, they hadn't eaten properly in 2 whole days. In the kitchen, "Hey, what the hell is going on? We're down to half our food reserves. Did the poison expire or something? Why are those pirates still up and walking around?" A middle-aged man with a kind face, who was now anything but kind, was on the verge of flipping a table. Their entire operation relied on this system: serve poisoned food, let the pirates drop dead, and then cash in their bounties at the local marine branch. But these pirates? They were monsters, immune to everything. "We've been increasing the dosage, big bro," one of the chefs said, panic creeping into his voice as he scrambled with the next batch of food. "But nothing's working, they're not even dizzy." They were pirate hunters, sure, but over the years, most of them had forgotten that part. These days, they were glorified cooks waiting for victims to show up. "Brother," a younger pirate hunter ran into the kitchen, out of breath. "We just got confirmation on who we're dealing with. The guy doing the dishes? That's Fire Fist Ace, 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Bounty, 550 million berries. The rest? It's the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Their captain, Ryunosuke, is a new face with a bounty of 100 million. And that scary dude handling the poisons? That's Basil Hawkins, captain of the Hawkins Pirates." Dead silence filled the kitchen. The lead pirate hunter blinked, stunned. "Shit," he muttered. They'd seriously messed up. These weren't your everyday pirates. They were the real deal. At that moment, a voice called out behind them. "Hey, don't stop cooking. We're not done yet." Everyone froze. Hawkins stepped into the kitchen, calm as ever, an eerie grin on his face. One of the scarecrows in his hands suddenly burst into flames. "Tisk. If the captain hadn't told me not to kill you all, I'd have torched you by now for wasting one of my scarecrows." He stepped forward slowly. "You've already blown your cover, so now you work for us, got it?" He extended his hands, touching each of the cooks. One by one, scarecrows appeared in Hawkins' hands, symbols of his power. From that moment on, every one of them was bound to him. If they wanted to die, fine, but it'd be their own pain. And to Hawkins, wasting resources was the greatest sin of all. "You understood, Lord Hawkins," the kitchen crew shouted in unison, fear etched on every face. They'd all heard of Basil Hawkins, a monster in his own right. After what just happened, they were just grateful to still be breathing. "Smart decision," Hawkins said, turning back toward the dining hall. But let me be clear, you've already seen your death. Try anything stupid, and you will die. As soon as he was gone, the pirate hunters all exhaled in relief. Hey, don't just stand there, the boss barked orders at the staff. Cook like your life depends on it, because it does. Forget the poison, just make the food delicious, you hear me? The Den Den Mushi was already buzzing as he ordered extra ingredients. These people weren't just pirates, they were bottomless pits. Back in the dining area, Ryunosuke leaned back in his chair with a grin. See, told you the food wasn't poisoned. Akame giggled. Ryunosuke, you're totally scamming them into feeding us for free. She flashed a playful smile. The rest of the crew laughed along with her. It was hard to say whether these poor bastards at Whiskey Peak were unlucky for trying to mess with them, or lucky they hadn't all died yet. After finishing our meal, we spent the night resting. I gotta admit, after being stuck on the sea for so long, finally stepping onto land just hits different. All I wanted was to soak in the scenery and enjoy a bit of peace. Ryunosuke climbed to the highest peak nearby. He stood there, gazing out at the endless sea stretching to the horizon and the rugged beauty of the island beneath him. So, this is the world of One Piece? He muttered. Every place has its own charm. As he took in the view, emotions stirred within him. Back in his old life, he never had the chance to experience something like this. Brother Ryunosuke, this world's amazing. Akame beamed as she plopped down on a rock behind him, her eyes wide with wonder. There are so many weird and wonderful things. Is this what you're after? Is this what you've been chasing? Ryunosuke smirked. Is that what I'm after? He turned around and faced her, eyes calm but sharp. Honestly, I'm a pretty simple guy. I chase strength, power, reputation, and status. That's it. He paused, then added with a grin, and anything in this world I don't like, I'll change it. My way. How's that for ambition? At the start, Ryunosuke had only wanted to explore this world, to see it for himself. But even that simple desire required preparation, serious preparation. The most important thing? Strength. Without power, you're just another name on the obituary list, swept away by the chaos of the so-called free sea. Just like the pirates he'd crushed. Just like Hawkins, now reduced to a grunt. Like Blackbeard, hunted by Whitebeard. Like Ace, who was destined to be executed. They were all caught in the web of their own weakness. But if you're strong enough to bend the rules, then you can call yourself truly free. Brother Ryunosuke wants to do so much, Akame said softly. But I'm different. I just want to stay by your side. He chuckled at her words but didn't respond. Some things didn't need words. 3 days later, Captain, we've finished gathering supplies, Rolke reported. And we packed extra, just in case Ace gets hungry again. He arrived just as Ryunosuke and Susanoo finished sparring. These past 3 days had been all about logistics, meat, vegetables, fruits, you name it. Ryunosuke hadn't handled it personally, but he knew how much work it was. Good, Ryunosuke nodded. Let's get ready to set sail. Then, as if it were an afterthought, he added, oh, and put our pirate flag up here. Rolke froze. A flag? Even Hawkins, who had been passing by, came to a dead stop. His eyes widened with disbelief. Everyone in the Grand Line knew what that meant. Planting your pirate flag on land wasn't just decoration, it was a declaration. You're telling the entire sea, this is my territory. Only the 4 emperors had the right to do that openly. The 7 warlords? Sure, they were government dogs with a free plunder pass. But claiming land? That crossed the line unless you were someone like Hancock or Kuma, who already had their own countries. Guys like Hawkeye and Moria? They just squatted on unclaimed islands, which didn't count. But Whiskey Peak? That was a crucial point in the Grand Line. Leaving their flag here meant issuing a challenge to every pirate out there. Do the people here even know what that means? Rolke asked hesitantly. They don't need to, Ryunosuke replied coolly. All they need to know is this. Whiskey Peak now belongs to the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Ding, congratulations. The Dragon Hunter Pirates have officially claimed their first territory. 1,000 reputation points. Maintain control for 5 years to earn an additional 10,000 reputation points. A pirate flag materialized in Ryunosuke's hand, clearly a reward from the system. Rolke's expression turned serious. This wasn't just talk. The captain meant it. Why Ryunosuke had picked this place, Rolke didn't know. But what mattered was simple: Whiskey Peak was now theirs. Rolke. Yes, Captain, gather everyone in Whiskey Peak. Right away. He slammed a fist to his chest. A salute from the heart. Najenda had taught them that. To be in the Dragon Hunter Pirates meant more than just standing under a flag. It meant loyalty, body and soul. Soon, the people of Whiskey Peak were gathered in the square. What's going on? Weren't they leaving? Wait, is that their captain, Ryunosuke? What's he doing with that flag? The crowd murmured nervously. Silence. Hawkins barked as he stepped forward. Everyone fell quiet instantly. Seeing Hawkins and Ace casually lying nearby reminded them of the terrifying reality. They were dealing with pirates worth hundreds of millions. Some folks began to panic. Was this about what happened a few days ago? Were they about to be executed? Fear spread like wildfire. But Ryunosuke stepped forward, calm and composed. From today forward, he announced, Whiskey Peak is under the protection of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. You were all pirate hunters before. That ends now. Starting today, you're citizens under our flag. This symbol, he held up the pirate flag, is what you will protect with your lives. It will bring you peace and stability. Najenda stepped up and backed him, her voice firm and clear. You are not part of our crew. But your lives, your safety, your future, they're tied to us now. Murmurs swept through the crowd. So, we're part of the Dragon Hunter Pirates? Not exactly. They're just claiming this place as their base. But they weren't dumb. They understood what this meant. Any objections? Ryunosuke's eyes flashed with a terrifying aura as he released his spirit pressure, instantly silencing the crowd. Everyone dropped to their knees under the overwhelming force. We're willing. We accept the Dragon Hunter Pirates as our lords. We'll serve as your vassals. One by one, voices rose until the entire crowd echoed the same words. Kneeling before Ryunosuke, the people of Whiskey Peak pledged themselves to their new rulers. Although the people here stay low-key, they often cross paths with pirates who come to resupply. When that happens, they put on a friendly face, serve them food laced with poison, then hand them over to the nearest Navy branch in exchange for bounties. That's how they've been surviving. But after living like this for so long, it's hard to feel any sense of belonging. Worse, there's always the risk of encountering a powerful pirate crew that won't fall for their tricks, and would rather wipe them all out instead. Just like this time, if Ryunosuke and his crew hadn't shown up, they'd be dead already. They're not idealists chasing dreams of revenge or justice. They're not out to conquer the world or chase fame. They just want to survive. But surviving on this sea? That's no easy feat. Now, with a powerful pirate crew offering them protection, it's like a miracle. They don't know what Ryunosuke sees in them, but for the first time, they feel like they have something to rely on. And really, what's wrong with that? Is the only alternative to beg the world government for protection? To build a nation just to pay that outrageous, heavenly tribute? That kind of life sounds even worse than what they've got now. They don't care about rulers or power struggles. As ordinary folks just trying to get by, all they care about is whether the person offering them protection can actually keep them safe. And the Dragon Hunter Pirates, Ryunosuke's crew, seem like the perfect choice. Despite being a relatively new force on the seas, their reputation is skyrocketing. Even more shocking is that the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates is out here doing chores for them. No one in their right mind would believe that the Dragon Hunter Pirates have nothing to do with Whitebeard. To outsiders, this looks like they're protected by not one but two powerhouses, the Dragon Hunter Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. Who in their right mind would attack territory under Whitebeard's protection? Let alone with Ryunosuke's rising fame. So when the Dragon Hunter Pirates claimed this island as their territory, no one protested. No one even hesitated. Ryunosuke stood tall before the crowd and raised a flag. This is the banner of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, he announced, our very first planted flag. Take good care of it, it's your honor and your protection. He gazed at the sea of people kneeling before him, a strange emotion swelling in his chest. He couldn't name it, but damn, it felt good. Then, with a firm motion, he stabbed the flagpole into the ground. In that instant, a stone platform rose from the earth, locking the flag firmly in place. Long live the Dragon Hunter pirates, glory to the Dragon Hunters. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning the trust and respect of the local population. You gained 5,000 reputation points. Every year, based on the local population, you'll earn an additional 5,000 reputation points. Just as the flag settled into place, the system's voice echoed in Ryunosuke's mind. So that's what it wanted, to push him to lead the Dragon Hunter pirates to the top of the One Piece world. Honestly, that didn't sound bad at all. If the system's backing it, why the hell not? He turned to the villagers. From now on, Whiskey Peak will build its identity around tavern culture. No more bounty schemes. No more poisoning visitors. Just run a damn good tavern. Open your doors to everyone. If you need funds, contact us. He pulled out a Den Mushi from his coat and handed it to the man standing at the front of the crowd. Thank you, Captain, the man said, visibly trembling with gratitude. What's your name? Ryunosuke asked, curious. After all, this guy would be in charge here. It felt wrong not to even know his name. Donald, sir, he replied excitedly. Having the captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates know his name, that alone was enough to make Donald's chest swell with pride. Donald, huh? Ryunosuke gave a slight nod. I'll remember you. Whiskey Peak is in your hands now. But don't forget, never do anything that would bring shame to the name of the Dragon Hunter pirates. With that, Ryunosuke turned and walked away, his coat fluttering in the wind. Najenda, Akame, Kuina, and the rest of the crew followed closely behind. Donald watched their silhouettes fade into the distance, eyes full of admiration and fire. He believed, no, he knew, that Whiskey Peak would rise to glory under the banner of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Back aboard the extremely evil battleship, Captain, Najenda began, why did we plant our flag in a place like this? I mean, it's not exactly a prime location, strategically or geographically. She wasn't questioning his decision, just genuinely curious. She knew better than to challenge Ryunosuke after he'd made up his mind. Still, she wanted to understand. Ryunosuke turned, calm and collected. Najenda, we came here using the log pose. That means more pirates will come through here, following the exact same path. This is one of the most traveled commercial routes in the Grand Line. If I can help it, I want every island and country along this path under our protection, our banner. Even if they're allies for now, I want them to become part of our territory eventually. Whiskey Peak, Little Garden, Drum Island, Alabasta, Jaya, even Sabo de Archipelago. All stops on the Grand Line. All hubs of activity, all crucial. Right now, he didn't have a business empire or industrial network. But laying the groundwork was the smart move. Unlike the four emperors, who seize land only when it benefits their own selfish goals, Ryunosuke was thinking long-term. He didn't just want land, he wanted value, strategic locations, trade hubs, reputation boosters. Because growing reputation meant growing strength for the entire Dragon Hunter crew. And that, more than anything else, was what mattered. I see, Najenda nodded slowly. You've really thought this through. But Captain, she added with a soft smile, next time you make a move like this, could you let us in on the plan? At least give us a heads up so we know what to prepare for. She wasn't mad, just teasing. Ryunosuke smiled. Yeah, you're right. We're partners. I trust you all completely. The only reason I didn't bring it up sooner is because it seemed simple, didn't think it'd need the whole crew mobilized. He looked at her seriously for a moment. This bond we share, it's not just a chain of command, we're beyond that. We're partners. And that was something no title or rank could replace. At the same time, a fleet was moving swiftly along the Grand Line. On the deck of the leading warship, sprawled out lazily, was none other than the Navy Headquarters Admiral, Aokiji Kuzan. Brother Kuzan, Gion said with a hint of frustration, arms crossed. Are you seriously going to sleep like this the whole time? We're supposed to be hunting the Dragon Hunters, you know, they're no joke. They might not be as strong as you, sure, but if we keep cruising like this, how the hell are we supposed to catch up to them? Kuzan shifted slightly, lifting his blindfold with a sigh. We haven't caught up to them yet, have we? I'm not the helmsman, navigator, or lookout, he added lazily. So tell me, Gion, Should I be running around all anxious too? Asking why we haven't found them yet? Even Sengoku himself had to tread lightly around Gion's temper, and Kuzan, as powerful as he was, wasn't immune either. Normally, Gion was composed and reserved around her subordinates, but when it came to them, her equals, she didn't hold back. But we can't just nap out in the open like this, Gion snapped. What if we're ambushed by pirates? Some of the nearby Navy crew stifled laughter as she made her point, clearly enjoying the show. Kuzan just sighed again. Miss Gion, he muttered, do you know who we are? He sat up slowly, a tired expression on his face. We're the Navy. But navies get attacked too. Gion shot back, hands on her hips. Just look at the dragon hunter pirates. They didn't hesitate to go head to head with my fleet. If we're not ready, we could get sucker punched. Despite the logic in her words, Kuzan just gave her a helpless look. Gion, come on, we've got a fleet led by an admiral. 3 warships at Buster call order level. 6 standard warships. Who in their right mind would come looking for trouble? Sure, her argument was exaggerated, but Kuzan still humored her. Any pirate with half a brain would run the moment they saw a fleet like this. Unless they were a stubborn idiot like Jack, that guy really was insane. I guess you're right, Gion murmured, then narrowed her eyes. Still, you shouldn't be sleeping. Their bickering would have gone on if not for a sudden shout from the lookout. Admiral Kuzan. A group of pirate ships spotted dead ahead. Their route matches ours. They're headed straight for us. Kuzan was about to respond to Gion when the news hit. I told you, Gion said triumphantly. Keep slacking off, and boom, pirates. She didn't even look mad. In fact, she looked pleased. Like the arrival of this pirate group had just proven her right. If it wasn't for them, Kuzan would have kept sleeping, and she'd still be the uptight one. Pirate ships? Kuzan asked, ignoring her. How many? There are 7 ships in total, the lookout replied. The fleet's not massive, but their flag, it's still too far to make out clearly. A second lookout rushed up. Admiral, it's the dragon hunter pirates. The distance had closed enough that they could now see the distinct pirate flag clearly. Kuzan's eyes narrowed. The dragon hunters? That doesn't make sense, he muttered. Their ship's supposed to look different. The first lookout nodded. Yeah, the intel said nothing about them changing ships. And even the Hawkins pirates were recently taken down. No sign they engaged in any battles that would have required a new ship. That man, Gion cut in, lifting her telescope. That's Crollo Lusulfur, he's standing right at the bow. He's the captain of the 2nd Division of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, she said, tone serious. Last time, he wiped out one of my fleets, alone. Crollo stood confidently at the front of the pirate ship, facing down the imposing naval fleet without a shred of fear. Instead, he smiled. Calm, confident, dangerous. Was he insane? Sure, he was powerful, strong enough to beat Gion in a one-on-one. But still, this wasn't just a single warship he was facing. This was a damn armada. 2nd Division Captain? And he's this arrogant? Vice Admiral Momonga, also known as Hu Shaoshan, stepped forward, frowning. In all his years serving the Navy, he'd never seen a pirate this bold. Even the cockiest ones had enough sense to turn tail when faced with this much firepower. Gion, Momonga, you two will handle interception, Kuzan ordered, eyes still locked on the approaching fleet. Don't let them slip away. As for the real fight, I'll handle that. He'd already used his observation haki. And what he sensed from Crollo danger, pure, undeniable danger. This wasn't even the captain of the Dragon Hunters. Just the 2nd Division, and yet, he gave Admiral Kuzan a sense of threat. What kind of monstrous pirate crew was this? Could Garp have trained them? No, if that were the case, they wouldn't be pirates. After confirming what he needed, Kuzan leapt from the warship, landing on the sea with a sharp crack. Buzz! A burst of freezing power radiated from him, spreading outward like a tidal wave. Instantly, the ocean between them began to freeze, ice crawling rapidly across the waves. A world of frost and silence quickly formed, separating the Navy fleet from Crollo's crew. And in the distance, Crollo kept smiling, like he was waiting for this, 10 minutes earlier. Captain Crollo, we've spotted Navy warships ahead. A whole fleet, in fact. There are at least 3 Buster Call Order level ships, plus several standard warships. We should change course. It'll be too dangerous to run into them head-on. One of the younger crew members rushed over, panicked and breathless. As pirates, they weren't exactly shy about fighting. They'd take on anyone who crossed their path at sea. But this was different. This wasn't just any fleet. It was a Buster Call Order level Navy formation. That meant a vice admiral at the very least. Maybe even a full admiral. Even though their captain was strong as hell, fighting the Navy's elite? That was a death wish. Navy warships, huh? Crollo tilted his head, thinking. A wicked grin tugged at the corners of his lips. Those ships looked pretty damn valuable. He wasn't worried about danger. No, Crollo was thinking about profit. As the leader of the Phantom Troop, at his core, he was a thief. The kind who didn't hesitate to steal from anyone, noble, pirate, or marine. Now, he had his eyes on a warship. If we managed to jack one of those Navy ships, we could sell it for a fortune, he muttered, his red eyes glinting with greed and madness. There's definitely a market for Navy ships, chimed in Kahant, the former captain of the Greedy Pirates. The name Greedy wasn't just for show. Kahant's obsession with treasure was straight up psychotic. Crollo had respected that. Respected it so much that he killed everyone else on Kahant's crew and kept him around as his #1 follower. If we can pull off stealing a Buster Call level ship, Kahant grinned, practically drooling, we're talking tens of billions of berries. Easy. Tens of billions? Crollo's eyes lit up. That should be enough to trade for a devil fruit. I'm definitely interested. Without hesitation, Crollo decided to approach the fleet. Caw. A wave of frigid air suddenly surged across the sea. In an instant, the ocean around them froze solid. What the hell? Captain Crollo. That's Admiral Aokiji Kuzan. He's one of the Navy's 3 admirals, ice fruit user, insanely strong. The crew recognized the terrifying cold without question. Aokiji might not be as bloodthirsty as a Kainu, but he was still a monster. Becoming one of the 3 admirals wasn't something you could fake. To the crew, fighting him was suicide. Well, excluding Crollo. No one really knew how strong he was yet. Crollo furrowed his brow. An admiral, huh? That complicates things. All I wanted was a warship. Just one, for some cash. He rubbed his temples like he had a headache. But it was clear he had no intention of backing down. Stay here, he ordered his crew. I'll handle this. He leapt from the ship, landing lightly on the frozen sea below. The sheer scale of the ice was impressive, even to Crollo. It had frozen solid in mere seconds. This guy really is a monster. He walked across the ice toward the source of the overwhelming presence. He could feel it. The admiral was coming to meet him halfway. Neither of them wanted their subordinates caught in the crossfire. A chill wind blew, clearing the mist off the ice. They finally saw each other. Crollo stopped, looked at the towering figure across from him, and spoke first. Leader of the Phantom Troop, 2nd Division of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, Crollo Lusulfur. I'm here to steal one of your warships. To be honest, I need it to trade for a devil fruit. If you're willing to give me one of those instead, I'll leave the ship alone. Kuzan blinked. Was this guy for real? Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Kuzan. He responded with a calm voice. Currently tasked with hunting down all Dragon Hunter pirates. Since you've shown up, let's start with you. Without another word, Kuzan conjured an ice blade in his hand and launched himself forward. Kuzan wasn't just a devil fruit user. His hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship were deadly too. Ding! Their weapons clashed in a blinding flash. Crollo blocked the attack with a short sword. The weapon was called Bian, and it was laced with a toxin strong enough to paralyze a whale. Impressive reflexes, Kuzan noted, keeping pace. That speed, wait, huh? Before he could finish, he felt a strange presence, a swarm of nen fish circling him. They hadn't even touched him yet, but the threat they carried was undeniable. He jumped back instinctively, but it was too late. They were already gnawing at his legs. Chunks of flesh were gone before he even noticed. He'd been too focused on Crollo. Caw. Kuzan unleashed a wave of freezing air, instantly encasing the nen fish in ice before shattering them. Nice reaction. Observation hockey, huh? Crollo said casually. Sneak attacks are hard with guys like you. I don't really want to fight, you give off a dangerous vibe. Just hand over the warship, and I'll be on my way." He smiled like he was proposing a business deal. Kuzan was now visibly annoyed. He just tried to ambush me, admitted he can't win, and still wants a damn warship. "Krollo Lusulfur, huh?" Kuzan growled. "I don't know how strong you really are, but I'm about to show you." "Kuzan," a new voice interrupted. It was Gion, another Navy officer, arriving out of breath. She was supposed to be guarding Krollo's retreat path. "I can't control my body," she shouted. "He did something to me, left some kind of trap." She pulled out her sword, Kanpira, and charged straight toward Kuzan. "Stop!" Krollo raised his hand lazily. Gion's blade suddenly stopped, resting against her own throat. Fear flickered in her eyes. "You win," Kuzan said quickly, raising a hand to halt her. "We'll give you a ship. Just release Gion." Krollo smiled, bowing slightly. "Thank you. I'm a man of my word, you know. Once I'm in a safe zone, her mind control will fade, promise." With that, Krollo turned and walked back to his ship. Moments later, one of the Buster Call Order warships was sent to his crew. All the Navy could do was watch as Krollo and his crew sailed away. Even after he was out of telescope range, no one dared pursue. Gion finally lowered her sword and collapsed on the deck, gasping. Previously, when Krollo fought against Gion, he had secretly left a trace of his telekinesis on her. At the same time, he activated a unique restriction ability, Chain of God. As long as Gion appeared in front of him again, the Chain of God would trigger automatically. Once activated, it would strip away her control for 1 hour and transfer it to Krollo's mind. Of course, such a powerful and restrictive ability came with limitations. First, it could only be used on one person once. Second, after 1 hour, the control would end. And finally, the most important condition, the target had to approach Krollo of their own will. That was why Kuroro made the move to hijack the warship when he saw Gion on the opposing ship. He wasn't some dumb brute charging into a fight with a Navy admiral without a plan. No, he understood the Navy now. He knew full well that capturing a vice admiral, especially someone like Gion, would cause far more disruption than simply seizing a warship. Besides, there was something special about Gion's identity. So, Krollo played his cards right, timing, setting, all of it, and lured her in perfectly. He had tricked Kuzan. Back on the warship. "Brother Kuzan. I'm sorry. The warship was taken because of me," Gion said, voice low with guilt. "I'll get it back myself." "This isn't your fault," Kuzan replied calmly. "That guy's dangerous, strong, composed, smart. Exactly the kind of pirate the Navy doesn't want running loose." He sighed. "Let's report what happened here." Kuzan felt frustrated, not because of a lack of strength, but because he'd underestimated Kuroro. If he had just unleashed his full power, Ice Age, Ice Blast, right from the start, none of this would have happened. As the commanding officer, he had to take responsibility for the failure. When the report reached Marineford, Sengoku fell silent. Even Kuzan got outplayed. If Sakazuki had been there instead, Gion might have been killed. And this was just the 2nd Division captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. What if they faced the entire crew? They couldn't treat these guys as rookies anymore. Not only were they powerful, they were cunning as hell. "What are the chances we win if we go head-to-head with the Dragon Hunter Pirates?" Sengoku asked after a pause. "The 2nd Division captain acts alone," Kuzan replied. "If we prioritize hunting the main crew now, I'm 80% confident we can take them down." 80%, huh? Sengoku nodded slowly. "All right, continue with your plan. I'll handle the missing 20%. Then he hung up the Den Mushi and immediately made another call. Out at sea. "What, you robbed Kuzan? Haha, I knew something wild was happening." Ryunosuke laughed out loud, nearly blurting out the secret behind his system's reputation points. Just moments ago, he'd received 10,000 reputation points out of nowhere, then Krollo called. Hearing Krollo had bested an admiral, that made his day. They were just a pirate crew with a total bounty of 100 million. And now, they'd repelled a Navy HQ admiral and jacked one of their warships. That was a slap to the Navy's face. "Captain, if possible, let Hisoka join us next time," Krollo said, finally making a request. He'd earned it after pulling this off. Hisoka, Ryunosuke checked the unlocked members list of the Phantom Troop. He's not even on here. Not a real member, huh? No, Chrollo paused, then chuckled. Hey, that guy really is something else. Whatever, do what you want, Ryunosuke shrugged. You've earned it. Go sell the warship. Maybe trade it for some devil fruits. That'd be a hell of a haul. Chrollo laughed. Got it, Captain. Time to go treasure hunting. Apparently, Chrollo hadn't even realized Hisoka wasn't an official troop member when he brought him up. Ryunosuke opened his own system panel. Right now, he had 80,000 reputation points stored up. Over time, his representative had kept increasing non-stop. He could use 1 designated recruitment and 8 random recruitments, but he wasn't pulling the trigger just yet. He had something more important to unlock. System, Ryunosuke called, use 50,000 reputation points to activate the pain team. The moment he said it, the interface changed, and a new list appeared under the Naruto world, pain team. Diva Path Pain, not recruited 50,000 reputation points. Hell Path Pain, not recruited 50,000 reputation points. Human Path Pain, not recruited 50,000 reputation points. Animal Path Pain, not recruited 50,000 reputation points. Asura Path Pain, not recruited 50,000 reputation points. Preta Path Pain, not recruited 50,000 reputation points. This was the team he had unlocked after acquiring the Rinnegan last time, but back then, he didn't have enough representative to activate it. Now, though, the timing was perfect. The threat from the Navy was growing. After losing a Buster Call-level warship, the Navy wouldn't just sit around. A counterattack was guaranteed. It wouldn't be long before Kuzan showed up again, and Ryunosuke wasn't confident he could win with his current lineup. Maybe it wouldn't be just Kuzan, either, so he needed to prepare. As for Chrollo's obsession with collecting rare items and devil fruits, let him enjoy himself. The more Chrollo conquered other pirates, the more representative Ryunosuke would earn in return. That was a win-win. Later, with enough representatives stacked up, he planned to recruit a few more Phantom Troop members anyway. Chrollo had earned it. Captain, the Navy's targeting us now. Najenda approached after overhearing Chrollo. That seagull in the sky is collecting intel on us, right? Should I take it down? She glanced up sharply. Being watched in a situation like this didn't sit right. Newsbirds from Morgan's? Yeah. Ryunosuke narrowed his eyes. If we want to become a super pirate crew, one that rules above the rest, then it's time we put Morgan's in his place. He looked up, locking eyes on several newsbirds soaring overhead. Bansho Tenin. His Rinnegan spun, and in the next instant, the newsbirds were yanked from the sky by an invisible force. A lone seagull flapped its wings and escaped into the sky. The rest of the newsbirds weren't so lucky, they'd already been roasted by Ace. Technically, the one who actually killed them was Najenda, but Ace did the honors of grilling. Bro, I gotta say, I'm seriously impressed with you, Ace muttered, chewing on a crispy wing. This is one of Morgan's newsbirds, you know? I've always kinda wanted to taste one, not gonna lie. But still, the power that guys built in the underground world is no joke. Even my old man wouldn't mess with him. Ace sniffed the air, savoring the aroma. Hell, it does smell amazing though. Morgan's, huh? Ryunosuke raised a brow. That guy's always the first to know anything happening at sea. His birds fly around, spying on people, and then he sells that info as intelligence. Ryunosuke took a bite and chewed thoughtfully. Honestly, how do you eat this without thinking twice about how shady it is? Ace paused mid-bite. Suddenly, the grilled meat didn't taste as good anymore. Now that he thought about it, Ryunosuke had a point. Whether it was the 4 emperors or small-time pirates, the newsbirds always managed to find them without fail, and deliver info right to them. Ace used to think that was cool, like a sign of status, but now, it felt wrong. How did the newsbirds always know where they were? Did that mean Morgan's was tracking everything they did? Sure, it seemed mutually beneficial, until it wasn't. In a crisis or when someone wanted to stay hidden, this could turn deadly. Call your old man, Ryunosuke said casually. The world government and navy have been eyeing the Whitebeard pirates for a long time. You guys have been operating under their noses like it's a game. Reckless doesn't even begin to cover it. Ace's expression tightened. He remembered how Ryunosuke once called Whitebeard brainless, and he jumped up ready to fight him, and got beat down hard. But now Ryunosuke's words made disturbing sense. After the Marineford War, how did Weevil manage to hunt down all of Whitebeard's remnants so quickly? Simple, they were never not being watched. And those territories they held? They clung to them even after Whitebeard died, basically inviting the vultures to feast. I got it, Ace nodded, stepping away to call Whitebeard. What, you ate the newsbird? Before Ace could even explain, Whitebeard's booming voice rang out through the Den Mushi. Clearly, his first concern was not picking a fight with Morgan's. Dad, wait. Listen to me. Ace rushed to clarify. This was Ryunosuke's idea. You remember him, right? He's the guy the first grew up with, my big bro, basically. He started his own crew now, the Dragon Hunter Pirates. I'm on his ship right now, and he's helping me track down Blackbeard. And about the newsbird thing. Ace babbled his way through the explanation until he finally got Ryunosuke's full point across. On the other end, Whitebeard fell silent. That actually makes sense, he said after a moment. I hadn't thought of it that way. Anything else? Dad, my bro Ryunosuke's super strong, probably stronger than me, honestly. Uncle Whitebeard. Hello. Before Ace could start gushing too much, Ryunosuke jumped in, snatching the snail phone. No way was he letting Ace go full fanboy on him. Ryunosuke, huh? Whitebeard chuckled. Young man, you've done well. You've already set sail on the Grand Line, haven't you? Maybe we'll cross paths one day. When we do, we'll share a drink aboard my ship. Thanks for looking out for Ace. Nah, don't thank me. Ace hasn't caused much trouble, other than eating all my food and drinking all my booze, Ryunosuke joked. Uncle Whitebeard, you've done enough. You deserve some peace. The two talked like old friends, casually and warmly. Meanwhile, Ace stood off to the side, completely ignored. Man, you should have seen Ace as a kid, Ryunosuke laughed. Little guy had a constant snot trail. Back then. Hey, I'm still here, you know, Ace snatched the Den Mushi, face red. Do you have to air my embarrassing childhood stories like that? From the other side, the laughs of Marco, Joes, and the rest of the crew echoed through the snail phone. So Ace was a little snot ball, huh? Ha ha ha, Ace, you're done for. Ace wished the earth would swallow him whole. Anyway, I'm bringing Blackbeard back, count on it. With that, he ended the call. I take back what I said earlier, Ryunosuke said, shaking his head. Uncle Whitebeard's pretty solid. Took all that in stride without even flinching. Yeah, Ace grinned. He's the best, right? Bro, with your strength, if you joined the Whitebeard Pirates, you'd definitely be a captain. And once Dad steps down, we could take care of him together, you and me, ruling the seas as new four emperors. The flames around Ace flickered in his excitement. He was still working on his fire control, and it tended to leak out when he got hyped. Ryunosuke raised a hand. Chill. I'll support Uncle Whitebeard in his old age, sure. But joining his crew? Nah. I don't have a kink for calling someone else Dad. TCH. You're such a pain, Ace muttered. Meanwhile, in the New World. What? Did you just say? Morgan stared at the report with a face full of disbelief and rage. Someone had actually killed his newsbirds? This newcomer? This nobody? Since the day Morgans founded the World Economy newspaper, no one had dared lay a finger on his birds. Not even the world government. But now, some upstart brat had roasted them for lunch. To make it worse, they even sent a surviving bird back with a message. Come near us again and we'll keep killing them. Morgan's hand trembled as he crushed the report. If he didn't respond, if he let this slide, then other pirate crews would follow suit. His power, his reach, everything would start to crumble. The newsbirds were his eyes, ears, and lifeblood. And someone just gouged one out and barbecued it. The Dragon Hunter Pirates must die. Morgan's eyes narrowed with murderous intent. This wasn't just a threat to his business. It was a declaration of war. Soon, the entire world caught wind of the clash between the Dragon Hunter Pirates and Morgans. Oh my god, these dragon hunter pirates are savage. That new pirate crew's fearless. They even roasted Morgan's newsbirds. Yup. They've poked the beast. Their golden days are over. Remember that one pirate crew that came out hot, made a big scene, then vanished after pissing off Morgan's? Never even made it to the New World. Talk of the incident swept across the seas like wildfire. Aboard the Dragon Hunter pirate's ship, ding, congratulations to the host. You've been recognized by the Quark pirates and gained 100 reputation points. Ding, congratulations to the host for being. As the system notifications rang out, a sly smile crept across Ryunosuke's face. Yeah, taking down those newsbirds wasn't just because he thought they were snooping. It was all about the reputation points. Morgan's was the top dog when it came to spreading news across the seas. Even the world government and navy couldn't claim they were better. When global news needed delivering, people counted on Morgan's. Hell, that's why his newsbirds could fly right over the red line and not get blasted by the government. Heh, if things keep going like this, I'll be able to set everything up soon, Ryunosuke muttered, eyes gleaming with excitement. There were some plays he had to prepare ahead of time. This sea, it was way more twisted than what the average person saw on the surface. If he wanted a ton of reputation points, hiding in the shadows and grinding slowly wasn't an option. But going public had its own price. Danger. Real, deadly danger. Captain, what are you laughing at? Najenda approached with a plate full of fruit, watching Ryunosuke sit on the deck and chuckled to himself. Lately, he'd been acting a bit off. He'd just sit there, alone, laughing. It wasn't too serious at first, but now, it was happening more and more often. I dunno, Kuina chimed in, glancing at Ryunosuke, but he looks really happy. Maybe he remembered something funny? There was a certain mystery to Ryunosuke that kept everyone guessing. Kuina often found herself feeling like her brain couldn't keep up with his logic. Just being around him made her question her own intelligence. Alright everyone, dinner time. Susano popped out wearing an apron, holding a big spoon like a staff. Sweet, Captain. Time to eat, I'm starving. Did we get a lot of meat tonight? I want booze. The whole crew gathered like nothing was wrong and prepared to dig in. Tonight's special? A bird feast. They'd roasted all the newsbirds that had gathered the past few days. Especially today. Dozens were taken down in one go. These birds had been specially trained to fly long distances. So, yeah, maybe not the most tender meat, but flavor-wise. Ace was hooked from the first time he tried roasted bird. After that, it became a full-blown addiction. And honestly, at this point, offending Morgan's was way lower on Ace's list of concerns than satisfying his stomach. Hey bro, did we really offend Morgan's? They say he can call on the world government's special forces. What if they come after us? Ace said all this while chewing through a bird leg, not stopping for a second. Whitebeard mentioned Morgan's before, and he looked serious. If even Dad finds him troublesome, the guy's gotta be legit. But I don't think it's worth stressing over. Ryunosuke smiled as he replied, besides, Morgan's is a noble person. Far away on News Island, Morgan sneezed violently. Someone was clearly talking about him, and calling him a noble person? Yeah, he wasn't buying it. Later that night, bro, I don't get you sometimes. Ace leaned back after dinner, full and thoughtful. You're out here making enemies left and right. That's not good for the Dragon Hunter pirates, is it? You're smart. Way too smart to do something that dumb. So what's the real deal? You hiding something from me? Secrets? Ryunosuke raised a brow. Yeah, plenty. But I'm not telling you. As for why I do what I do, there's a lot behind it, stuff your dumbass wouldn't understand. He said it casually, but with enough sharpness to leave Ace speechless. Truth was, whether it was fighting or arguing, Ace had never won against Ryunosuke. And if Ryunosuke hadn't advised him to rethink how he developed his flame fruit, Ace would have still been plateaued. Now, he was growing stronger by the day. So yeah, when Ryunosuke called him a dumb brother, Ace couldn't even argue. Alright, that's it. Fight me. Ace stood up, blue-white flames igniting between his palms. Damn, you went with the blue-white flames? Stylish? Ryunosuke grinned. Good. I've been meaning to test myself too. He drew aim no habakiri, and the sword hummed in the air. Even before he moved, the pressure from the sword made the space around it feel cut. Holy crap, bro, you powered up again? When the hell did that happen? Are you on some kind of secret training diet or what? Ace was stunned. He originally wanted a spar, but after feeling the sheer cutting force in the air, he backed off. Yeah, I think I'll go beat up Hawkins instead. He still had his pride, but even he knew when a fight was a lost cause. You should probably eat one of these, Ryunosuke said, tossing Ace a pill. Also, since you're an element type user, I've got something new I want to try. I picked it up from Crollo. Pay attention. As he spoke, armament haki coated his body, slowly darkening. But then, something new happened. Telekinetic energy began to swirl around him, wrapping him in a strange aura. Ace's expression shifted instantly. No more jokes, no more snark. He was all serious now. Crollo? That's the 2nd Division captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates? What kind of freak body do you even have, big bro? I seriously want to know. Ace couldn't hold back his excitement. After speaking, he leapt into the air. Flames burst from his hands, jetting beneath his feet as he rocketed away toward a nearby deserted island. He knew better than to fight Ryunosuke aboard the evil warship. If they went all out here, the entire ship would be wrecked. We'll be back soon if we just sail normally, Ryunosuke said casually as he turned to Najenda. Then, with a crackle of lightning, he vanished from sight. Najenda leaned over the railing, smirking. I'm curious, we can still set sail, right? This won't delay us or anything. Every time Ryunosuke fought, it lit a spark in her. No matter how many battles she saw, she never got tired of it. His power seemed bottomless. Even now, after all the time she'd spent with him, Najenda had never seen Ryunosuke go all out. What power, that lightning, brother Ryunosuke's gotten stronger again. Akame raised her hand. Sparks flickered across her palm, tiny bolts of electricity dancing between her fingers. It wasn't much, and she couldn't control it nearly as well as Ryunosuke, but the lightning was real. And that made no sense. She had no training, no innate talent for this, so why? I've noticed it for a while now, Najenda said with a knowing smile, raising her own hand. It's like everyone's growth is linked somehow, and more importantly, humanoid Tegu seem to be evolving in this world. It was common knowledge that a Tegu's strength was tied to its user. Most weapons were fixed in power unless the user broke through their own limits. But now, Susano seemed to be training, evolving, growing stronger, on his own. The crew gathered on the deck, staring off toward the distant island, watching the sparks and fire on the horizon. Meanwhile, Hawkins began to divine the outcome of the battle. The result? Ace's chances of victory, 0%. On the deserted island, Ace stood opposite Ryunosuke. Lightning, huh? Ace smirked. Another flashy trick. But my flames now, no matter what you bring, can burn through everything. White flame. Azure Emperor. A wave of scorching blue-white fire erupted around Ace, enveloping his body in a blazing aura. The air warped around him. This wasn't just him controlling fire, it was pure heat radiating from the flame itself. The pressure was immense. The temperature alone altered the air's density, distorting the atmosphere. Ryunosuke, unfazed, smiled. It's stronger than before, sure, but still too focused on the flash. One day, when you stop limiting yourself to the shape of your flames, and instead focus all your will on the heat itself, that's when you'll truly be strong. Like this. Suddenly Ryunosuke's body surged with electricity. Piz, arcs of lightning exploded from his hands. His hair stood on end, crackling with electric energy. A glowing aura of voltage encased his body. Bang! In a flash, he vanished. Boom! Before Ace could even react, Ryunosuke's punch slammed into him. He flew backward, flames trailing behind him. Some of Ace's white-blue fire clung to Ryunosuke's fist. Huh, these flames are pretty sticky, Ryunosuke muttered, shaking his hand. With a wave, he used telekinesis to strip the fire away and flung it to the ground. Then, he vanished again. What followed wasn't a fight, it was a one-sided beatdown. Ace kept pushing himself, and his observation haki began to evolve under pressure. He started catching glimpses of Ryunosuke's movements, predicting them even. But it didn't matter. His body simply couldn't react fast enough. This was the first time Ace felt slow, weak, outclassed. He'd always been among the top 5 in close combat among the Whitebeard pirates. But now he felt like a punching bag. "I give up." Ace dropped to the ground, breathing hard. "You're not human, are you, bro?" If it were a close match, if he'd even had a chance, he wouldn't have quit. But this wasn't even a contest. He couldn't do anything. No point in continuing. "You've grown a lot, Ace. Your strength now, even Whitebeard might be impressed when you get back. But here, let me show you something. Watch carefully. I can't use this too many times." As he spoke, the lightning around Ryunosuke faded. In its place, an orange-golden flame began to burn. It wasn't flashy, but it was intense. Behind Ryunosuke, a giant fireball began to form, pure, condensed flame energy. It crackled with terrifying power. It wasn't just heat, it was wild, violent, alive. Even from a distance, Ace could tell, it far surpassed the power of the flame fruit. "Looks like the captain won again." Well duh, even if it's Ace the Fire Fist, he's still just the captain's goofy little brother. Honestly, I think our captain could take on Whitebeard next. "Captain's too badass." On board the ship, the crew's resident hype squad started shouting again, chanting Ryunosuke's praises like a pack of cheerleaders. Thanks to their powerful observation haki, both Ryunosuke and Ace could hear every word. Ace ignored them. His attention was fixed on the flame. "That fire, does it have a name?" Ace asked, walking toward Ryunosuke with awe in his eyes. As a flame user himself, he could feel it. Not fear in his heart, but fear in the fire within his body. His own flames were scared. Even his devil fruit felt afraid. Ryunosuke smiled. "This is the base form of pure fire. It can still evolve. I believe one day, your flames will surpass even this." Then, with a wave of his hand, the fireball vanished. This flame, pure fire, was a prize from the roulette system. A limited-use power-up. Ryunosuke had 3 chances to use it, and he thought this was the perfect time to inspire Ace. Ace nodded solemnly and flew back to the ship. Ryunosuke activated his electric powers once more and instantly returned to the ship. With the combined boost of armament haki and electricity, his speed surpassed even the Navy's Soru technique. After that brief interlude, everyone returned to their routine of training and sailing. A week later, the crew arrived at the waters surrounding Little Garden. At the same time, a massive Navy fleet appeared on the opposite horizon. "Admiral Kuzan, we've locked onto the Dragon Hunter pirates' location. Also, Crocodile has officially withdrawn from pursuing them. At our current pace, we should intercept them by tomorrow." The navigator and lookout quickly updated Kuzan on the situation. Kuzan slowly sat up from his recliner and removed his eye mask. "So it's finally time to meet them, huh? I wonder just how powerful this so-called super rookie really is." Gone was the lazy expression. In its place was a rare seriousness. Kuzan had been closely monitoring the Dragon Hunter pirates for some time. He'd read through all available intel, again and again. And with each new piece of information, his unease grew. In just a few months, the Dragon Hunter pirates had risen from an obscure crew in the East Blue to their current level. Their numbers, their strength, their cohesion, all of it had developed at an astonishing rate. But what shocked him most was their quality. The previous battle with Krollo said it all. This wasn't just a pirate crew, it was a gathering of monsters. Which led him to wonder, what kind of monster was their captain, Ryunosuke? "Brother Kuzan," a voice called gently. Gion approached him with a worried look. "We'll be facing their captain tomorrow. Honestly, I'm a little scared." Scared we might lose. Though such words might kill morale, her concern was valid. She hadn't bothered Kuzan throughout the voyage, but seeing his expression grow darker by the day told her everything. Kuzan replied calmly, "I can't guarantee we'll take them down. But I can guarantee, we won't fail this mission." "Stop the fleet," he ordered. The entire Navy force came to a halt by a small, deserted island. Kuzan stood, picked up his recliner, and looked toward the shore. "Fire Mountain, we'll rest here for a while. We'll wait, for the intel, and for that person to arrive. Only then will we move. Until I give the order, we train and rest here, no time limit." Without another word, Kuzan walked onto the island and set his recliner down on the sand. He lay there quietly. A Den Den Mushi sat on his chest, proof that while his eyes were closed, he wasn't truly asleep. He was waiting. Waiting for someone important. The others followed orders and began setting up camp, training, or preparing for what came next. Meanwhile, back on Ryunosuke's ship. Looks like some interesting guests are arriving, Najenda said with a soft smile, leaning on the railing. Yeah, and that emblem looks familiar, Ryunosuke added, squinting at the ship anchored near the distant shore. A distinct flag flew from the mast, the world government's insignia, along with another unique symbol. A group of figures stood waiting on the beach. The Heavenly Dragon Guards, Ryunosuke said casually, recognizing the emblem. He remembered meeting one of them before, back in the East Blue, on that luxurious merchant ship guarding the nobles. Now, here they were again, and that symbol left no room for doubt. Heavenly Dragon Guards? As in, those guys who protect the celestial dragons? Ace asked, raising an eyebrow. What are they doing here, Morgans? Hawkins said flatly. I always knew the big news family had serious connections, but I didn't expect this. They actually sent the Heavenly Dragon Guard because of him? Hawkins had done a divination earlier and only received one clue, a newsbird. Which could only mean one thing. Their current trouble likely stemmed from that recent incident with the newsbirds. Morgans, Ryunosuke chuckled. That guy really is our biggest benefactor. Najenda, Kuina, stay on the ship and guard the evil warship. The rest of us, let's go meet our guests. With that, Ryunosuke stepped off the ship. Behind him, Tsukuyomi, Akame, Ace, Hawkins, and the others silently followed, awaiting his signal. But interestingly, the Heavenly Dragon Guards didn't attack immediately. They simply waited on the beach. Soon, Ryunosuke reached the soft, sunlit shore. Captain Ryunosuke of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, he called out with a grin. I take it you're here for me? There was a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. This was the combat force of the world government. If he could defeat them here, in broad daylight, then both the world government and the Navy would recognize him as a genuine threat. And once Morgan spread the news, Ryunosuke would go from being notorious to being legendary. He could almost see the reputation points raining down. And that made him smile. One of the guards stepped forward. I'm Morsky, captain of the 6th Squadron of the Heavenly Dragon Guard. I'm here to offer you a deal. Come with us quietly. It's the only way you might live a little longer. A heavy pressure radiated from his body as he spoke, his aura flaring. At the same time, his form began to shift. Ryunosuke tilted his head, still smiling. So, you already know my answer? Then let's not waste any more time. Lightning exploded from Ryunosuke's body as he dashed forward. Swish! But the moment he moved, chains shot out from the trees and wrapped tightly around his body. Gotcha! Morsky laughed triumphantly, still a rookie at heart. Even if I don't know what your devil fruit is exactly, you're definitely a devil fruit user. And these chains, specially made for people like you. Sea stone. Just for you. He stood proud, radiating arrogance. But Ryunosuke didn't weaken. Didn't collapse. Instead, he looked at Morsky like he was an idiot. Wait, is that seriously the intel Morgans gave you? Ryunosuke asked, his tone dripping with mockery. Ryunosuke stood there, bound in sea stone chains, yet his expression remained calm, almost indifferent. There was even a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. That smug look only fueled the fire in Morsky's chest. This was supposed to be his moment to shine. Normally, no matter how strong a devil fruit user is, once they're chained with sea stone, they panic. Fear, despair, and begging for mercy were the usual reactions. But Ryunosuke was different. His calm defiance shattered Morsky's expectations. He hated losing control. You really think you're walking out of here alive? Morsky sneered. Let me remind you, the Celestial Dragon Guards have a very special way of dealing with pests. He took a step forward, pulling a slender steel needle from his coat pocket. You think torture is beneath us? Think again. The world government may authorize it, but we carry it out. Suddenly, a shadow emerged behind Morsky, dark, grayish-black, flickering ominously. Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. So that's your devil fruit power? He muttered, too bad. Tsukuyomi. In an instant, a spectral figure appeared behind Ryunosuke. Tsukuyomi grasped the aim no habakiri and, with a clean slash, shattered the sea stone chains. Hell cross shackles. Ryunosuke clapped his hands together, and a black crucifix burst from the ground, chains whipping out and wrapping around Morski, pinning him to the cross. The chains? The very sea stone ones that had just been cut. But now, they were infused with Tsukuyomi's special ability, amplifying Morski's senses dozens of times over. Is this what you call torture? Ryunosuke asked coldly. TCH, just a dog of the celestial dragons, acting like you're someone important. If you love torture so much, then enjoy it. With that, he grabbed aim no habakiri from Tsukuyomi, then turned his gaze toward the remaining celestial dragon guards. The real fight hadn't even started yet, but Ryunosuke was already on full alert. He knew, arrogant as they might be, anyone qualified to serve as a celestial dragon guard couldn't be weak. Move. His voice was calm, but the air around him crackled with electricity. In a flash, he vanished. Ding! Just inches before aim no habakiri could sever a guard's neck, a long metal staff intercepted the blade. A mere pirate dares to act so arrogantly? A long-haired man sneered. You're not even a devil fruit user, are you? Then let me show you the true power of a celestial dragon guard. As he spoke, the staff twisted unnaturally, wrapping around Ryunosuke's sword. Then came a sharp kick, aimed straight at Ryunosuke's chest. Seeing the purple-black coating of armament hockey around the attacker's foot, Ryunosuke's expression darkened. If that connected, it would definitely hurt. Bang! Their kicks collided, sending shockwaves through the air. Meanwhile, the Dragon Hunter Pirates crew clashed with the rest of the Celestial Dragon Guards. Though outnumbered, they fought fiercely, each one going toe-to-toe with a guard. At first, they held the advantage, but as more guards joined the fray, the tide began to turn. It became several on one, and tension began to rise on Akame's side. Not bad, Ryunosuke muttered, smirking. You guys aren't as useless as I thought. But the warm-up's over, now it's hunting time. A strange aura began to build around Ryunosuke, growing heavier by the second. Then, the Rinnegan opened. Bansho Tenin. Before the guards could react, a powerful suction force yanked them forward. Seawater rushed in as well, pulled by the same gravitational force, slamming toward the battlefield like a tsunami. I don't know what kind of fruit ability you think I have, Ryunosuke said, raising his hand, but I do know this. Now, you die. A black sphere appeared in his palm. He threw it into the long-haired guard's mouth just as the sea engulfed him. The moment it entered his body, a crushing gravitational force erupted. The water held him in place, immobilizing him, while the pressure inside his body mounted. His limbs contorted, his torso twisted, until finally, boom! A ball of blood mist exploded inside the water sphere. What the hell, is that even human? Isn't he a devil fruit user? Why isn't the sea stone affecting him? He's controlling seawater. That's impossible. A monster, this guy's a monster. Fear took hold of the remaining guards. They were all devil fruit users, some stronger than others, but none could fight someone who could manipulate the sea itself. They knew the truth now. In front of Ryunosuke, they were helpless. Tisk. Burn. With the guards distracted, Akame drew Murasama and made a few clean slashes. Blood marks bloomed across the necks of several enemies. And then, the curse struck. In an instant, those guards collapsed, cursed into death. Elsewhere, Hawkins and Ace handled the rest, while the minor crew members got to work cleaning the battlefield. Ace picked his nose lazily. So these were the Celestial Dragon Guards? Lame. They were strong, Hawkins said. If not for the captain, we wouldn't have made it out so easily. He looked over at Ryunosuke with calm admiration in his eyes. For someone who had once been unsure, Hawkins now felt nothing but respect. He was proud to be a part of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, even if he was just in charge of chores. He was still part of the crew, he still shared in their glory. Hey, Mr. Chores Captain, Ace suddenly said, turning to Hawkins. Didn't you say this place was dangerous? What happened to that? When we showed up, you said some bad omen crap, but we just mopped the floor with these losers. Danger? Hawkins frowned and pulled out his cards once more. He performed a quick divination, and his expression darkened. 70% chance of death, he whispered, Captain. He looked at Ryunosuke. A probability that high couldn't have come from these guards. Which meant, we've been discovered. A new voice echoed out. I have to say, you guys are impressively calm. Even in this situation, you can stay relaxed? Ryunosuke turned toward the island with a faint smile on his face. As his voice faded, 4 figures slowly emerged from the shadows, each one radiating an overwhelming aura. Unexpectedly, there were people secretly watching the area where the battle had just ended. Considering how sharp Ace and the others' observation haki was, this was unusual. None of them had noticed the presence of these 4 individuals, until Hawkins' divination revealed it, and the group revealed themselves. If it weren't for that, Ryunosuke and his crew might still be unaware of their presence. The Dragon Hunter pirates live up to the legend, one of them sneered, strong and arrogant. He took a step forward with a mocking smirk. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm D. Rodner, a special class member of the Celestial Dragon Guards. Despite standing before one of the most infamous pirate crews on the sea, Rodner remained calm, almost relaxed, like he had the upper hand. This wasn't because they underestimated Ryunosuke and the others. No, quite the opposite. They had been observing from the sidelines. After witnessing Ryunosuke's strength firsthand, they still showed no fear. That could only mean one thing. They were confident their own strength was greater. Wells. Kachino. Bester. The other 3 casually introduced themselves, stepping behind Rodner. They looked thoroughly bored, as if this mission was beneath them. Boss, can we finish this fast? Wells said with a frown. The air outside stinks. Clearly, they didn't believe it took this much effort to deal with newcomers. Morgans had stirred up trouble, so the Celestial Dragons sent them out to clean it up. But to them, dealing with rookie pirates was a job for the Navy, not the elite Celestial Dragon Guards. This should have been the Navy's mess, Rodner said with a shrug. We were just forced to come check things out. He turned his cold gaze to Ryunosuke. So, what'll it be? Come quietly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll reach Mariejo's in one piece. Confident, aren't you? Ryunosuke grinned, vanishing in the blink of an eye. He reappeared instantly behind Rodner. What? Rodner's eyes widened. He had been tracking Ryunosuke's every move with observation haki, anticipating a sneak attack. But even so, he hadn't seen a thing. Not just Rodner, Wells was stunned too. Ryunosuke now stood exactly where he'd been a second ago. When did they switch places? There hadn't even been a ripple of energy from Ryunosuke's body. PFF'd. Blood sprayed. Wells appeared in front of Ryunosuke, his chest impaled. You talk big, Ryunosuke said coldly, but that just means you get to die first. With a twist, he kicked Wells' corpse aside, the lifeless body thudding against the ground. Is that where all your arrogance came from? He asked, smirking. Pathetic. You bastard. Rodner's calm cracked as rage twisted his features. You dare lay a hand on a Celestial Dragon Guard? Do you know what that means? He roared. Everyone connected to you will vanish from this world? Rodner's fury was real, but not because of honor or duty. He, like the others, had grown soft living in the lap of luxury in Mary Joie's. Missions like this were rare, only carried out when the Celestial Dragons demanded it. Now they were actually being forced to hunt pirates? Ridiculous. You sure talk a lot, Ryunosuke said, unfazed. Ace yawned and picked at his nose. Man, you guys really are like those spoiled Celestial Dragons, trash in uniform. He didn't care if he offended them. Even if a Celestial Dragon stood here, Ace wouldn't give a damn. So that's the attitude of the Dragon Hunter pirates? Rodner sneered. Fine, then let's fight. A surge of violent energy exploded around him. Rodner wasn't a special class just because of his title, he had power to back it up. Boom, he launched forward, and the other 2 joined the assault. Hawkins, Ryunosuke called out calmly. Take care of them, from now on, you're an official crew member. He sat down on a nearby boulder, wearing a grin. Hawkins froze for a second, stunned. An official member? It was what he'd been working toward all along. Every divination, every mission, was for this moment. With pleasure, Captain. A demonic figure loomed behind Hawkins as he summoned his power. A massive demon-slaying image rose, sword raised. Boom, boom, boom. He swung his blade, forcing the three attackers back. Their original plan had been to take them down one by one. But now Ace and Akame had returned to Ryunosuke's side, leaving Hawkins to stand alone in the middle of the battlefield. And he was relentless. The three enemies were forced to shift their attention to him. Scarecrow reversal. Hawkins drew a card, and a brilliant light flashed behind him. Two more demon-slaying spirits emerged, surrounding him. Now it was 3 versus 3. The tide had turned. "Hawkins, that's enough," Ryunosuke said lazily. "We've got bigger enemies ahead. Materials are collected. Don't overdo it." "Got it, Captain." "You three are lucky," Hawkins said, his voice eerily calm. "This ability was granted to me by my great captain. Be honored to die under it." He pulled 3 scarecrows from thin air. They dripped with blood, clothed in torn fabric, fragments from the enemy's clothes, hair, and flesh he'd collected mid-battle. "What the hell is that?" PFF'd. 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 3 long needles stabbed into the scarecrows. "Ah!" Agonized screams erupted as the 3 opponents clutched their chests. Blood gushed from their mouths, and their bodies fell, lifeless. Ryunosuke chuckled. "That's more like it. This is what a scarecrow should really be doing." This technique, he had only casually suggested it to Hawkins once. If you can read fate, you can curse it too, right? He never expected Hawkins to actually develop such a deadly method. But clearly, the results spoke for themselves. After the 3 enemies were eliminated by Hawkins, the handymen of the Dragon Hunter pirates moved in to clean up the battlefield once more. To them, it was no different from taking out the trash. Yet just moments ago, those same enemies were powerful and prestigious individuals. While not celestial dragons themselves, they served as their guards. Status-wise, they ranked even higher than many royal nobles. In fact, the 3 people Hawkins killed were special class elites. Even a principality's king would have bowed his head in their presence. Who would have thought they'd end up dead on some random island? Killed by newcomers, no less. Despite their strength and status, they were wiped out as easily as garbage, now being cleared away by mere handymen of the Dragon Hunter pirates. "Brother Ryunosuke, all this just because we ate a few of their birds?" Akame asked, scratching her head in confusion. Anyone could tell those men were big shots from how they spoke and acted. It made no sense that something so trivial would bring them here. "They're pretty stingy." "Huh?" Ryunosuke replied with a grin. "Anyway, go call Najenda over. I've got something to discuss." Akame nodded and quickly left. Just then, Hawkins walked up, his face lit with excitement. "Captain, am I?" His eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Let's do your evaluation." Ryunosuke raised his hand, and the system interface appeared before him. Name: Hawkins, character from the One Piece world. Fruit type: Paramecia, straw fruit. User combat power evaluation, S. Potential for SS if powers are used without restraint. Potential rating: S. Status: meets recruitment conditions. A robotic voice echoed in Ryunosuke's mind. As expected, Ryunosuke muttered. As a supernova, Hawkins passes both the strength and potential benchmarks. "Hawkins," he said, turning toward him with a confident smile, "I hereby appoint you as the captain of our special squad, K Squad. Your own crew will now operate under your sole command. And from this moment on, you're an official member of the Dragon Hunter Pirates." K Squad Captain, thank you, Captain, I will. What's happening?" Before Hawkins could finish, a powerful force surged through his body. "Feeling stronger already?" Ryunosuke asked with a smirk. Hawkins' eyes widened in awe. "Yeah, is this a gift from the crew? Or a miracle from you, Captain?" Originally, Hawkins had felt respect and admiration toward Ryunosuke. But now, that respect was evolving, shifting into something deeper. Faith. Though the system left a faint mark of loyalty on every recruit, it wasn't enough to bind native One Piece world inhabitants completely. Yet Hawkins was now truly integrated into the crew, mind, body, and soul. Then, Ryunosuke noticed something even more interesting. Hawkins' power had grown not only because of his recruitment, but also due to the halo of the evil battleship. Apparently, once a member is officially recognized by the system as a crew member of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, they can benefit from crew-wide bonuses, regardless of location. It was a major discovery. Purururu, Ryunosuke's transponder snail rang. It was Chrollo. You feel that power boost too? Ryunosuke asked. Captain, was that you? Chrollo responded. I've awakened a new Nen ability, Angel's Curse. Angel's Curse. A Nen ability that allows the user to summon a cursed angel puppet. After acquiring a drop of the target's blood, it can enact an irreversible curse within 3 days. Chrollo excitedly explained the details of the ability. What? Ryunosuke was stunned. That's the exact ability Hawkins just developed and activated. Yet now, Chrollo had it too. He turned to Hawkins. Can you still use the curse you just used? Of course, Hawkins replied, a bit puzzled. Why do you ask, Captain? No reason, Ryunosuke muttered. I get it now. He returned to Chrollo on the call. Chrollo, use that power wisely. It might be a game changer in the future. Got it, Captain. Ryunosuke assigned him a task and ended the call. Then, he asked the system, hey, what's going on here? After extracting an ability, the system automatically distributes it to the most compatible crew member. If multiple members have potential synergy, more than one may receive it. The host already possesses various powers and does not require redundant skills like curse-based abilities. Ryunosuke nodded. That made sense. It was even better this way, having a few people specialize in unique abilities instead of everyone sharing the same tricks. He didn't want his crew to be another Whitebeard Pirates clone. Power diversity mattered more. Just then, Najenda and Kuina arrived. Captain, the battle's over, right? Najenda asked. Should we start moving out? That's what you told us before, isn't it? Kuina added, looking around. Not yet, Ryunosuke said calmly. There's a Navy unit lying in ambush. Everyone instantly activated their observation haki, spreading their senses across the surrounding sea. Nothing, Kuina muttered. No trace of any Navy presence. They all looked confused. Their combined haki easily outclassed Ryunosuke's. If the Navy were around, they should have sensed it first. I didn't sense them with observation haki, Ryunosuke said, then pointed upward. Look at the sky. Everyone looked up. Nothing but clouds. You mean that poop-shaped cloud up there? Ace asked with a straight face. The crew stared at him in disbelief. This guy was definitely dropped on his head as a child. Everyone turned to look at Ace, who responded with an awkward smile. Compared to Ryunosuke's detailed analysis, his earlier guess did seem a bit far-fetched. Think about our food these past 2 days, Ryunosuke said with a grin. The news birds. Someone quickly realized. Everyone caught on instantly, except for Ace. Wait, what do you all know? Why am I still so confused? Ace looked around at everyone, feeling left out. The more they nodded and whispered among themselves, the more lost he felt. If he was the only one who didn't get it right now, well, that just sucked. Ace, seriously? You haven't figured it out yet? Just like the captain said, you're really his dumb little brother. It's so obvious, heck, even Akame figured it out. Everyone burst into teasing laughter, their faces full of gossip and amusement. Come on, are you guys for real? Can we not have fun at my expense here? Brother, just tell me already, don't keep me guessing. Ace figured now was the perfect time to play the little brother card. He had to admit, around Ryunosuke, he definitely wasn't the older one. Ryunosuke chuckled and explained, the reason we were able to catch and eat so many newsbirds recently is because they had to monitor us. Even if it meant getting caught, they came anyway. That means someone needed to track our location accurately and constantly. But now, Ryunosuke pointed to the sky. Take a look, see any newsbirds up there? Ace's eyes widened as realization finally hit. He smacked his palm against his forehead. Of course, that's it, we can safely assume someone's waiting for us up ahead. And if I had to guess, it's probably Kuzan, the Admiral Chrollo encountered a few days ago. One of the Navy headquarters' top 3. Chrollo may have escaped using a trick and avoided a direct fight, but that only pissed the Admiral off more. The Navy's higher-ups definitely won't let that slide, and since we're the Dragon Hunter pirates, we'll be the target of that frustration. If we just charge ahead now, there's a high chance we'll walk straight into an ambush. Ryunosuke's tone turned serious as he laid it all out. Kuzan wasn't someone to underestimate. He might seem laid back and distant, like he doesn't give a damn, but he had his own kind of justice and personal beliefs. And more importantly, he had the strength to back it all up. To put it bluntly, Kuzan was just a big ol' tsunere. The cool attitude, just his way of trying to look stylish. But after being outsmarted by Crollo, there's no doubt he'd take it personally and come at them with everything he had. If they ended up fighting, it wouldn't be a light skirmish, it'd be an all-out clash. "Captain, what do we do then? You gathered us all here. You must have a plan, right?" Najenda stepped forward, already flipping open her small notebook. She had a habit of taking notes every time Ryunosuke spoke. He always had some fresh perspective or clever insight that caught her off guard. Sometimes, she even suspected he could see into the future. "I don't think there's any need to overthink it," Ace suddenly spoke up. "Dad's almost here, right? I'll just contact him and ask for backup. That way, we'll have some serious firepower on our side." Ace grinned confidently. "See, not so dumb now, am I?" In his mind, it was a flawless idea. If the Whitebeard pirates showed up, the Navy would have no choice but to retreat. After all, an admiral couldn't go head-to-head with both them and the Dragon Hunter pirates. Between the flashy Celestial Guards and the battle-hardened Navy Admiral, the Admiral was clearly the bigger threat. But even the Navy couldn't stop Whitebeard. "Whitebeard's really coming?" Ryunosuke asked, his expression darkening. Ace blinked, caught off guard. "Probably in the next day or two," he answered nervously. Was that wrong?" "I told him where we are." This was the first time Ryunosuke had looked at him that seriously, and it rattled Ace. "Ace, I need you to do something for me," Ryunosuke said calmly. "Contact Whitebeard again. If he's coming for a drink, great, he's welcome anytime. But if he's coming to fight on our behalf, tell him not to bother. The Dragon Hunter pirates can handle this ourselves." Ace froze. That wasn't the reaction he was expecting. He glanced at the rest of the crew, but instead of doubt, all he saw was unwavering confidence in their eyes. "Brother," Ace said in disbelief. "Are you serious? We're talking about a Navy admiral here? This isn't the time to act all proud." Ace knew better than anyone. Whitebeard didn't fight other people's battles. He wasn't the type to randomly challenge the Navy. Doing so would bring massive heat on the entire crew. But if it was for Ace, Whitebeard would make an exception. Still, the consequences would be huge. "Captain just means we haven't hit the point where we need outside help yet," someone said. "You don't get it, Ace. Sure, an admiral's strong, but we're monsters too. This is our moment. Letting the Whitebeard pirates fight for us would cheapen our glory." Other crewmates chimed in, backing Ryunosuke without hesitation. Their confidence wasn't arrogance, it was belief. And just like that, Ryunosuke smiled again. The heavy tension lifted. Sure, Ace had made a dumb suggestion, but his crew? They were rock solid. No panic, no fear, just resolve. Exactly the kind of people the system would recognize as official crew members. "Roll key," Ryunosuke said, turning, "take the handymen and head to Alabasta. Everyone else, combat units, stay here. Oh, and roll key. Meet us on the next island. Make sure there's plenty of wine and meat ready." "Got it, Captain." Rolke saluted and set off with the ship. The rest of the crew stayed behind, preparing and discussing their next move. They had a rough battle plan forming already. Now, all that was left was to meet the infamous Admiral of the Navy headquarters head-on. Before leaving, everyone gathered to prepare dinner on the spot. With Tsukuyomi and Susano present, there was no need to worry about food. Everything was handled with ease. Now, the crew's focus was training and internalizing the powers they had already mastered. Bit by bit, they'd build on their foundation, polishing the old and developing the new. But for Ryunosuke, development wasn't a priority right now. He already had too much on his plate, and integrating everything would take time. "Lord Ryunosuke, dinner's ready," Tsukuyomi called softly as he was organizing his system panel. "Got it." He closed the interface and joined the group by the fire. "You nervous?" Ryunosuke asked with a grin, scanning everyone's expressions. "I mean, I'm about to fight a Marine Admiral," Hawkins muttered, his voice slightly shaky. "It'd be a lie to say I'm not feeling a little tension, maybe even excitement. But hey, If I can get his blood and hair, even an admiral won't survive my curse. He looked up with a twisted confidence. And besides, I trust the dragon hunter pirates. Just an admiral, please. A crewmate chimed in, cheerful and oblivious. The marine admiral sounds strong and all, but in my eyes, brother Ryunosuke is the strongest. Honestly, though, Najenda interjected, tone serious, our situation is pretty bad. The Navy has our intel. They probably know everything about us already. Even with the captain's careful planning, we can't ignore the possibility that they've got backup strategies in play. The appearance of an admiral isn't just a threat, it's a warning. We just killed a celestial guard. You think the world government's just gonna let that slide? She looked around, and silence followed. The Navy will respond. It's not a matter of if, but how. Ryunosuke nodded, face lit by the fire's glow. Najenda's right. We can't afford to get cocky. I've got a trump card, sure, but if we can take down a marine admiral with our own strength, the dragon hunter pirate's reputation will skyrocket across the seas. Meanwhile, on a nearby island, Captain, should we move now? Burgess asked, tearing into a hunk of meat. If we take out the dragon hunter pirates, becoming a Shichibukai is basically guaranteed. He was speaking to none other than Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. The dragon hunter pirates, Teach mused, stroking his chin. Ace is on that ship now. Plus, it sounds like Pops might be showing up too. Let them fight first. We'll clean up what's left. A twisted grin spread across his face. Hee ha ha ha, we might just walk away with a prize or two. Captain, Lafitte said from the side, voice calm and calculating, if we're just sitting back and watching, we should still make preparations. This dragon hunter crew isn't a bunch of pushovers. According to our intel, their captain, Ryunosuke, managed to beat Ace. Lafitte, once a member of the escort team, now served as the navigator and tactical advisor on Blackbeard's crew. After all, you couldn't exactly trust Burgess to come up with a coherent plan. His only strategy was, punch it. Blackbeard chuckled. All right. Set things up so we're ready for either side, the Navy or the dragon hunters. But remember, when the fight starts, don't kill Ace. He can die, but not by our hands. Let the Navy take care of that. It'll serve our purpose better. His tone was icy, and his smile said more than words ever could. Their goal was clear. Hunt the dragon hunter pirates. The world government had dangled the bait. Shichibukai recruitment was underway. And for a man like Teach, desperate for status and identity, that was a carrot he couldn't ignore. Ace? Just a pawn. A sacrifice to be made at the right time? Teach, Van Auger called out. Newsbird just arrived. Update says the dragon hunter pirates have split into two groups. Handymen and lower-ranked crew are sailing on a regular pirate ship, led by official member Rolke. Rolke, user of the Paramecia-class diamond fruit. Decent strength, not exceptional. Should we intercept them? Rolke, huh? Hee ha ha ha. Forget the handymen. They're not worth our time. If we know this, the Navy knows it too. Let them deal with it. Blackbeard leaned back, clearly content with his plan. All they needed now was patience. Once the Navy and dragon hunters clashed, everything would fall into place. Elsewhere, other pirate crews were circling too, lying in wait like vultures. Their goal? Simple. See who wins, then swoop in to take advantage. If the dragon hunters lose, they'll side with the Navy or make a name for themselves by stabbing the victors. If the Navy loses, maybe they join the dragon hunters instead. Win-win either way. That's why so many pirate crews were converging on the Grand Line. And of course, where pirates gather, fights break out. The sea had turned into chaos. Cake Island, Big Mom Pirates territory. Dragon hunter pirates? Charlotte Linland's eyes sparkled with mischief. Now that's an interesting bunch. Paraspero, keep an eye on them. Any updates, report directly to me. If they survive Kuzan, extend an invitation. She licked her lips at the thought. Oh, and Morgan's, she chuckled, eyes twinkling with hunger. I didn't expect someone would roast a newsbird just for you. I wonder how your bird tastes, probably delicious, yeah. Food thoughts took over, and her cravings surged. After all, she'd eaten a newsbird before, straight from Morgan's himself. And it was good. Somewhere on the Grand Line, The dragon hunter pirates, huh? That kid Ryunosuke, the red-haired man stared down at the newspaper, a fond smile on his face. Always causing trouble. He leaned back, remembering the boy who used to serve drinks at Makino's bar. It was hard to believe that same kid was now going head-to-head with a marine admiral. And shaking up the whole damn sea in the process. Shanks, should we go help out? Whitebeard already made a move. That rookie. He's kind of connected to us, right? Shouldn't we at least try to contact him? Ben Beckman raised the question, frowning thoughtfully. Even though the four emperors ruled the seas like giants, their lives weren't any less dangerous than your average pirate. Hell, half the time, they were more dangerous. And that's exactly why they constantly needed fresh blood, newcomers with raw power and talent. Give them the right environment, let them grow under pressure, and they could become pillars of the crew. Given that Ryunosuke was already an old acquaintance of theirs, Beckman figured now was the right time to reach out. Whitebeard's not going anymore, Shanks said with a slight smile. Ace called him just now, told him not to bother, said they've got things handled. If Ryunosuke was bold enough to turn down Whitebeard's help, there was no point in Shanks stepping in. He wouldn't gain anything from it, and worse, it'd put a big red target on his back from the Navy. Not that Shanks cared much about being labeled an enemy of the Navy headquarters, but it just wasn't necessary right now. This dragon hunter crew, there's something else, Beckman muttered, rubbing his chin. If they actually survive this siege, and show up at the final island. He didn't finish his thought, but both men knew what he meant. If Ryunosuke made it through all this, he wouldn't just be another name on a bounty poster, he'd be a problem. Huh? You were the one who said those kids didn't have what it took to become pirates, Shanks teased. What, changed your mind now? Ben Beckman didn't respond. He just turned to the sea, eyes narrowed. This world never ceased to surprise him. Ryunosuke, Ace, Luffy, they were all just scrappy little brats once. Now? They were rising stars, threats. Elsewhere, the other four emperors had already made their moves, except Kaido, who was still busy drowning in sake and wano. But his top officers weren't in the dark. Ryunosuke, huh? Queen chuckled, swirling his drink. Interesting little punk. Should we try to contact him? Contact him? Jack laughed, shaking his head. Queen, you're the dumbest of the three of us. If that guy survives a fight with an admiral, you think he's gonna need us to contact him? Even the captain isn't keen on fighting admirals right now. Huh? When did I become the dumb one? King's supposed to be the idiot here? Queen deflected instantly, tossing the insult toward King. King, who had been quietly observing, narrowed his eyes. TCH. I should have ignored you both. But now that they dragged him into it, he wasn't staying quiet. You two are barking up the wrong tree, King said coldly. Every year, new pirates like this pop up. Most get crushed before they even hit the new world. They die at sea. Or the Navy snatches them and throws them and impel down. Instead of wasting time fantasizing about Ryunosuke, we should focus on building our own strength. Then a voice rumbled from behind them. King. The three snapped to attention immediately, dropping to one knee. Captain. They hadn't expected Kaido to be awake, let alone speaking so clearly. Given how deep he was into his drinking binge, he should have been passed out cold. Launch a surprise attack on impelled down, Kaido ordered flatly. Rescue any prisoners with zone-type devil fruit abilities. The Navy's distracted. Now's the time. The command was simple, but the implications were huge. Yes, Captain, the three responded in unison, no hesitation. Orders like this didn't come often, and if Kaido was serious, then it was a golden opportunity. As the Beast's pirates began mobilizing, ripple effects spread across the Grand Line. Pirate unrest flared up in different territories, but the Navy only sent local branches to handle the commotion. Back in the Little Garden Sea area, it's about time, Ryunosuke said, standing on the deck. Everyone's probably done what they needed to do by now. We should get moving. It's time to meet Admiral Kuzan. Morning sunlight washed over the water. One night had been plenty, more than enough for various factions to scramble and reposition themselves. Some had probably started moving the second the news broke. Opportunistic bastards. Once they caught the scent of blood in the water, they swarmed like sharks. Ryunosuke knew that all too well. Captain, Najenda called out as she approached, holding a Den Den Mushi. Crollo just checked in. He's ready, waiting for your signal. Of course he is, Ryunosuke grinned. That guy never lets me down. Alright, time to set sail. He leapt up onto the deck of the evil warship, the Dragon Hunter pirate's flagship. As the ship cut through the waves, Ryunosuke stood at the bow, staring out at the vast sea. This wasn't just another battle. It was their first real clash with the world government, their first head-on collision with the Navy. The skirmish with Guion? That didn't count. That was a one-sided beatdown. This was the real deal. The sails caught the wind. The evil warship roared forward. Far ahead, aboard a naval warship, Admiral Kuzan opened his eyes. They're coming. He stood slowly, feeling the air around him chill. No subtlety at all. Captain's leading the charge himself. Kuzan stared into the distance. He remembered his last run-in with Crollo. It gave him a glimpse into just how dangerous the Dragon Hunter pirates really were. If their entire crew was made of monsters like that, this wasn't going to be a smooth mission. Hell, there was a real chance they might lose. Time passed. By noon, a massive black pirate ship sailed straight into the Navy's attack range. Admiral Kuzan, a soldier, shouted, "They're within range." And then, a voice echoed across the sea. "You're not seriously planning to fight me on the water, are you, Kuzan?" Kuzan's lip curled into a slight smirk. That's him, Ryunosuke. It had been a long time since a pirate stirred something in him. Kuzan exhaled slowly, and leapt into the sky. The sea froze instantly beneath his feet as thick sheets of ice spread outward, turning water into battlefield. Ryunosuke and Kuzan slowly made their way toward the center of the battlefield. The moment their eyes met, the tension in the air thickened. The aura of a Navy admiral really is something else, Ryunosuke muttered with a smirk. But with strength like that, why waste it being a lapdog for the world government? He leaned back on a large chunk of rubble, casually sitting down. Sure, you're not directly under their command, but in the end, it's all the same. Everyone on the seas knew it. The Navy was the face of the world government, their sword and shield. From a pirate's perspective, calling them government dogs wasn't far off the mark. Are you done talking? Kuzan asked coolly. If that's all you've got to say, we can skip the banter. Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates. The Navy, under direct orders, has officially decided to arrest you. You're free to resist, but I wouldn't recommend it. As he spoke, Kuzan let out a slow breath, and with it, cold mist swirled around him. Ice spikes began to form mid-air, glittering like deadly spears. There was no doubt, his control over the ice fruit had reached terrifying levels. Fighting Kuzan in a battlefield shaped by his own element, not a good idea. Let's do this, Ryunosuke called out, unsheathing aim no habakiri in one smooth motion. At that same moment, the ice spikes around Kuzan launched toward him. Najenda, Akame, Ace, Hawkins, and Kuina sprang into action too, following their captain without hesitation. Watch out! Kuzan barked to the Navy soldiers behind him. These people aren't your average pirates. He wasn't bluffing. With Guion and Vice Admiral gone, the rest of the Navy would struggle to last even a few moves against Ryunosuke's crew. Najenda in particular, her massive Susanoo loomed behind her like a demonic guardian. Even Kuzan felt a chill that had nothing to do with his powers. Where the hell did these monsters come from? He thought. There was nothing about them in any intel reports. And the fact that all of them had chosen to follow Ryunosuke? That wasn't luck or coincidence. Could it be? This young captain had been planning everything in secret for years, and only now, he decided to set sail? Admiral Kuzan, Ryunosuke said mockingly, you're fighting me. Yet you're still worried about my crew? Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Without waiting for a response, Ryunosuke unleashed a flurry of magatama, purple projectiles slicing through the air like a storm of blades. Sensing danger, Kuzan raised his hand, instantly forming a thick ice wall. But it shattered a second later, and from the smoke, a long blade slashed straight toward him. Ice time capsule. Kuzan's eyes narrowed in shock. This strength. This wasn't what the intel said about Ryunosuke at all. Either the reports were dead wrong, or Ryunosuke had been hiding his true strength until now. But there was one more terrifying possibility. That in just a few months, this man had grown this powerful. If that were the case, Kuzan knew, he needed to take Ryunosuke down today. Because if he didn't, the day might come when he couldn't face the dragon hunter pirates alone. Clang! Ryunosuke was knocked back by a wave of freezing force. Not bad, he muttered, steadying himself. But ice, huh? I wonder if you can handle, boom. Before he could finish, a massive fist came out of nowhere. Tsukuyomi leapt in front of his master, but it didn't matter. Both were blown back together, crashing hard into the ground. Ugh! Ryunosuke staggered to his feet, coughing up blood. Damn it, Vice Admiral Garp. Did you have to hit so damn hard? You trying to kill me? He glared up at the man who'd just arrived, Monkey D. Garp, the hero of the Navy. Garp scratched the back of his head. I was in the East Blue, wanted to check in on Luffy. But I got called over for a mission and ended up taking the wrong route. Took a nap and missed the action, he grinned, but I made it just in time. Ryunosuke, come with me to Navy headquarters. I'll make sure you live. Do a few years in Impel Down, maybe even join the Navy someday. His voice was loud, direct, like he was giving an order, not an offer. And his face made it clear he meant every word. Ryunosuke smirked. Vice Admiral Garp, don't you think my tone already told you my answer? Ace, he shouted. That old man's yours, don't let your grandpa drag you back. The air around them flared with heat as a sea of fire erupted, engulfing Garp. I'm not going back with that old fossil, Ace roared. I've come too far. But before he could finish, boom, Garp punched through the flames like they were smoke, his fist slamming into the ice Kuzan had created. Cracks spider webbed across the battlefield. If Kuzan hadn't stabilized it immediately, Garp would have shattered everything with one hit. Admiral Kuzan, Ryunosuke said calmly, looks like Vice Admiral Garp's a bit busy now. Which means it's time for us to finish this. Navy Admiral, hey, nothing special. Ryunosuke's body erupted with a powerful life force. Tsukuyomi, who had been obliterated earlier, was completely restored, his aura even stronger than before. The Magatama floating around Ryunosuke shimmered with strange, new light. Kuzan clenched his jaw. He didn't know what was happening, but he could feel it. Ryunosuke was evolving mid-battle. Shit, Kuzan muttered. His attacks are getting weirder. Ice pheasant flock. Waves of icebirds surged toward Ryunosuke, but before they hit. Don't get distracted, Admiral. The voice echoed directly in Kuzan's mind. And in a flash, his body vanished. When he reappeared, he was locked in Tsukuyomi's arms. What the? His blood began to drain rapidly, his strength fading. Even the ice creatures he'd just summoned shattered into nothing. This thing swapped places with me? Is it a space-type devil fruit? But the reports said he wasn't a devil fruit user. Panic and confusion swirled through Kuzan's mind. He tried to fight back. Ice spikes burst from his body, stabbing into Tsukuyomi's limbs. But it didn't matter. Tsukuyomi's form was made of layered, durable materials. As long as the core remained intact, it couldn't be destroyed. Worse, every drop of life force it absorbed from Kuzan only made it stronger. Ice Age. Kuzan's body began to crystallize, slowly turning into solid ice. A bone-chilling cold instantly spread across the battlefield, freezing everything in its path. Even the flames on Tsukuyomi were snuffed out by the frost. Ace, who was still engaged in combat, stumbled back as the freezing aura engulfed the area. You've gotta be kidding me, old man, Ace barked, gritting his teeth. You really needed an admiral just to fight me? TCH. I'm out. I'm not dealing with this bullshit. The moment Kuzan activated Ice Age, Ace quickly backed off, retreating from the battle. Fortunately for him, Garp's attention wasn't on Ace right now, which gave him the perfect chance to escape. Given Ace's identity and the current situation, chasing him down wasn't a priority. The real threat was the man standing calmly in the middle of the icy fog. Ryunosuke. A strange, otherworldly energy swirled around him, creating a protective barrier that kept the frost at bay. Had it not been for that, Ice Age would have frozen him solid. Oh, that was your big move? Ryunosuke smirked as he slowly stepped out of the mist, completely unaffected. Not gonna lie. Recycling these tired-ass attacks? kinda boring. Kuzan, who had just returned to his elemental form, moved quickly to distance himself from Tsukuyomi. But before he could react further, Ryunosuke casually strolled up beside the frozen creature. Raising one hand, he placed it gently on the ice. Boom! The massive sculpture shattered like glass under his touch. In the blink of an eye, Tsukuyomi reformed behind him, completely intact, as if Kuzan's attack had never happened. Kuzan's expression grew darker. He'd clearly sensed Tsukuyomi's aura vanish during the earlier exchange, but now it was back, as if nothing had happened at all. "Damn it," Kuzan muttered. "Hold him off, Kuzan." Garp suddenly barked from a distance. "I'm going after the others. I'll come back and help you when I'm done." Without another word, Garp turned and sprinted toward the other battlefront, where Gion and the other were locked in a fierce fight. They were being stalled by Hawkins and Najenda, while Kuina and Akame tore through the navy like they were slicing paper. If Garp didn't step in now, the entire naval task force could get wiped out. Despite being women, Kuina and Akame were ruthless in battle, cold, calculating, and efficient. But then again, who wouldn't fight back when the navy came knocking to take your head? "Najenda, Garp's heading your way," Hawkins shouted in warning. "Keep your guard up, don't get killed." "Thanks for the tip," Najenda yelled back, continuing her relentless assault on Tokikaki. With Susanoo backing her up, she was absolutely overwhelming the veteran vice admiral. Despite his rank and experience, Tokikaki couldn't keep up. If he hadn't been tough as nails, Najenda would have crushed him by now. Suddenly, Garp landed on the warship with a loud boom, immediately locking eyes on Akame. He had been using observation haki throughout the fight and had already identified her as a top threat. Akame was infamous for her one-strike kill technique. If you let her swing that sword, you were done. Garp had one goal: get that blade out of her hands. "Death," Hawkins muttered grimly. His cards had already predicted it. Whether it was Akame, himself, or even the Dragon Hunter pirates as a whole, the future showed only death. But it was strange. The vision was absolute death, yes, but hidden within it was a bizarre glimmer of life. As if something was quietly defying fate. When Hawkins looked back at Ryunosuke, he noticed something strange. The man looked calm, completely unbothered. For some reason, seeing that expression gave Hawkins a sense of peace. If Ryunosuke wasn't panicking, then maybe, just maybe, it wasn't over yet. Still, he turned back to face Gion. He had to keep her occupied, no matter what. She was strong, too strong for him to take lightly. Even after taking a hit from Crollo earlier, Gion's battle prowess remained terrifying. Right now, if the Dragon Hunter pirates had a weak link, it was Hawkins himself. "This is it, little girl," Garp said, grabbing Akame's wrists with terrifying force. "You're not a devil fruit user. This is the only way I can catch you." Crack! Without hesitation, he snapped her arms, then slapped sea-stone cuffs onto her wrists. With the chain looped tightly, he tossed her aside like trash. "One down," he said coldly. "Next up, Kuina." Though Kuina's swordsmanship was elite, she couldn't break through Garp's armament haki. His fists were like iron. Before long, she suffered the same fate, arms broken, chained up, and dumped on the deck. As Garp finished cuffing the second woman, Najenda smiled faintly. "Well then," she said, backing away from Hu Shaoshan, "if I defect right now, do I still have a chance?" Before anyone could respond, she teleported, reappearing instantly behind Hawkins. Susanoo materialized and seized him by the head. Thwack! With a sickening crunch, Hawkins collapsed, blood pooling beneath him. Everyone froze. Gion's eyes widened. Tokikaki stood in stunned silence. "What the hell just happened? You're betraying the Dragon Hunter pirates. Hoping to cut a deal?" Garp asked slowly, voice low and dangerous. His expression darkened. That was her partner, murdered right in front of him. "Not enough." Najenda raised a brow. "Then how about one more?" Before anyone could react, Susanoo grabbed another figure, Ace. The poor bastard had barely escaped one fight, only to be captured again. This time, Najenda bound him with a sea-stone chain as well. "Old man. What the hell?" Ace shouted, panic creeping into his voice. "Why is she betraying us now?" He looked at Garp desperately. He'd spent enough time aboard Ryunosuke's ship to know everyone's personalities. Sure, they were all eccentric as hell, but loyal? They were die-hard loyal to Ryunosuke. So why now? Why was she doing this? He's just a pirate, Garp said, almost mechanically. Why do you? Crack. Before he could finish, Ace's head was crushed like a melon in Susanoo's hand. Blood sprayed across the deck. 2 kills. Both her own crewmates. If that's still not enough, Najenda said, her eyes cold and empty, I'll kill my captain next, if that's what you want. Just then, Akame and Kuina reappeared in front of her, teleporting without a trace. No sound. No warning. Just cold silence. Even Garp, a seasoned veteran who had witnessed countless brutal battles, was frozen in place. What just happened? Ace, his grandson in all but name, was dead. Killed by a pirate. Right in front of him. The man he raised. The man he loved like family. And that bastard dared to, Vice Admiral Garp. What should we do? Tokikaki asked, panic creeping into his voice. Everything had gone off the rails. The situation was a complete disaster. If someone that powerful had been fighting with them, maybe they could have taken down Ryunosuke. But instead, they were watching a massacre unfold. And this so-called ally? He just killed his own crewmates like flipping a switch. How the hell were they supposed to trust someone like that? I don't accept your surrender, Garp growled, teeth clenched. You killed Ace. Get ready to die. In an instant, a terrifying pressure exploded from Garp's body. Boom. 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 Lower-ranking Marines collapsed on the spot. Even the wounded, who had been clinging to consciousness, fell like dominoes. Conqueror's Haki, of course. He's Garp. The hero of the Marines. The face of the Navy. Having Conqueror's Haki is only natural. As Garp's overwhelming aura swept the battlefield, Najenda didn't hesitate. She went straight for Akame and Kuina, killing both with precision and reclaiming their swords. But the moment they fell, Garp appeared in front of her like a ghost. Boom. One punch. Before Susanoo could even react, Najenda was sent flying. Blood sprayed through the air. Susanoo lunged forward, catching her mid-air. Najenda. I'm okay. Just be careful, babe, it's already too late. Before she could finish her sentence, Garp was already there again. Another punch was coming fast. This time, Susanoo intercepted the blow. Is Vice Admiral Garp really this terrifying? Gion muttered, her eyes wide. To her, Garp had always been the goofy, unreliable type. She had trained under him when she was young, knew his lazy, joking demeanor all too well. He never got mad. Always chill, always patient, even when they screwed up during training. But this was a side of Garp she'd never seen before. He's back, someone whispered. Back then, Garp was the guy chasing the Pirate King all over the world, Tokikaki said, dragging his exhausted body over. Even compared to the current admirals, he's not much weaker. Hell, I doubt even the admirals would want to fight him head-on. Najenda, who had just overpowered Tokikaki minutes ago, now looked completely helpless against Garp. So this is the gap between us and the Navy's top combat power? Gion whispered, gripping her weapon tighter. She had thought she was strong. She was already a vice admiral, after all. But now, she realized just how wide that gap still was. Why is that guy so calm? Tokikaki muttered. He glanced at Ryunosuke, still locked in combat with Kuzan. There was no fear on his face. No anger. No panic. Even after losing several crewmates. He was smiling, still smiling. What the hell is this guy? A monster. This is the scariest pirate I've ever seen, Gion whispered. Most pirates. They at least feel something. But this guy. He has no emotions. Just minutes ago, they were actually fighting this crew. Kuzan, Ryunosuke called out casually, if this is all you've got, then the Navy's about to lose an admiral. Pure Yang Flame. Ryunosuke held up a card. A pillar of fire shot into the sky, condensing into a massive fireball that rushed straight toward Kuzan. Feeling the searing heat, Kuzan's eyes narrowed. He immediately launched a counterattack. Ice Age. Glacial waves surged from his palms, surrounding the fireball with bone-chilling cold. He watched carefully, finally letting out a breath. Crisis averted. Wait. Boom, too late. Kuzan's eyes widened. He had taken his attention off Ryunosuke for a second, and that's all it took. Bam! Tsukuyomi and Ryunosuke struck him in unison, sending Kuzan flying across the battlefield. Ryunosuke stood calmly on the ice, because Garp was approaching. And in his grip was Najenda, limp, unconscious. Ryunosuke, Garp said coldly. What exactly are you trying to do? Ace was just killed by this woman, and your crew, she killed them too. Ryunosuke tilted his head. Ace is dead? Really? Old man, don't be mad, weren't they all just pirates? Why are you, a naval hero, mourning pirates? Where's the justice you always talk about? His voice was light, mocking, but his words hit hard. Garp stopped in his tracks. His grip tightened, his jaw clenched. Justice. Yes, by the Navy's standards, everyone who had just died was a pirate, criminals. There was no reason to mourn them, but still, they were his family. How could he not be angry? How could he not grieve? And worse, Ryunosuke, the one standing in front of him now, he'd change. Garp didn't recognize this man anymore. Yo, old man. Are you sad for me? A voice cut through the air. Garp's eyes widened. Ace. He turned. There, standing beside Ryunosuke, was Ace. Grinning like an idiot. Come on, old man. I thought you didn't care when I died, Ace said, scratching his head. Thanks, but I'm still a pirate. Flames danced around his body as he smirked. He didn't hesitate, he stood right beside Ryunosuke. Brother Ryunosuke. That sucked, Ace muttered, dusting himself off. Let's not use that trick again unless we have to. Akame walked up next, her expression still shaken. Najenda appeared beside her, holding out their swords. Here, Akame. Your sword. Kuina's too. Garp glanced down at the body he had been holding. Najenda. Except now, it had already crumbled into dust. And standing before him were all the crewmates he thought had been killed. Including Ace. What the hell just happened? Garp's observation haki had clearly confirmed it, those people were dead. Even if Najenda had pulled off some strange trick when killing them, she herself had definitely been beaten to death. Garp had held her lifeless body in his own hands just moments ago. And yet, there she was, standing right in front of him. The bizarre scene made even the experienced Garp hesitate in disbelief. Well, to be fair, Ryunosuke said with a calm smile, I don't think our dragon hunter pirates have really done anything that bad, right? In the East Blue, your navy came after us first. We just defended ourselves, plain and simple. Then your guys didn't fight back, and yeah, they got killed. And Vice Admiral Guion? She came at us on her own, we didn't provoke her. In fact, we let her go out of respect, didn't want any beef with the Navy. And now you're here trying to block our path again. What, do you think we're easy pickings? From the day Ryunosuke and his crew set sail, they hadn't done anything particularly evil. Sure, they hid some merchant ships. But only those tied to corrupt nobles. They even liberated a ship full of slaves. Hell, they'd done unpaid work for the Navy. Helped them out and didn't get a single reward in return. Now that they were on the Grand Line, they hadn't even gotten a chance to stir up any real trouble, yet the Navy was already coming after them. As for the situation with Morgans, well, the guy was a big shot in the underground world, not some government official. He didn't fall under world government or Navy jurisdiction. Given all that, even Garp was starting to think Ryunosuke might not be as guilty as everyone assumed. If that's really the case, Garp asked, his voice calm, then why form a pirate crew at all? Ryunosuke, with your strength, if you came to Marineford. Stop. Ryunosuke cut him off cold. Old man, I've got my own beliefs, my own path. I'm not gonna be some dog for the world government. That last word, dog, hung in the air. Garp let out a deep sigh. Yeah, that was how most people saw the Navy these days. No matter how righteous they claimed to be, no matter how many pirates they captured, at the end of the day, they served the world government. That's also why Garp had never accepted a promotion to admiral. He didn't want to be some bureaucrat's puppet. But there were limits to how far he could go. If he pushed too hard, it wouldn't just be insubordination, it would be full-on rebellion. And his own sense of justice wouldn't let him take that step. In that case, Garp said, his tone now resolute, I'll do what I must. I'll bring you in using my own power." As soon as he said it, an overwhelming pressure erupted from his body, pure, unrelenting haki. "Conqueror's haki, huh?" Ryunosuke chuckled. "As expected from you, old man. But you might want to hold off for a sec. I've got help arriving." Ryunosuke pointed up toward the sky. A distant caw broke the tension. Garp looked up and saw a news coup. One of the newspaper delivery birds, circling overhead before landing in front of him, dropping a sealed report. "What the hell is this?" Garp unfolded the paper and began to read. His expression went from puzzled to shocked, then to furious. "Ryunosuke, you actually, boom." Before he could finish, Garp slammed his fist into the frozen sea. The impact shattered the ice beneath them. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke and his crew leapt back aboard their sinister-looking warship. "Mr. Garp," Ryunosuke called out casually, "we don't want to keep fighting. If I really wanted to push this, I could probably keep you tied down here for a while. Not that I'd enjoy it. I mean, Ace is your dumbass grandson and Luffy's your idiot of a grandson too. So fighting you, honestly, just a pain." "You expect me to believe you'll leave this kingdom untouched?" Garp demanded, ripping the paper in half, his fury unhidden. Ryunosuke gave a small nod. "I give you my word. And hey, I've still got a bit of credibility left. So relax, Vice Admiral. No need to worry. Oh, and by the way, I'm not the only one in the Dragon Hunter pirates. There are other monsters in my crew. So if the Navy ever wants to make another move, maybe think twice, yeah?" Just then, Ace stepped forward and launched a wave of scorching flames onto the ice, melting a path through the sea. Their warship set sail once more, slowly disappearing from view. Garp remained there, standing on a lone chunk of ice, still in shock. The sea had already begun to thaw from the heat of his attack. "Vice Admiral Garp, why?" Kuzan approached cautiously, but before he could finish, Garp handed him the report. The kingdom of Boruto was being held hostage. Dragon Hunter pirates. 2nd Division Captain, Crollo? Kuzan's expression shifted. Now he understood why Garp had let them go. If the fight had continued, the whole kingdom would have gone up in smoke. "This makes sense now," Kuzan muttered. "Vice Admiral Garp truly is the coolest man alive." Because truthfully, Garp could have taken them all out. But he didn't. He made the hard choice, for the people. "No," Garp said with a wearied tone. "Even if there weren't a kingdom at stake, it wouldn't be easy to bring them down. You saw it too. Those dead crew members were resurrected. I don't know what ability that is, but judging by Ryunosuke's condition, there doesn't seem to be any real drawback." Garp sighed again. He didn't want to believe it, but it was true. And Ryunosuke, he was already at a level where he could go toe-to-toe with the Navy Admiral. His crewmates weren't far behind either. Some of them might even be stronger than Ace. A pirate crew like that, it wouldn't be long before they ruled the seas. Maybe that man's prediction would come true after all. Garp stared out in the direction the ship had vanished, his thoughts spiraling. Peruru. Peru. His Dendenmushi buzzed to life. "Sengoku. Failed, huh? Come back," Sengoku said simply. Garp was surprised at how calm his voice was. But he understood. Sengoku already knew. This was the only choice they had. Back to Marineford, then. Garp turned and walked back to the warship, then laid down with a heavy sigh, already half asleep. On the deck of the evil warship, the atmosphere buzzed with energy as a new face stepped forward. "Let me introduce you all," Ryunosuke said, gesturing toward the quiet man behind him. "This is our new 3rd Division member, Jigokudo, Naraka Path. The actual captain of the 3rd Division is still on their way," he added, "but for now, Jigokudo will be joining us directly under my orders." Ryunosuke turned back toward the others. His ability is called King of Hell. He pointed toward the eerie, gaping mouth of a massive King of Hell statue behind Jigokudo. "If any of us stores our blood inside that thing's mouth, Jigokudo can bring us back to life when we die." Everyone's eyes widened in shock. "And there's more. If we capture enemies alive and feed them to King of Hell, it'll extract all their intel." Ryunosuke grinned. "He's the first practical support unit of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Our ace in the hole. Jigokudo. Originally part of Pain's squad in the Naruto world, revived and reborn as a new man after joining Ryunosuke's crew. Wait, so the reason we came back to life just now was because of brother Jigokudo? Kuina asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Yeah, although the whole thing was creepy as hell, Najenda said, rubbing her head with a wry smile. Still, no real issues with the resurrection. But if I can help it, I'd rather not go through that again. This was part of a contingency plan Ryunosuke had laid out from the very start, one that only the dragon hunter pirates could pull off. Each of them had left 5 drops of blood in the King of Hell's mouth. That meant every member could be revived 5 times. Those 5 lives bought time, enough time for Crollo to make his moves in the background. If Garp really didn't give a damn about the citizens of the kingdom, fine. Ryunosuke had a backup plan for that, too. He'd melt the ice covering the sea and force the Navy's hand. Jigokudo would retreat with the warship while the crew distracted the Navy, then resurrect everyone again if needed. It sounded dangerous, but Ryunosuke had accounted for everything. And the payoff? Just this one battle had earned Ryunosuke a cool 30,000 reputation points. And that was before the news of the fight with the Navy admiral even spread. Once word got out that Ryunosuke held his own against an admiral, his representative would skyrocket. At that point, he might even be considered on par with the Shichibukai, or higher. With the Navy upping his bounty, and his name spreading across the seas, who knows? Maybe some wild fanboy like that freak Bartolomeo might try to join the crew. Reputation equals growth. The stronger their rep, the more fame and points Ryunosuke earned. And more points meant more power. It was a cycle, a damn good one. Captain, is there anything you want me to do? Jigokudo asked, stepping up. I mean, is there even anything I need to be doing here? In his old life, Jigokudo had been just another puppet, literally. Nagato's tool, without will, without freedom. Now he had a second shot. Ryunosuke had already explained what kind of world he'd landed in: pirates, chaos, the sea. But aside from being a backup during battles, Jigokudo wasn't sure where else he fit in. Ryunosuke paused, then nodded. Your job now is to get familiar with your powers. Adapt to your new abilities. Work on your physical training, too. You're our lifeline on the battlefield, Jigokudo. You're not allowed to die. I understand, Captain. Before Jigokudo could ask any more questions, Najenda stepped forward. I'm Najenda, Captain of the 1st Division. Since your own captain hasn't arrived yet, I'll be handling your training. She glanced at Ryunosuke. He's got bigger things to worry about right now. She was right. After that last battle, things were going to heat up. There'd be eyes on the dragon hunter pirates, powerful ones. Only Ryunosuke could handle the planning needed to deal with what was coming. He had access to information no one else did, intelligence that would give them the edge. A crew could be strong, but without strategy? Without intel? They'd be dead in the water. Got it, Jigokudo nodded, following Najenda to begin his training, and to learn about things like hockey and the sea's rules of combat. Ryunosuke watched them go with a faint smile. It really was good to have reliable crew members. Then he glanced at Ace, currently face deep in a hunk of grilled meat, sauce all over his face. He sighed. Ace, get your ass over here. Ace looked up, startled. He quickly wiped his greasy mouth and jogged over. What's up? He asked, blinking. Didn't we just finish the fight? I thought this was break time. Ace honestly didn't care too much about what the dragon hunters were doing. He was just a guest, tagging along for a bit. His real place was with Whitebeard's crew. Blackbeard's here, Ryunosuke said bluntly, somewhere in this sea. And he's definitely watching us, waiting for the right time to strike. You seriously forgot what you came out here for? Ryunosuke gave him a tired look. What started as Ace's problem was slowly becoming his headache, too. Blackbeard? Nah, no way, Ace scoffed. He's a pirate now, same as us. He wouldn't dare show his face here. If he runs into Pops, he's screwed. Old man would beat him to a pulp. He paused, though yeah, Pops is probably pissed as hell right now. Just thinking about Garp's furious expression made Ace's head throb. Back when they were kids, Garp used to beat them black and blue. Those memories weren't fun. No, trust me. He'll come, Ryunosuke said flatly. The dragon hunter pirates haven't fully established themselves yet. And Blackbeard's the kind of guy who thrives on opportunities like that. Besides, the world government's offering a Shichibukai seat to anyone who can capture me. He smiled coldly. You think Blackbeard's the kind of guy who'd pass up a golden ticket like that? Shit, Ace muttered, eyes narrowing. And now that he knows who you are, that you're Whitebeard's son, he'll try to use you. Set something up to distract the Whitebeard pirates and throw them off his trail. Ryunosuke's tone dropped, serious. If he lets himself get caught, he's dead. This is his only move. Ace clenched his fists. Alright, so where do we find him? He was finally getting serious. Originally, Ace had a whole plan. But ever since he started hanging out with Ryunosuke, it felt like his brain stopped working. He was relying more and more on his big bro to figure things out. Not that he minded. That's what older brothers were for, right? After hearing what Ace said, Ryunosuke couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment wash over him. Now he truly understood why Garp couldn't hold back from beating the crap out of these guys sometimes. Faced with such a clueless brother, Ryunosuke also felt the urge to throw hands. Let's just keep sailing, he said flatly. Just wanted to give you a heads up. With that, he turned and headed back to the cabin for a bath. If he stayed any longer, he might actually lose control and punch Ace in the face. A week passed in the blink of an eye. I just realized how damn annoying it is without that newsbird delivering the paper. Ryunosuke had been waiting for a week to see the updated bounty posters, eager to know how much their heads were worth now. Then it hit him. They'd eaten the newsbird, and pissed off Morgans. Now, the damn bird wouldn't even fly near their ship. The moment it spotted the Dragon Hunter pirate's flag, it did a full U-turn and vanished. Can't blame it. No one wants to end up as birds do. Peru. At that moment, Crollo's call came through. Captain, I've seen the new bounty posters, Crollo said. I took a shot with the video Den Mushi and sent it over. Ryunosuke picked up the Mushi and watched. Captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates, the evil captain, Ryunosuke, bounty, 600 million berries. First Division Captain, Iron Hand Najenda, bounty, 450 million berries. First Division Member, Akame, 1 Strike Killer, bounty, 380 million berries. Second Division Captain, the Controller, Crollo, bounty, 480 million berries. And finally, Whitebeard Pirates, 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace, bounty, 800 million berries. Ryunosuke blinked. Not only had his own bounty increased, but Ace's had skyrocketed. Crollo, you got any clue why Ace's bounty suddenly jumped? He asked, frowning. If it's because of his identity, it should be even higher. But Garp wouldn't just expose that, right? No idea yet, Crollo replied. I'm on my way from the kingdom of Boruto. Strange things are happening lately. How so? Every pirate crew we run into turns tail the second they see our flag, Crollo said, calm as ever. Also, I recruited some new crew. But had to kill them. Navy plans. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. The Navy tried to infiltrate us? Yeah. Sent pirates undercover. But they came to me. Crollo chuckled darkly. I sniffed them out easy. Mind abilities are real handy. Ryunosuke leaned back, exhaling slowly. The Navy actually tried to sneak spies into the Dragon Hunter pirates. That was a bold move, and one he hadn't seen coming. Got it. Keep sailing. Find us a decent stop, and Crollo, he added, head to Alabasta. Be there in a month. Understood. Oh, Captain, Crollo said, voice laced with curiosity. I've seen a lot of interesting things lately. If I like something, can I keep it? Ryunosuke narrowed his eyes. You mean devil fruits and ability users? Exactly. You can collect devil fruits, sure. But there's no need to keep the people. Their powers vanish when they die, and the fruits get reborn. I see. Still, forming a devil fruit unit could be useful. I'll look into it. Fine. Do as you please. Ryunosuke ended the call there. He glanced at Ace, who was fast asleep nearby. With a bounty of 800 million on his head, the idiot was still snoring like a baby. Elsewhere, on an island deep within the Grand Line. Teach, are you hesitating because you're not confident you can take down the Dragon Hunter pirates? Lafitte asked, his expression puzzled. He hadn't expected Blackbeard to change plans so suddenly. Take them down, Teach scoffed. Even Garp had to step in. You think I'm stupid? The government's been hiding their real strength? He shook his head. 600 million berries, please. Their actual power might rival the 4 emperors. Laffitte's brow furrowed. So if we go after them now, we're just walking into death. Exactly, Teach said coldly. Back when I was on the run from Whitebeard's crew, things were already dicey. Now, with the dragon hunters in play, we're up against 2 monsters. He paused, fear flickering in his eyes. Most pirates can't see it yet, but I can. These guys are not to be messed with. So you want to go to the Navy headquarters? Lafitte asked. You really think they'll agree to team up with pirates? If something goes wrong, the Navy's the one that'll take the heat, Teach replied. And honestly, it's our safest bet. Burgess wandered over, scratching his head. You sure Pops would attack the Navy just to get you back? Not sure, Teach said with a shrug. But at least in the Navy's custody, I won't get stomped by Whitebeard. Doc Q walked over, smiling faintly. No complaints here. I actually respect your guts, Teach. Let's see how it plays out. The rest of the Blackbeard pirates nodded. Whether they fully agreed or not, they recognized Teach's leadership. Before heading to the Navy headquarters, though, Teach had one more thing to do. Something that would prove his value to the Navy and ensure they took his offer seriously. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the world once more. The Navy was in crisis. Kaido had taken advantage of their battle with the Dragon Hunter pirates to launch a sneak attack on Impel Down. He'd broken in and freed countless criminals before being stopped by Magellan. But even Magellan couldn't contain everything. The 3 calamities had overwhelmed the jailers, and many inmates had escaped in the chaos. Restoring Impel Down, and hunting down the escapees, became the Navy's top priority. For a time, the Grand Line descended into pure chaos, all thanks to the Dragon Hunter pirates. Another week had passed. Ryunosuke and his crew finally arrived at the desert kingdom of Alabasta. For most people, it would be hard to understand how a place like this could become an ally of the world government, especially since it was originally established by one of the celestial dragons. But if you knew the secret this kingdom held, the ancient weapon Pluto, it would make a whole lot more sense. Right now, though, Alabasta had practically become the private domain of Baroque works. It all started when Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, used the infamous dancing powder incident to discredit and dethrone the king. After that, he set his sights on locating Pluto, hidden somewhere in this land. And yet, after all this time, the bastard still hadn't found a damn thing. Clearly, Crocodile's goal was Pluto. That much was obvious. But when Ryunosuke considered the years Baroque works had been in Alabasta without any progress, he couldn't help but feel a bit baffled. Weren't they supposed to be digging for clues all this time? Hey, bro, Ace suddenly said, squinting at the sun-scorched coastline ahead. Didn't you say Blackbeard was gonna meet up with us here? It's been days. Where the hell is he? Ryunosuke shrugged, landing effortlessly on the port. If he hasn't shown up by now, then he's probably not coming. He must be working on something else. But don't worry, Blackbeard's not the type to just sit around. He'll move when he's ready. They had finally reached their destination, and since they were here, Ryunosuke figured it was time to pay Crocodile a little visit. After all, this was pirate territory, and in the pirate world, you always split things 50-50. Plus, they were running low on food again. Ace was a bottomless pit, and if Ryunosuke didn't handle their supply problems soon, the infamous Dragon Hunter pirates might end up starving out at sea. That'd be a hell of a joke. Captain. Rolke came running up, his face slightly flushed from the heat. He'd arrived in Alabasta ahead of the others to prepare supplies. Nearly a month had passed since their last major battle, and he'd been working non-stop to make sure the crew had what they needed. Ryunosuke gave him a nod. How's the situation? Anything we should keep an eye on? Rolke sighed. Yeah. This place doesn't even feel like a kingdom anymore. Baroque Works is running things from the shadows now. No pirate raids, sure, but the people are still being oppressed. He paused, then added, what's weird is that Baroque Works, the rebels, and the Royal Army are all active at the same time. It's like a power struggle on 3 sides. Captain, should we get involved? Ryunosuke thought for a moment before shaking his head. Nah. For now, we stay out of it. This is warlord territory, and I'm not looking for trouble. Yet. Everyone can rest and enjoy the pirate world for a bit. Hawkins, you're with me." With that, he turned and started walking into Alabasta. The crew knew what that meant. Free time. A break from sailing, training, and fighting. A rare vacation. "Let's grab a drink." Najenda cheered. "It's been forever since we had a real break." "I heard there's a great casino in town," someone else said. "And the desert animals here? Supposed to be delicious," Jigokudo added with a grin. And just like that, most of the crew split up to explore the city, leaving behind Rolke, the handyman, and Hawkins. As for Rolke, Najenda claimed he'd already had his fun prepping for everyone else. Poor guy had worked himself to the bone getting supplies. And now he got stuck with ship duty. At that same moment, deep within Baroque Works' hidden base, the Dragon Hunter pirates have arrived, a subordinate reported, and it doesn't look like they're planning to leave anytime soon. Robin stepped into the room, her expression unreadable. "Should we take them out, Crocodile?" The world government had ordered the capture of the Dragon Hunter pirates, but Crocodile had chosen to ignore it. Now that they were on his turf, though, things were a bit more complicated. "Take action," Crocodile snorted. "The Navy couldn't even handle them. Why the hell would I go pick a fight?" He leaned back in his chair. "Still, we should treat them properly, don't you think, Miss All Sunday? Perhaps it's time you made yourself useful." Robin didn't react, but she wasn't surprised. He'd been growing impatient. Their progress in deciphering the ancient texts had slowed to a crawl, and Crocodile knew she wasn't giving it her all. But she was still the only one who could read those damn poneglyphs, and he needed her, for now. "I understand," Robin said calmly. "But if we leave them alone, they might stumble upon our plans." She handed him a notebook, her expression thoughtful. "Here." Crocodile didn't even look up. "Just focus on your job." He flipped through the pages, his mind racing. If he could unlock Pluto's location and claim that weapon, the entire world would tremble. The four emperors, the Marines, even the world government itself, they'd all be nothing compared to him. At that point, the so-called Raftel and the Grand Treasure wouldn't even matter. He would be the one holding all the cards. That was Crocodile's dream. Robin quietly left the room and climbed to the top of a nearby tower. The wind tugged at her cloak as she gazed across the city. The Dragon Hunter pirates, huh? Her voice was barely a whisper, lost in the desert breeze. She needed to meet them. She needed to see for herself what kind of man this Ryunosuke was. The one being called the strongest newcomer on the Grand Line. Because Robin knew something. Once Crocodile got his hands on Pluto, she'd outlived her usefulness. And Crocodile? He didn't keep liabilities around? Back in the desert, Ryunosuke shielded his eyes from the scorching sun. "Hey Hawkins, are you sure your fortune-telling's reliable?" he asked, eyeing the endless stretch of yellow sand. "This doesn't exactly scream hidden treasure to me." Hawkins looked a bit annoyed by Ryunosuke's request. Divination was usually his go-to for predicting good or bad fortune. But now, Ryunosuke was asking him to find something using it. That wasn't exactly how his powers worked. "Captain, this is kinda weird," Hawkins muttered, furrowing his brows. "No matter where we go, it's like, there's something we need all around us." Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. "All around us? You saying there's more than one thing?" "I don't even know what I'm looking for," Hawkins admitted. "But according to my divination, the things around us, they're all somehow connected to your goal. It's never happened like this before." Ryunosuke folded his arms, puzzled. "Wait, could there be more than one poneglyph here?" Hawkins blinked. "Captain, mind telling me exactly what you're searching for? If I had something specific, the results would be more accurate." Ryunosuke didn't hesitate. "Pluton, the ancient battleship." Pluton, Hawkins' face paled the second he heard it. That name wasn't thrown around lightly. One of the three ancient weapons, something countless pirates dreamed of chasing. And now, here, in Alabasta? An ally of the world government, ruled by a king backed by the warlords of the sea, and yet Pluton might be hidden in its sands? Before Hawkins could fully process the implications, the straw figure in his hand suddenly burst apart with a snap. Blood spurted from his mouth. His knees buckled, and it felt like his whole body had been drained of life. "Southwest, it's in the southwest," he gasped. But I'm done for now. No way I can do another reading for a while. Ryunosuke glanced at him, unimpressed. Tisk. Burnt out already? Then he grinned and added, you need to work on your stamina, man. Can't even divine a few times before you start coughing up blood. You better not be wasting it all at night. Without waiting for a reply, Ryunosuke grabbed the lizard that had been casually spectating from the side and tossed it in front of Hawkins. Take a load off. Sit on the lizard. Rest. I'm heading southwest. Once you've recovered a bit, do another reading if you can. Ryunosuke set off across the desert, sand shifting beneath his boots with each step. On the sea, there was no north, south, east, or west. But on an island like this, those directions had meaning, especially with maps drawn by brave navigators who often paid with their lives. He didn't have to go far to realize something. Alabasta was no paradise. The scorching sun here didn't feel like a blessing, it felt like divine punishment. The endless expanse of desert made every movement exhausting. Eventually, Ryunosuke found a hollow beneath a massive rock and decided to rest. He pulled out water and food from his system space, tossing some to the lizard too. It had been carrying Hawkins around, after all. As they rested, Hawkins finally spoke up again, voice weak but serious. Captain, there is information about Pluton here. But it's dangerous. That divination almost killed me. If I push it again, I might not make it back. He paused, then looked Ryunosuke in the eyes. But if it's for you, I'll risk everything, even my life. Ryunosuke glanced over. No need for dramatics. I already know you're loyal. He stood up, scanning the area with sharp eyes. Besides, you're not totally useless. I picked this spot for a reason. Activating his observation haki, Ryunosuke had already sensed something buried deep below the desert sands. I didn't just stop here to eat. He pulled out Aim no Habakiri, his blade gleaming in the desert light. With one clean slash, the ground split open, revealing a massive hole. There it is. What I was looking for. If someone actually set this all up, damn, they're on another level. Without hesitation, Ryunosuke jumped in. Hawkins blinked in confusion but followed anyway. The lizard? He tried to protest, but Hawkins yanked it down with him. Inside the cavern, Ryunosuke pulled out a luminous stone and lit up the chamber. And there it was. A massive poneglyph, right in front of them. A poneglyph. Hawkins stepped forward in awe. Wait, could this be the one that talks about Pluton? The thing was real. No longer legend, just standing right there in the dark. But the text on it was incomprehensible. Those twisted, ancient symbols weren't something just anyone could read. You either had to possess the power to hear the voice of all things, or track down one of the few surviving scholars of Ohara. But Ohara had been wiped out long ago by a buster call from the world government. As far as the world knew, only Nico Robin had survived, the so-called demon child. And she'd been off the radar for years. Assuming we're in the right spot, this has to be it, Ryunosuke muttered, stepping closer. This thing is what we came for. He pressed his palm against the poneglyph's surface. In a flash, the massive stone vanished. Hawkins and the lizard stared, stunned. Ryunosuke turned toward the corridor ahead. The place wasn't just a vault, it was an entire underground structure. Probably ancient Alabasta, long buried beneath the sands of time. He followed the path slowly, taking in the preserved architecture. Eventually, they reached a chamber that looked like a throne room. A single chair sat atop a dais, regal and commanding despite the dust. And when Ryunosuke saw it, his heart skipped a beat. There was a pull, a sense of power, of dominance, of belonging. This, he whispered, stepping forward, is what it feels like, to stand at the top of the world. He climbed the steps and stared down at the throne. This must have been part of Alabasta's original palace, back when the kingdom still stood proud, before it sank into the sand. Captain, Hawkins called out behind him, eyes wide. You think this is the real Alabasta? That would explain everything. Maybe the reason Alabasta gave up its status as a celestial dragon. Maybe the reason they left the world government. Was for this. For Pluton. Ryunosuke stood still, the weight of it all sinking in. Alabasta had secrets. And they were just beginning to uncover them. Once a kingdom of immense power, now reduced to this. All because of a Shichibukai. Time really is something else. It can take the weak and make them strong, and it can crush the mighty until they crumble. Hawkins, let's go. We've got company, Ryunosuke said calmly as he stepped out of the corridor, with Hawkins following. They exited through another path, and before long, a lone figure stood waiting in the desert ahead of them. Even with dusk creeping in, the remaining light was enough to clearly make out the silhouette. The person we're looking for. Nico Robin, right? Ryunosuke said with a slight grin. Nico Robin walked up to meet them. Captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, Ryunosuke, she said, her tone cautious. And Basil Hawkins. Former captain of the Hawkins Pirates, now one of your crew. I assume your appearance in Alabasta isn't just for sightseeing. What exactly are you investigating? She asked, getting straight to the point. Robin had been tracking movements across the seas. Escaping Crocodile wasn't easy, after all. Most assumed Crocodile was just a cruel man with average strength, but Robin knew better. His sand fruit ability, his command of Haki, he kept those well hidden. She'd seen it firsthand during his training sessions. The man was far more dangerous than he let on. With Crocodile still searching for Pluto, she had to be extremely cautious. The only way to get ahead was to understand the sea's shifting intelligence networks. Miss Sunday. Or should I call you Miss Nico Robin? Ryunosuke said casually. Not that it matters much. You've got knowledge about Pluto, don't you? I've got a poneglyph here. I was hoping you'd translate it for me. And just so you know, I can help make your dream come true too. He raised his hand and pulled out a massive poneglyph stone from his system space. You're also after Pluto? Robin asked warily. She stepped forward, then froze as her eyes fell on the poneglyph. This one. It doesn't talk about Pluto, it's Alabasta's historical record. Robin had meant to say more, but the content etched onto the stone completely stole her attention. This was a piece of lost history. Information never seen on any other poneglyph. In that moment, Nico Robin forgot about Ryunosuke, Hawkins, and even the desert lizard behind them. She was utterly consumed by the stone. She just ignored our captain, Hawkins muttered. Let her be, Ryunosuke said calmly, pulling out his blade, aim no habakiri, and starting his own training. Hawkins sighed and leaned back. He was still tired from his earlier fortune-telling session. After all, using devil fruit powers consumed a lot of stamina. If one's body wasn't up to par, overuse could leave you completely drained, or worse, suffering side effects like kidney failure. So, Hawkins took the chance to rest. Time passed slowly. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Alabasta, Luffy's ship had just docked. He was starving. The kind of hunger where he couldn't even remember what life felt like anymore. Back at Whiskey Peak, he'd eaten like a monster, but his fight with Zoro had drained him badly. Add that to the lack of food during their sea voyage, and Luffy was in a full-blown emergency. The first thing he did upon hitting land? Find food? He burst into a restaurant, eyes wild and stomach growling like a beast. In doing so, he sent two men flying, crashing through several walls in the process. The room went silent. The people eating stared, slack-jawed. After all, the ones he just knocked over were not nobodies. One was Portgas D. Ace, 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. The other was Smoker, White Hunter from Navy HQ. Neither of them were the kind of people you wanted to mess with. But Luffy didn't care. He pounced on the food like a demon possessed, scarfing it down with zero regard for the worried shopkeeper. "Ha! Luffy!" A familiar voice laughed. Ace got up, brushing off some dust, and walked over with a grin. He'd been planning to meet Luffy earlier, but he'd run into Ryunosuke on the way. One thing led to another, and he ended up traveling with the Dragon Hunter Pirates for a bit. Still, fate had brought the brothers together again. "Ace!" Luffy shouted joyfully, his mouth still full of food. "Wait, aren't you with Ryunosuke?" "Huh? You came here alone?" Seeing Ace meant Ryunosuke had to be nearby. And for Luffy, that was huge. Outside of his crew, only a few people mattered that much to him. Ace. Sabo. Ryunosuke. Garp didn't count. He was family, sure, but in a whole different category. Sabo had disappeared long ago, presumed dead. So seeing Ace, and knowing Ryunosuke might be here too, filled him with happiness. Yeah, Ryunosuke's here too, Ace nodded. Straw Hat. What's your connection to that damn dragon hunter captain? Smoker stepped into the room, still dusting himself off. His tone was sharp, and his eyes narrowed. The fear, the trauma of dealing with the dragon hunter pirates hadn't left him. The last time they crossed paths, Ryunosuke had stood toe-to-toe with Kuzan. Only the combined force of Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Aokiji had managed to force Ryunosuke to retreat. Since then, Smoker knew better than to underestimate them. Ryunosuke, Luffy grinned, swallowing a chunk of meat. He's my big brother. Smoker's eyes widened, his expression darkening. Big brother? He came here to chase after Straw Hat, but now things had taken a sudden, dangerous turn. The dragon hunter pirates were here. And the situation just got a whole lot more complicated. While Smoker was busy pondering things, Luffy sat there looking just as confused. Wait a minute. Isn't this the part where he's supposed to chase me like a madman? According to everything he knew, Smoker should have charged straight at him the moment he saw him. But instead, the guy was just standing there, spacing out. Hey, whatever. Food first, problems later. With that thought, Luffy went right back to stuffing his face. Smoker finally snapped out of it. Sure, he couldn't beat Ryunosuke. But Luffy? That was a different story. Even with Fire Fist Ace nearby, Smoker had a plan. And Ace didn't seem too eager to fight anyway. But the real kicker? He had just received a new piece of intel. Luffy wasn't just Ace's little brother. He was also the younger brother of that menace, Ryunosuke. If he captured Luffy and handed him over to Marineford, there was no way those two wouldn't show up to rescue him, and with the right trap? They could wipe out both Ryunosuke and Ace in one move. Smoker's eyes narrowed. Straw Hat. I'm outta here, Smoker. Before Smoker could even finish, Luffy grabbed an armful of meat and bolted. Luffy, wait for me, Ace shouted as he ran after him. I still have a ton of stuff to talk to you about. Smoker stood frozen for a second, mouth half open. Did they just run away? Chase him? He barked. Tashigi, you take care of things here. Without another word, he took off with a squad of Marines in tow. His mind was laser-focused. Capturing Luffy now meant everything. That connection to Ryunosuke changed everything. Ah, why is it always me? Tashigi muttered, watching them disappear. She sighed and turned to the shopkeeper. Sorry about the mess. How much did they eat? And, I guess we're paying for the broken wall too. The food comes to 300,000 berries, the owner said, surprisingly calm. And the wall and furniture repairs will run about 50,000 berries. We'll handle the labor ourselves. 350,000 total, huh? Tashigi rubbed her head. I don't have that much on me right now. I've got it, a soft voice interrupted. She turned, startled. No, I couldn't possibly let you. Wait, you are. Her eyes widened when she got a good look at the two women standing behind her. They looked familiar, eerily familiar. Kuina, what's up with your clothes, and your attitude? Akame blinked. It was Akame and Najenda. The pair had gotten separated from Ace earlier. He ditched them during a shopping trip, sneaking off to grab food, which is how he bumped into Luffy. You two, you're Najenda, the first squad captain, and Akame, a combat member. Tashigi had always been bothered by the rumors of a pirate who looked just like her, so when she heard that name, the pieces clicked instantly. Akame narrowed her eyes and drew her blade. You're not our Kuina, she muttered, her aura shifting dangerously. At that moment, a squad of Navy officers rushed in and surrounded the place, just as another figure stepped through the entrance. Kuina. Akame, don't, she said calmly, let's go. Without another word, she pulled her two crewmates away and led them through the hole left behind by Ace and Smoker. Najenda dropped a pouch of berries onto the counter on the way out. Back inside, Tashigi just stood there, still in a daze. They really do look alike, one Marine mumbled. Are they sisters? But Tashigi-san never said she had a sister. More murmurs followed. After all, they had entered the building with Kuina earlier, thinking she was Tashigi. If not for the real Tashigi being there, complete with her unique sword, they would have never known. Well, there was one difference. Kuina's chest was definitely bigger. Outside the town, the three Dragon Hunter members moved quickly. Sis Kuina, who was that chick? Akame asked while munching on a lollipop, clearly still irritated. Najenda didn't ask out loud, but her eyes showed curiosity. The resemblance was impossible to ignore. "She's my sister," Kuina said softly. She didn't elaborate, "It's complicated." Then, changing the subject, she asked, "By the way, have we heard from the captain? It's been almost 2 days, shouldn't we check in?" "Nope," Najenda replied. "He said he'd find us when he was done. Besides, I think he's got something going on in Alabasta. Guess we just enjoy the downtime, then." Kuina smiled. She agreed. Ryunosuke's strength gave their crew enough breathing room to take things slow. Meanwhile, after talking with Luffy and understanding his goal, Ace decided to stick with the Straw Hats for now. Since they were all heading after Crocodile, staying close to Luffy would eventually lead him to Ryunosuke as well. Plus, the three brothers hadn't met in ages. What better time than now? The Straw Hat crew, however, had mixed feelings. Ace was polite, strong, and composed, and Luffy? Well, he was Luffy. They could barely believe these two were brothers. They were like day and night. But still, Ace quickly became a favorite among the crew. His easygoing nature and strength were a big hit. Just as they set a new course to track down Crocodile, a small boat docked at the port. One of its passengers spotted the massive warship belonging to the Dragon Hunter pirates. He jumped on board, eyes gleaming. "This is Ryunosuke Ni's ship." "It really is." Beep beep. Before he could even finish his sentence, a flash of silver light cut through the air. Metal projectiles shot toward him with deadly precision. The man dodged the steel spikes with ease, then looked at his attacker with a calm, amused smile. Rolke stood opposite him, his stance guarded. After all, he had one job here, to protect this place. Hey, don't ask questions. If you're gonna make a move, just do it," the man teased with a grin. What's with all the Dragon Hunter pirates being so damn impatient? The man adjusted his hat casually. "Rolke, right? Official crew member, captain of the handyman team?" Rolke narrowed his eyes, sizing up the stranger. "Who the hell are you?" He could feel the pressure coming off this guy. It wasn't something to take lightly. Rolke might not be one of the stronger members, but he had enough self-awareness to recognize a gap in power. The man smiled wider. "Ah, right. Forgot to introduce myself. My name's Sabo. I'm Ryunosuke's younger brother." He looked up, that same sunny smile spreading across his face. Rolke blinked, stunned. Younger brother. He already knew about Ace, the Fire Fist, being Ryunosuke's younger brother. Then came Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, also called Ryunosuke Big Bro. And now this guy, Sabo. How many damn younger brothers does his captain have? Sabo chuckled, like he could read the confusion right off Rolke's face. "It's not that complicated, is it? Can you tell me where my big brother is? Or at least lend me your Den Mushi?" Rolke stared at the guy for a moment longer, then sighed. The way he smiled, that dumb but confident energy. He looked exactly like Ace and Luffy. Yeah, this guy had to be their brother. "I got a Den Mushi," Rolke finally said. "I'll call the captain for you." Meanwhile, back with Ryunosuke, Nico Robin was still hunched over the ancient stone slab, deciphering its poneglyph script. A whole day and night had passed. To Ryunosuke, this kind of work was a nightmare. If he ever had to pick a career, archaeologist would be dead last. He'd rather be chased across the Grand Line by every admiral in the Navy than sit in a dusty room staring at stone. "Captain, you think Robin's actually making any progress with that thing?" Hawkins asked, arms crossed, voice skeptical. "She hasn't moved in hours." "This ain't like a fight," Ryunosuke shrugged. "You can't just throw hands and get instant results. Deciphering that stuff, hell, I don't get it either." Then his expression hardened. "But don't try changing the subject. Get back to your 500 sit-ups." Hawkins groaned. "But I just finished the 500. Did I stutter?" Ryunosuke shot back. With a frustrated sigh, Hawkins dropped down and resumed his training. He couldn't believe this was his life now. Once a feared pirate captain, now reduced to the Dragon Hunter pirates training dummy. Suddenly, the Den Mushi rang out. Purururu click. "Yo, Rolke. What's up?" Ryunosuke asked, eyeing the snail's face. "Brother Ryunosuke, long time no see," a familiar voice responded. Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. Sabo, you little bastard, you're still alive." His tone wasn't angry, just surprised. "What are you doing here?" Given the state of things, Sabo should have been buried in paperwork and operations. Dragon sure as hell couldn't run everything solo. And as chief of staff, Sabo had no shortage of responsibilities. Yet here he was, in Alabasta of all places. "I just wanted to see you," Sabo said lightly. "Ace is with you, right? Figured I could catch up with him too. Oh, and Luffy's heading to this sea area soon. If he arrives in time, I'd like to see him as well." Ryunosuke chuckled. "Ace should be with Luffy now. I'm not with them. I'm in the desert. You'll find me soon enough," and with that, he ended the call. On the other end, Sabo blinked at the cutoff line and gave a helpless smile. Typical. Ryunosuke had always been like that, even back in the Goa Kingdom. Always doing his own thing, never following the crowd. Even though he wasn't the strongest back then, he was still their big bro. Ace just refused to acknowledge it at the time. But with how powerful Ryunosuke had become, Sabo was sure Ace had come around. "Roll key, right?" Sabo turned to the crewmate. "Thanks for the help. I'm off to find my brother." He leapt off the ship, landing on Alabasta's sandy ground. As he disappeared into the distance, black crows soared overhead, agents of the Revolutionary Army, helping Sabo scout the area. The next morning, Ryunosuke, Sabo finally found him. Nearly a full day later, he was greeted by the sight of Hawkins, panting and drenched in sweat. Was this their rest time? Damn, the dragon hunter pirates don't mess around. Ryunosuke stood, brushing off his pants as he approached Sabo. "You come all this way to talk? Why the hell aren't you surprised?" Sabo blurted. "I'm alive, man. Didn't you all think I was dead?" "If it were Luffy, he'd be bawling right now." Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. "But you're clearly not dead, are you?" He crossed his arms, smirking. "Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. You think I wouldn't know?" Sabo froze, then gave an awkward chuckle. "Guess I underestimated you, big bro." "Since you already know I'm with the Revolutionary Army," Sabo said, getting serious, "then you probably have an idea why I'm here." Ryunosuke didn't say anything. He just sat down in the warm yellow sand, waiting for Sabo to speak. Sitting cross-legged on the warm yellow sand, Ryunosuke looked calm and ready to listen. "Bro," Sabo began, glancing at him seriously, "you're strong now, right? I heard from the leader that you actually escaped from Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Kuzan of the Navy headquarters. With that kind of power, if you joined the Revolutionary Army, it would be a huge boost, right?" Before Sabo could finish, Ryunosuke cut him off sharply. "You already know my answer, don't you?" Sabo looked at him expectantly. If he could use his relationship with Ryunosuke to bring him, and maybe even Ace and Luffy, into the Revolutionary Army, it would massively strengthen their forces. With that kind of support, the movement could gain real momentum. "I'm not interested," Ryunosuke said flatly, raising a hand to shut him down. He had no intention of joining the Revolutionary Army. After all, he was aiming to lead the dragon hunter pirates to the very top of the world. Why the hell would he serve someone else's cause? On top of that, the Revolutionary Army operated in the shadows. Ryunosuke needed fame, a lot of it, to grow stronger and draw more powerful crewmates. Sneaking around wouldn't get him the reputation points he needed. "Bro, save it." Ryunosuke cut in again. "It's not just me. Go ask Ace. Hell, even ask the dumbass Luffy. None of us would say yes. People like them, who carried the Conqueror's haki, had unshakable wills and personal dreams. They wouldn't kneel to anyone. Even Ace, who served under Whitebeard, did so out of love and family, not submission. Garp, for all his faults, stayed with the Navy because he believed in his own kind of justice. No matter who Sabo asked, the answer would be the same: no. TCH, I figured it wouldn't be that easy, Sabo sighed. Then his eyes lit up with curiosity. By the way, big bro, what's the deal with your dragon hunter pirates? Where the hell did you find so many monsters? He gave up on the pitch for now. Better to keep the relationship strong. If the Revolutionary Army ever got into deep shit, maybe Ryunosuke and his crew wouldn't stand by and watch. Besides, Sabo truly valued their bond. They're my crew. My partners, Ryunosuke replied. a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. As for where I found them. He trailed off intentionally, letting the suspense hang. Nearby, Hawkins perked up, clearly curious too. The longer he stayed with the dragon hunter pirates, the more he realized how terrifyingly strong Najenda and the others were. It made him question his own standing. Once a proud supernova and captain, Hawkins was now just a regular crew member, maybe slightly above a deckhand. Same way I got Hawkins, Ryunosuke said with a grin. They were all drawn in by my overwhelming charm. Sabo stared at him, speechless. Ryunosuke's confidence was off the charts, and somehow, it always felt legit. That was the crazy part. Alright, help a little brother out, will you? Sabo tried again. You know how desperate things are for us right now. We need fighters, people who'll stand up to the world government without hesitation. He wasn't giving up. Even if Ryunosuke wouldn't join, maybe he'd lend a hand. I'm not sure I can help in the way you're hoping, Ryunosuke said, shrugging. What you guys really need isn't brute strength. It's leadership, real management talent. Sabo paused, thinking it over. That actually made a lot of sense. Right now, the Revolutionary Army was still in its infancy. Everything they were doing was uncharted territory. They were fumbling around in the dark, making mistakes, then correcting them. That kind of process was slow and painful. They needed structure. Guidance. A system. Wait, bro Ryunosuke. Don't tell me, you're actually gonna join us? Sabo's eyes lit up. No, absolutely not. Ryunosuke waved him off, deadpan. But I can give you something better. He leaned back and pulled out a thick notebook. I'll give you a full action plan. A political system, one that's been tested and improved over generations. Sabo's hopeful excitement froze. Wait, what? He blinked as Ryunosuke began scribbling furiously into the notebook. One by one, he wrote down concepts and ideas from all the political textbooks he'd studied back in his past life, elementary school to university. Things like ideology and morality, political science, ethics and law, anything he could remember, he jotted down. What he was giving Sabo wasn't just some half-baked theory. It was a blueprint forged from centuries of blood, reform, and progress, straight out of his old world. Compared to the One Piece world's political mess, this was revolutionary? Bro Ryunosuke, you came up with all this? Sabo asked in disbelief, flipping through the pages. The content stunned him. It talked about abolishing aristocracy, implementing democratic elections for rulers, chosen by the people, systems of accountability and oversight. Even the king wouldn't be exempt from checks and balances. It was bold. Radical, it shattered everything the current world structure was built on. This is too much, Sabo muttered. You're talking about stripping nobles of their power. Rewriting the system. If we push for this, we'll face even more resistance. He hesitated. The ideas were incredible, revolutionary, even. But the risks, also massive. As someone born a noble, Sabo understood how much power they held. To challenge them this directly, it would be war on another level. Still, he couldn't deny it. Ryunosuke's plan lit a fire in him. Yeah, Ryunosuke said casually, but if you're gonna change the world, you better be ready to shake it from the damn roots. Ryunosuke didn't interrupt Sabo's train of thought. He just stood quietly by, giving him the space he needed. In Ryunosuke's eyes, Sabo was the most reasonable one among the three brothers. And the fact that Sabo had the courage to abandon his noble status? It meant he had the heart to accept what was coming. No destruction, no construction, Ryunosuke suddenly said, his voice steady. Hearing those words, Sabo shot up to his feet like he'd been struck by lightning. No destruction, no construction? Brother, you mean? He didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't have to. The root of the world's problems was crystal clear. The world government was untouchable. The celestial dragons claimed to be descendants of gods. The nobles lived high above the common people. These twisted ideas had shaped the rotten world they lived in. And if that mindset didn't change, even if they took down the world government tomorrow, it wouldn't be long before the world fell back into the same cycle. If that's how it would end up, what the hell was the point of the revolution? Right now, what you need isn't the support of the nobles, Ryunosuke said calmly, his tone sharp. They have their power, their status, and they enjoy the luxuries squeezed from the blood and sweat of civilians. In that case, how many of them do you think would truly side with you for change? If you lean on the nobles, your revolution will be filled with obstacles before it even begins. He wasn't wrong. The Revolutionary Army didn't even have a true base yet, precisely because of this issue. No country dared openly accept them, not with the world government breathing down their necks, ready to crush them at the first sign of rebellion. So the path was clear. Start from the bottom, start with the civilians. Encircle the nobles. Assimilate those who could be turned, and eliminate those who couldn't. There was no such thing as a bloodless revolution. If you wanted to change the world, you had to be ready to spill blood. I finally get it, Sabo muttered, eyes burning. Brother Ryunosuke, you're seriously a monster. He meant it as a compliment. Before, Sabo thought Ryunosuke's confidence was just arrogance. Now, he realized, he couldn't even begin to understand this man. It was like Ryunosuke didn't belong to this world, a literal glitch in the system. And honestly, Sabo wasn't that far from the truth. Ryunosuke was a bug in this world. Alright, Ryunosuke said with a grin, I've helped you figure out what you need to do. Now you've got a choice, stay here, or leave and get started. He didn't pressure Sabo, but if Sabo knew what was good for the Revolutionary Army, he'd head straight back to Dragon and hand over everything he'd learned. Plus, Ryunosuke was looking forward to raking in the reputation points from influencing the entire Revolutionary Army. The thought made him almost giddy. Of course, part of the reason he helped was emotional. But the other part? Yeah, he was chasing those sweet reputation points too. Dragon was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world government's biggest nightmare. If Ryunosuke could shape the ideology of the entire Revolutionary Army, he'd be swimming in reputation points. It was an absolute steal. I'll bring it back, Sabo said, determination flashing in his eyes. But brother Ryunosuke, let me stay on your ship for a while first. He raised his hand, and in a flurry of black feathers, a flock of crows swooped down and snatched the notebook from his grasp, carrying it off to Dragon. At the same time, Sabo pulled out a Den Mushi and started making a call. He explained everything to Dragon, the philosophy, the plan, Ryunosuke's insights. Dragon was immediately intrigued. When he heard that it was Ryunosuke's handiwork, he got even more interested. After all, in just a few short months, Ryunosuke had created legend after legend. The Dragon Hunter pirates had skyrocketed into the ranks of Grand Line's great powers. And unlike other crews that spent years crawling their way up, Ryunosuke's ship was stacked with monsters right from the start. This guy was an enigma, and Dragon knew it, and then, right on cue. Ding! Congratulations! You have been recognized by Dragon, and he intends to use the host's plan as the Revolutionary Army's guiding principle. Reward: 20,000 reputation points. The system notification rang out. Hearing it, Ryunosuke grinned wider. Exactly as he'd predicted, with the Revolutionary Army shifting its approach, he'd keep stacking reputation points like crazy. Man, this was too good. The captain's laughing again, Hawkins said, shaking his head helplessly. Does he do that often? Nico Robin's voice floated over, teasing. She appeared beside Hawkins, a faint smile on her lips, although she looked exhausted. Not that often. Only when he pulls something ridiculous, Hawkins replied. But, Nico Robin, are you done interpreting? Yeah, but I need a break. Robin's voice was barely a whisper now. There were some pretty fascinating discoveries too. Before she could finish, she collapsed onto the floor, instantly falling asleep. She knocked out instantly. Hawkins blinked, stunned. Captain, shush. Ryunosuke cut him off. Let her rest. We've been waiting days already, another few hours won't kill us. Then he turned to Sabo with a grin. Sabo, since you're tagging along, go whip up some food and drinks. From now on, you're officially the handyman of the Dragon Hunter pirates. No freeloaders allowed on his ship. Got it, big bro, Sabo said without hesitation, saluting. He didn't even try to argue, he just dashed off, practically bouncing with excitement. Watching Sabo run off like a happy idiot, Ryunosuke chuckled softly. It was stupid, yeah, but also, pretty damn warm. Alright, Hawkins, enough rest, Ryunosuke said, turning serious again. Back to your physical training, and don't forget what I told you about your devil fruit development. A curse isn't the end of it, there's more potential waiting. With that, Ryunosuke pulled out a deck of tarot cards, ready to guide Hawkins deeper into his training. Of course, he wasn't slacking off on his own training either. It wasn't until evening that Nico Robin finally woke up. And she was awakened by hunger. "Robin, you're awake." Hawkins quickly moved toward her, arms full of food. "Come on, eat something. Do you want meat, fruit, or vegetables? It's all ready for you." Robin, still groggy and starving, blinked at Hawkins in confusion. His sudden enthusiasm threw her off completely. Sure, she had shown interest in working with Ryunosuke and his crew. But they hadn't even officially cooperated yet, and even if they had, wasn't it supposed to be just a business relationship? Now this guy was treating her like royalty. What the hell was going on? Subconsciously, Robin shifted her questioning gaze toward Ryunosuke. As the captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates, he had to know what was happening. "Hawkins is just like that," Ryunosuke said with a chuckle. "He's looking for a way to slack off. Eat up. Your body's the priority right now." Hawkins, in fact, was suffering under Ryunosuke's brutal training schedule. His deal had been clear. If Robin woke up and got moving, Hawkins could finally rest. After endless drills and no mercy, his scrawny body was close to falling apart. That's why Hawkins had been keeping his observation hockey locked on Robin throughout the training, desperate for her to wake up. The moment she stirred, he jumped on the opportunity. Oh, I see," Robin mumbled, still not fully understanding but too hungry to care. She sat up and quickly devoured everything Hawkins had prepared. Only after the last bite did she feel somewhat human again. Finally, Robin wiped her mouth and got down to business. "Captain Ryunosuke," she began, her tone serious, "this is indeed a historical text. It records the history of Alabasta." She paused, glancing at him. Specifically, it explains why the royal family chose to leave Mariajoy and settle here. "Can I share the details now?" "Of course," Ryunosuke said warmly. "Sabo's my brother, and Hawkins is my crew. You can trust both of them, absolutely." "Absolute trust," Robin echoed in her mind, stunned. The words hit everyone present like a hammer. Hawkins felt a surge of pride. Being trusted so deeply by Ryunosuke, he would have thrown himself into a fire without hesitation. Sabo, meanwhile, felt a pang of guilt. After all, he'd initially approached Ryunosuke hoping to pull him into the Revolutionary Army. Hearing that trust so openly declared made him feel incredibly small. And Robin, poor Robin, didn't even know what trust really felt like. All her life, people had used her abilities or tried to sell her out for a bounty. She had never once been treated like this. An unfamiliar warmth swelled in her chest, mixing with envy, gratitude, and confusion. Why are you all staring at me like that?" Ryunosuke asked, looking genuinely baffled. "Did I grow a second head or something?" The three snapped out of it, awkwardly laughing or turning away. "It's nothing," Robin said quickly. "I'll start explaining what I found." She took a deep breath and pushed away the emotions swirling inside her. The text says that the royal family of Alabasta left Marijoa to prepare for the arrival of a true god. Ryunosuke frowned. True god? What the hell does that mean? Are we talking about a person? Or is it some kind of event? He crossed his arms, thinking hard. Sure, in this world, the term god got thrown around a lot. Celestial dragons called themselves descendants of gods. Enel claimed he was a god of thunder and hell. Even Usopp got called great god sometimes. But this didn't sound like anything he already knew. And as someone who was practically a walking one-piece encyclopedia, that was saying something. If the king of Alabasta, Nefertari Cobra, knew about it, then it was serious, dead serious. There's more, Robin continued. The text also mentions a being named I Am, an existence that absolutely cannot be defeated. At that, Ryunosuke's expression darkened. I Am. The mysterious ruler sitting atop the world government, the one even the five elders bowed to. An existence hidden from the world, yet controlling everything from the shadows. But if this text mentioned I Am from hundreds of years ago, did that mean this I Am had lived since then? Or was it a title passed down? Either way, it was a mind-bending revelation. Originally, Ryunosuke hadn't thought too much about coming to Alabasta. He wasn't even interested in the ancient weapon Pluto. He just wanted to absorb the warship remnants for his own purposes. But now, gods? I am? A royal family abandoning their divine status? This was bigger than anything he'd expected. Robin spoke again, her voice quieter. Captain Ryunosuke, I think we need to start planning. Soon, the Straw Hat Pirates will arrive here. Before she could finish, Ryunosuke cut her off. I know. Robin blinked, startled. Straw Hat Pirates, he said calmly, they'll beat Crocodile. He paused, then looked at her with a rare hint of warmth in his usually unreadable eyes. And you, he added, voice low but firm, you'll find what you're looking for if you join them. Robin couldn't help but stare at him in disbelief. Seriously, the Straw Hats? That little ragtag group? Taking down Crocodile? One of the 7 warlords of the sea? It sounded insane. From what she knew, they were strong for rookies, sure. But not on Crocodile's level. Facing him was basically suicide. And yet, Ryunosuke spoke as if it were inevitable. Moreover, how did he know what she wanted? At this moment, Robin hadn't revealed anything about her true goals. But somehow, he already understood. You'll get the trust you're looking for on that guy's ship, Ryunosuke said. And more than that, if you stay with them, you'll have a real chance to reach your dream. Don't worry, you'll end up as one of their crew members. Robin's heart trembled slightly. Dream. He chuckled lightly. Besides, Luffy. That idiot. He'll protect you. With his life if he has to. Leaving those words behind, Ryunosuke turned and disappeared without another glance. Hawkins and Sabo quickly followed after him. The desert winds howled, sweeping yellow sand across the barren land. Robin brushed a few strands of hair behind her ear, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. The Straw Hat Pirates, huh? She smiled faintly. Guess I'll give it a shot. This guy. If he knows that what I want is trust, maybe there'll be a surprise waiting for me. Muttering to herself, Robin's figure slowly faded into the desert. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke and his crew were on the move, searching for Nefertari Cobra. They needed to hear the truth straight from the king's mouth. The information they'd just uncovered could only be verified by him, and might even lead to something far more valuable. As for Crocodile wouldn't just sit quietly if Ryunosuke tried to contact Cobra. A clash was inevitable. And honestly, Ryunosuke was looking forward to it, a 50-50 fight? He wanted to see just how strong Crocodile really was. Before long, Ryunosuke and the others arrived at a bustling city. Bro, isn't this a casino? Sabo asked, tilting his head as he looked up at the towering building. Rain dinners, right? The palace is still a long way from here. You're planning to head straight for Crocodile? Sabo's face was full of confusion. According to their original plan, they should have been heading to Alubarna, not the rain dinners. Ryunosuke grinned. It's not like I don't want to go straight to the palace. But if we show up without a gift, do you really think the king's gonna believe a damn word we say? He scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. I'm a pirate, after all. As proud as he was of that title, Ryunosuke knew the reality. Pirates didn't exactly inspire trust. If you wanted people to believe you, you had to show them something real, something they couldn't ignore. Right now, the biggest and flashiest gift in Alabasta was Crocodile himself. If Ryunosuke to Cobra, or at least deal with him, he'd instantly win the king's favor. Sabo let out a whistle. Damn, big bro. In your eyes, the 7 warlords are just gifts, huh? He laughed. If Crocodile knew about this, he'd probably die of rage. The group chuckled, but the moment was short-lived. Boom! Suddenly, Hawkins swung his massive sword down without warning, smashing it into the ground with a thunderous crash. The shockwave sent gamblers screaming and fleeing in every direction. At the same time, the disturbance attracted the attention of some Baroque Works agents. Shit, a bald man cursed as he stomped forward, spitting a glob of saliva onto the sand. First day on duty and we already got punks causing trouble? Quit whining, grumbled an old, hunched man beside him. That was a hell of an attack. Don't get yourself killed. Though both men radiated some level of strength, at least compared to the average civilian, they were jokes compared to Ryunosuke's crew. Slash. Before either of them could blink, Hawkins moved. The two Baroque Works agents collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Another couple of extras without even names, Ryunosuke muttered, shaking his head in disappointment as he stepped forward. Raising his voice, he called out, "Crocodile. This how you welcome guests? Picking up trash like this? You're really scraping the bottom of the barrel." The casino grew deathly quiet. Suddenly, the sound of swirling sand filled the air. A gust of yellow dust rose up, and from within it, Crocodile emerged, a cigar dangling from his lips. He looked utterly unamused. Truth be told, Crocodile had sensed Ryunosuke the moment he entered Rainbase. He hadn't wanted to deal with this crazy bastard. He couldn't get a read on Ryunosuke's strength, and that made him uneasy. But now that Ryunosuke had publicly called him out, Crocodile had no choice. His pride wouldn't allow him to ignore the insult. "Dragon Hunter Pirates, Captain Ryunosuke," Crocodile said, voice low and menacing. "Dragon Hunter Pirates, crew member Hawkins, and some brat I don't know." He exhaled a cloud of smoke. "You expect a welcome?" Ryunosuke smirked. "Actually, no, I came here to cooperate." He grinned wider, flashing his teeth. "Think you could be my bargaining chip?" Crocodile blinked. "Bargaining chip? What the hell are you talking about?" Ryunosuke shrugged casually. "I'm planning to use you to make a deal with Cobra. Help me out, will ya?" For a second, Crocodile just stood there, stunned. Then his face twisted into a snarl. "You arrogant little shit," he growled. "Do you even know why the Navy recognizes the 7 warlords? It's because they're afraid of our power. And you, a damn rookie, think you can use me like some pawn? You've got a death wish." As Crocodile's rage exploded, the desert winds surged. A wall of sand shot up around them, trapping Ryunosuke, Hawkins, and Sabo inside. Hawkins instantly slashed at the sand wall, but his attacks barely left a scratch. "TCH. Hawkins, let me handle this," Ryunosuke said, stepping forward. "I'm not denying the 7 warlords are powerful. But guess what?" He pulled out his sword, aim no habakiri, and rested it casually on his shoulder. "I'm not exactly weak either. If you lose, old sand, don't worry, I won't kill you. Just agree to become my bargaining chip. Sound good?" Crocodile didn't even bother answering, he was done talking. Words wouldn't solve anything now. Only by crushing Ryunosuke with overwhelming strength could he regain his pride. "Die!" Crocodile roared, launching his sandstorm attack. The wall of sand raged toward Ryunosuke like a tidal wave. But Ryunosuke's expression didn't change. He lifted aim no habakiri high into the air, flames igniting along its blade. "Flame slash!" he shouted. The burning sword came down in a mighty arc. Boom! The sand wall shattered instantly, the flames vaporizing the sand and turning it into molten crystals. The sheer force of the slash lit up the battlefield, the heat distorting the very air around them. In one strike, Ryunosuke had wiped away Crocodile's attack, and he hadn't even broken a sweat. As the sandstorm was sliced apart, Crocodile froze, stunned. In all the intelligence reports, there had been no mention of Ryunosuke possessing fire-based abilities. Wasn't Ace of the Fire Fist supposed to be the one who wielded fire? Yet, that slash just now, Crocodile could clearly feel the terrifying heat radiating from Ryunosuke's flames. It even felt hotter than Ace's fire. That unsettling realization made Crocodile instinctively more cautious. "Old sand," Ryunosuke said casually, wearing a playful grin, "I'm telling you, this is almost over. Rather than getting your ass beat half to death and then used as my bargaining chip, why don't you just save yourself the trouble and agree now?" Without waiting for a response, Ryunosuke raised the blade of aim no habakiri and swung it at Hawkins behind him. Puff! A heavy, muffled sound echoed, but the expected sight of blood splattering everywhere didn't appear. Instead, the crocodile that was supposed to be slashed crumbled into a ball of yellow sand and scattered across the ground. "Already noticed, huh?" Ryunosuke sighed dramatically. "Man, intel really moves fast in this world, doesn't it?" The truth was, when he swung at Hawkins just now, Ryunosuke had secretly activated his Rinnegan's Aminatehi Hikara, swapping Hawkins and Crocodile's positions in an instant. Crocodile's eyes narrowed. What kind of ability is that? Now he understood why even the Navy was helpless against Ryunosuke. This guy had too many damned tricks up his sleeve. In just under a minute of fighting, Ryunosuke had shown off insane swordsmanship, terrifying fire abilities, and some bizarre space manipulating technique. Any one of those alone would make someone a force to be reckoned with. But Ryunosuke, he had all of them. How many insane opportunities had it taken to stack all those powers onto one guy? Old Sand, Ryunosuke chuckled, his playful tone fading as his expression turned serious. Isn't it kinda dumb to be asking questions like that mid-fight? I'll ask you one last time, are you seriously planning to keep fighting me? The atmosphere shifted instantly. Even Sabo and Hawkins, just standing nearby, could feel the violent pressure pouring off Ryunosuke now. As for Crocodile, who was taking the brunt of it, it felt like the air around him was about to explode. Crocodile's face twisted, then hardened. Ryunosuke, bring it on. Desert Diamond Sword, Crocodile roared, slashing out 4 massive, shimmering blades of sand with deadly force. But Ryunosuke didn't even bother to dodge. The slashes veered off course before they could even touch him, repelled effortlessly. Old Sand, I really tried to talk it out with you, Ryunosuke said, shaking his head. But since you want to be stubborn, fine. He raised his head, and the terrifying pattern of the Rinnegan gleamed in his eyes. The Desert Diamond Sword, completely neutralized by Shinra Tensei. And Ryunosuke knew, Crocodile wasn't even going all out yet. Crocodile was no weakling. Forget the techniques. The man's stamina and endurance were on a whole different level compared to guys like Hawkins. He'd used multiple powerful attacks in quick succession, turned into sand over and over again, and was still standing without showing signs of fatigue. Clearly, Crocodile's basic physical abilities were terrifying. Ryunosuke couldn't help but think. Why had Crocodile lost to Luffy again? Was he just holding back? Was it some conspiracy? Or maybe, just maybe, like all those dumb theories online, Crocodile was secretly Luffy's mom? Ryunosuke smirked at the ridiculous thought, but quickly refocused. Right now, he had a fight to win. Desert, reincarnation burial. Crocodile slammed his palm into the ground. The earth dried up instantly, crumbling into sand, and then surged toward Ryunosuke like a tidal wave ready to swallow him whole. TCH, this move again? Ryunosuke was about to cast Shinra Tensei again, but… Bang! A figure suddenly appeared beside him and threw a heavy punch. Reflexively, Ryunosuke activated Shinra Tensei and swung his aim no Habakiri. But even so, he was sent flying by the sheer force of the blow. Rolling to his feet, Ryunosuke laughed. Haha, old Sand, you really were hiding a few tricks. But it doesn't matter how many you've got. Today, you're either gonna show me everything you've got and still lose. Or, he lifted his hand toward the sky, planetary devastation. At his command, the sand around them began swirling, condensing into a ball at an incredible speed. When Ryunosuke had been knocked away earlier, he had secretly planted a tiny black sphere at the center of the battlefield. That sphere now unleashed a monstrous gravitational pull. Even Crocodile's elemental form couldn't escape its grasp. Within seconds, a massive ball of sand floated high above, Crocodile trapped inside. Hey, Hawkins, Sabo said, still stunned. What kind of monster is my big bro? Hawkins gave him a sideways glance. Captain Ryunosuke is an extraordinary and admirable existence. And besides, isn't he your brother? Shouldn't you already know? Sabo rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Right, fair point. But before he could think more about it, the next scene left him speechless again. The sandball burst into roaring flames. The heat was so intense that the sand began to crystallize, forming a massive glass-like sphere. Looks about done, Ryunosuke muttered. He raised his hand once more. Iron sand. Purple lightning. A fierce purple current burst out from his palm. The electricity surged through the glass ball, zapping Crocodile trapped inside. Even someone as tough as Crocodile couldn't shrug off that kind of electric assault. Crack. Crack. The glass sphere began to fracture. Inside, Crocodile's battered form appeared, coughing and staggering. Ryunosuke, there shouldn't be any real conflict between us, Crocodile rasped, struggling to stay on his feet. There's no reason for you to attack me like this. And about your so-called bargaining chip, what exactly do you want from me? Just say it. It was clear he didn't want to keep fighting anymore. He could still continue, but he wasn't stupid. He knew damn well that Ryunosuke hadn't even shown his full strength yet. If he kept pushing, he'd just get humiliated even worse. Ryunosuke's grin returned, sharp and cocky. Help you? No, old sand. I don't need your help, you. He pointed at Crocodile, or the bargaining chip. Now, let's move. Next stop, the capital of Alabasta. Ryunosuke's easy smile was somehow more terrifying than his angry expression. Even Sabo, just standing nearby, couldn't help but shiver a little. Crocodile fell silent. The situation was completely against him now. Whether it was fighting or running, neither option was realistic when facing Ryunosuke. I'll go with you, Crocodile said slowly, taking a deep breath, but if you try anything, I'll fight back. I know your personality, Ryunosuke said casually. But that whole, I'll come quietly, thing? Yeah, no thanks. Safer if I beat you half to death first. Without another word, Ryunosuke attacked. His earlier conversation was just to get Crocodile to let his guard down. From that moment, the fight was a foregone conclusion. Ryunosuke even called Sabo and Hawkins over to join in. After all, Crocodile, being a logia user, was notoriously tough to bring down. The three of them took turns pounding him until evening. Only when Crocodile was finally knocked unconscious did Ryunosuke cuff him with sea stone handcuffs. TL. Bro took all the chapter just to finish Crocodile, hahaha. Brother, you're not a devil fruit user? Sabo exclaimed, his jaw dropping. When did I ever say I was? Ryunosuke grinned, then tossed the tied-up Crocodile onto a nearby lizard. Let's go. We're heading to Alubarna. There's something we need to ask Nefertari Cobra. With Crocodile defeated, Rainbase plunged into chaos. This was Crocodile's turf, after all, and with him out of the picture, the gamblers and thugs began stirring trouble. The Baroque Works agents, obviously, weren't going to just sit back and let it happen. At that moment, Nico Robin returned. Miss Sunday. A Baroque agent called out nervously. Something's happened to the boss, and now we. Handle the troublemakers, Robin interrupted calmly. They're just here for a quick buck. As for everything else, wait until the boss returns. Truthfully, Robin wasn't interested in sticking around. Ryunosuke had already pointed her toward a new path. She was only here to collect her belongings. Once she finished, she planned to find the Straw Hat Pirates. They had already arrived in Alabasta, and they were traveling with Nefertari Vivi. If that was the case, she needed to act fast. Winning the trust of pirates wouldn't be easy, but Robin had no choice. Ryunosuke's method might be rough, but right now, it was her only option. After quickly gathering her records and supplies, Nico Robin left Rainbase without a hitch, no Crocodile to stop her. Meanwhile, with the Straw Hat Pirates, brother Ryunosuke's here too? Luffy beamed, eyes wide with excitement. Ha ha ha. When I set out, Big Bro was still in Fuchsia Village. I can't believe he reached the Grand Line before me. He clenched his fists with determination. I bet I'm stronger than him now. Ace chuckled, shaking his head. Ah ha ha. Honestly, Luffy, if you think you can beat Big Bro now, you're dreaming. No, seriously, you're an idiot, Ace laughed louder. You'll never beat him in your life. Huh? Luffy gawked. Big Bro's got him that strong? I really want to see him now, he grinned. I'm a pirate with a bounty too. Ace couldn't help himself, he pulled out a thick stack of bounty posters. Here, take a look, he said, handing them over. Big Bro's a real monster now. Luffy grabbed them eagerly. Captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Ryunosuke, bounty, 600 million berries. First Division Captain, Iron Hand Najenda, 450 million. First Division Member, Akame the One-Cut Slayer, 380 million. Second Division Captain, Manipulator Crollo, 480 million. Luffy's jaw dropped. Big Bro's insane, he shouted. And all his crewmates are monsters too. Instead of feeling jealous, Luffy's heart swelled with pride. He was genuinely happy for his brother. Just then, Nami rushed over, eyes wide in disbelief. Wait. That Ryunosuke is your brother, she cried, flashing back to the terrifying memories she had of him. Although Ryunosuke never actually hurt her, just being near someone like him had left a lingering fear. Yeah, Luffy said proudly. Big bro's here too, I'm gonna find him and kick his ass. Before Luffy could continue his dumb plan, Zoro walked over, eager and ready for a fight. "Ha! You're gonna what?" Nami panicked, slapping both of them repeatedly. "You idiots! Do you want to get us all killed? Seriously? Why had she ever agreed to sail with these morons?" Meanwhile, Ace casually pointed at his own bounty poster. "And Luffy, take a look at this. My bounty's up to 800 million now." "Whoa!" Luffy's eyes sparkled. "You're higher than all of us combined. Ha 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 ha, my brothers are the best." Chopper, meanwhile, squatted in a corner, drawing sad little circles on the ground. He was a pirate too now, but he didn't even have a bounty. Poor Chopper. After things settled down a bit, Nami and Zoro explained their past encounters with Ryunosuke. "So you guys know Big Bro too?" Luffy said happily. "Don't worry, he's a really good guy, he'd never hurt you." "You're my nakama," he added confidently. "Big Bro would never lay a hand on you." Luffy's face lit up in excitement. "I can't wait to see him again." Meanwhile, hidden in the distance, someone was watching them. It was Nico Robin. She had hurried all the way from Rain Base and was now observing the Straw Hats from afar. When she spotted Ace among them, her suspicion was confirmed. This pirate crew was connected to the Dragon Hunter pirates. Otherwise, why would Fire Fist Ace be traveling so casually with them? Her next move was clear. At that moment, Ace spotted someone in the distance, Nico Robin. "Not a marine?" Ace muttered as his observation hockey locked onto her position. "If you're already here, you might as well come out." He didn't recognize her, but being watched constantly wasn't exactly comfortable, especially in enemy territory. Robin stepped out calmly. "Excuse me, pardon the intrusion." Her eyes swept over the crew. So this is the Straw Hat Pirates?" After a moment of hesitation, she decided not to beat around the bush. Ryunosuke's words echoed in her mind. If you want to gain someone's trust, you have to choose to trust them first. With that thought guiding her, she spoke clearly. "I want to join your crew." "Huh?" Ace blinked. "This is the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy," he said, glancing over at Luffy. "He may be an idiot, but he's pretty damn capable. So, why are you here, really?" Ace's aura flared slightly. After all, this was Crocodile's base. Enemies could show up at any time. Even if the visitor was a woman, her presence felt anything but harmless. "I'd like to join the Straw Hat Pirates, if that's all right with you," Robin said without hesitation. "Hua, this is, welcome aboard, beautiful lady." Sanji shot forward in a whirl of hearts and joy, nearly bursting with excitement. "Let me be the first to welcome you to the crew." Bang! 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 Nami's fists came down hard, putting an immediate end to Sanji's hard-eyed rampage. Luffy, unfazed by all the noise, gave Robin a big grin. "Okay, from now on, you're one of us." "Thank you." Robin smiled politely. "I'm an archaeologist. I enjoy reading and sleeping. My name is Nico Robin. I look forward to working with you all." She extended her hand. Luffy grabbed it without hesitation, still grinning like a fool. "Welcome." Just like that, Nico Robin officially joined the Straw Hat Pirates. "Hey," Nami hissed, pulling Luffy to the side. "What's wrong with you? You didn't even ask who she is. What if she's dangerous?" "Huh?" Luffy blinked. "You don't even know her background? What if she's with Crocodile? What if she's trying to trick us? You can't just let someone join like that." Luffy shrugged. "Nah, I don't think she's a bad person." "You're trusting your feelings again?" Nami groaned, exasperated. This is hopeless." Luffy stretched his neck out toward Robin and asked bluntly, "Robin, you're not a bad guy, right?" Robin looked amused. "Of course not. I'm your partner now." Her smile was warm, genuine, even, for the first time in a long time, she felt like she could lower her guard. Ryunosuke was right, she thought. These people might actually be worth trusting. Meanwhile, Nami watched the exchange and clutched her forehead in despair. He asked her directly, she thought. Even if she was a villain, she wouldn't admit it. "And you're a pirate? What kind of captain asks a stranger if they're a bad guy?" She looked to the sky, praying for some kind of logic to return to her life. "Why did I end up with a captain like this?" she thought miserably. "Ace is smart. Ryunosuke is calm and calculated. But this little brother, this little idiot, he's so hopeless it hurts? And just like that, Nico Robin was officially part of the crew. Meanwhile, on the other side of Alabasta, Ryunosuke and Crocodile had arrived at the capital, Alubarna. So this is Alabasta's capital, Ryunosuke muttered, looks deserted. Alabasta's been stuck in civil war for years now, Sabo replied. And their king supposedly used dancing powder to mess with the weather. That stirred up unrest. Now, the whole country's economy and morale are falling apart. As a member of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo knew quite a bit about the internal affairs of the kingdoms. While he didn't know the fine details, he understood the big picture. Yeah, that dancing powder incident was Crocodile's doing, Ryunosuke said with a smirk. That poor king got played hard. He looked out over the city. Honestly, any other kingdom would have collapsed by now. Crocodile took full advantage of his position as a warlord of the sea. The world government basically handed him permission to take over. Let's go talk to them, Ryunosuke said, turning toward the city gates. There's something I want to confirm. Can I come too? Sabo asked, eyes sparkling. I want to hear more about that thing you mentioned before. Sure. Let's go. With Crocodile unconscious and slung over the back of a desert lizard, they made their way into Alubarna. Halt! Who are you people? The city guards shouted, rushing forward. When they spotted Crocodile's unconscious body, panic spread instantly. That's Crocodile? He's been defeated? Everyone, be on alert. Anyone strong enough to beat Crocodile is a serious threat? Ryunosuke raised a hand in peace. Hey, chill, we came to negotiate. He motioned toward the unconscious warlord. This is our sincerity. Take us to see King Nefertari Cobra. But if you'd rather do things the hard way, he stepped forward, the weight of his presence pressing down on the guards. Then it won't be a negotiation, it'll be plunder. He paused. Name's Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. The guards froze. The Dragon Hunter Pirates. The ones who fought a Navy admiral and survived a battle with Vice Admiral Garp. Why the hell would he be here? They're monsters. Most of the guards were already regretting showing up to work that day. One of them tried to speak up. Why your majesty would never agree to meet with a pirate. TCH, before he could finish, Ryunosuke drew his sword, aimed no habakiri and slashed. The massive arc of energy didn't hit them, but sliced clean through a distant sand dune. The shockwave blew past them like a warning shot. I'm a pirate, Ryunosuke said coldly, don't forget that. You're not in a position to get righteous. I could kill every one of you in under a minute. The guards turned pale as ghosts, staring at the distant sand dune split in half. None of them dared to say another word. After witnessing Ryunosuke's power, the guards slowly lowered their weapons. They knew resistance was pointless. Hell, it wasn't even resistance, it was suicide. I need someone to take me to your king, Nefertari Cobra, Ryunosuke said, voice calm but commanding. Don't worry. If I wanted Cobra dead, I wouldn't be wasting my breath talking to you. He smirked mockingly, not out of contempt, but simple fact. These people couldn't stop him even if they all charged at once. This world bows to power. Being weak is a curse. And Ryunosuke, he's a pirate, strong, dangerous, and unapologetically so. I'll take you. A guard captain suddenly spoke up. Just, don't kill us. This country still needs its soldiers. We don't want to die for nothing. Captain, one of the other guards objected. Shut it, the captain snapped. All of us dying won't change a thing. If His Majesty were here, he'd understand. He wasn't being cowardly, just realistic. If this man had taken down Crocodile and dragged him here unconscious, then finding the king's hiding place would be child's play. Better to cooperate than be wiped out. Finally, Ryunosuke muttered, eyes narrowing, someone with a bit of brain matter. He turned and started walking. Let's go. I've got places to be, reputations to spread, and I'm not wasting any more time here. They soon arrived at the palace. Inside, King Nefertari Cobra lay in bed, clearly unwell. The rebellion, Crocodile's manipulation, and the recent chaos involving dance powder had worn him down to the bone. If he hadn't heard that Crocodile had been defeated and dragged here like trash, he probably wouldn't have bothered to get up. Nefertari Cobra. Ryunosuke scoffed when he saw him. You look pathetic. One crisis and you're in bed playing sick? You dare? The captain of the guard started to shout instinctively, but froze. He remembered who he was talking to and promptly shut up. He couldn't risk provoking Ryunosuke now, not with the king's life on the line. If you keep playing dead, forget guarding any secrets, Ryunosuke continued coldly. Crocodile will take this whole damn kingdom from you. He walked casually to a nearby chair and sat down, smirking. Are you really planning to throw the burden of your royal duty onto a girl like Vivi? What did you say? Cobra slowly sat up, eyes narrowing. He could ignore the insults to his character. He'd heard worse, but Ryunosuke had said something that caught him completely off guard. The royal inheritance. That was something no outsider should have known. His father had passed it to him in secret. He had only recently decided to pass it on to Vivi. So how the hell did this pirate know about it? Who the hell are you? Cobra demanded, his voice hoarse but filled with urgency. I'm God, Ryunosuke said with a wry smile. Or at least, that's what some people might believe. I'm looking for certain individuals. Maybe your country holds their memories inside me. He was testing the waters. Ryunosuke didn't actually know what this God was supposed to be. If Cobra knew, he'd react. If he didn't, Ryunosuke could keep bluffing. God, Cobra whispered, eyes trembling. No, you can't be, but maybe. Pluto is awakening. That God will return, guided by the Sea King. He began to mutter in confusion, and the door, it will open again. Ryunosuke furrowed his brows. Pluto? Sea King? A door? What the hell was this guy rambling about? Wait, Sea King? Wasn't Shirahoshi the Sea King? Then, could this God be someone tied to her? Luffy? He was the only one who came to mind. Shirahoshi had clung to him during the Fishman Island arc. Luffy had even nicknamed her the Cowardly Star. And Pluto? Wasn't that the ancient weapon linked to the Sunny, which Frankie had upgraded with Pluto's blueprints? Everything started pointing toward one person, Monkey D. Luffy. Ryunosuke chuckled to himself. If Luffy is the so-called God, he probably doesn't even know it yet. Hell, he'd freak out just hearing it. Do you know where the door is? Ryunosuke asked Cobra directly. The Nefertari royal family were not the guardians of the door, Cobra said quietly. If you want to find it, you'll need to seek out the other guardians. His voice began to tremble. God, no, God doesn't know he's God yet. But we are the ones who correspond to Shirahoshi, Ryunosuke cut him off. If they were truly linked to some divine plan, they had to know who the Sea King was. If they didn't, the whole theory would fall apart. Cobra's eyes widened. Kanabi, he said to the captain of the guard. Help me up, then leave us. Kanabi hesitated, but obeyed. He helped the king rise, then walked out, glancing nervously at Ryunosuke one last time. The moment the doors shut, Cobra fell to his knees. He trembled as he bowed deeply. God, please accept what your loyal servants have kept hidden for you. He raised his hands to the heavens, revealing a strange glowing symbol etched onto his palms. Ryunosuke's eyes widened. What the hell is that, the symbol of God? Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to rumble. Caw 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 caw. Stone shifted. Dust rose. A hidden underground passage opened before Ryunosuke's feet. He stared down into the darkness, grin widening. Now this just got interesting. The moment the hidden underground passage appeared, Cobra's demeanor completely shifted. He suddenly seemed filled with spirit and purpose. He stood up quickly, reaching into the passage. Click, cuckoo. Another mechanical sound echoed. Ryunosuke sighed helplessly. How many damn mechanisms does this small palace have? And the worst part? They were all useless. If Crocodile really wanted to attack this place, he could just level the entire capital. No trap or secret switch was going to stop him. But Ryunosuke kept his complaints to himself. This was, after all, the world of One Piece. Half the characters had screws loose anyway. As the mechanical noise settled, a musty, stale odor drifted up from the passageway. Clearly, this place hadn't been touched in a long, long time. God. This is what our Nefertari clan has guarded for generations, Cobra said solemnly, his eyes glistening. The location of Pluto. Your battleship. Please, Once you reclaim the title of God, bless the Nefertari family with your protection." At that, Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. Pluto. The legendary ancient weapon built in Water 7. It was meant to be used by this so-called god? A name suddenly flashed in his mind. Joy Boy. Yeah, that had to be it. The deeper this rabbit hole went, the more it pointed to Joy Boy being the so-called god. Still, the mystery around that name was thicker than ever. "Nefertari Cobra," Ryunosuke said, his voice calm. "Forget about Alabasta's internal mess for now. Someone will step in soon to handle it. And Crocodile, don't worry, my brother's going to handle him." He turned around, that sacred smile once again plastered across his face, the one he used to look all holy and untouchable. "I'll be taking this," he added casually. "I felt your faith loud and clear." With that, Ryunosuke walked away, his cloak billowing. Cobra stood there, stunned, as if waking from a dream. "Alabasta is saved," he whispered. "Our god has returned. Lipton, finally, we don't have to." He choked on the words. Tears streamed down his face. The burden his family had carried for centuries was finally starting to lift. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke had already made his way out of Alubarna and into the vast desert beyond. "Hey, bro," Sabo said, catching up to him. "What the hell is a god anyway? You said all that stuff back there in the palace, but I still don't get it." He glanced sideways at Ryunosuke. "I mean, are you really a god?" They'd grown up together in the Goa kingdom. Sabo knew this guy's past like the back of his hand. Ryunosuke had been just another scrappy kid, no special talent, always playing catch-up with Ace and Sabo in training. Hell, Garp barely bothered to beat him. "Well," Ryunosuke replied with a smirk, "I don't know if I am a god, but with what I've got now, I can become one." Sabo blinked. Was that whole divine act in the palace just for show? "You really are something else, bro," he muttered. "So, what's the plan now?" "First, we find Pluto," Ryunosuke said. "Then, I'll get in touch with Poseidon. After that, we start looking for the king." He turned, his expression full of fire. "And while we're at it, we'll make the Dragon Hunter pirates the most feared name on the seas. That's my goal. You in?" Sabo was quiet for a beat. Ryunosuke's plans were definitely pirate-level crazy. But knowing him, he might have been thinking this way long before they even left Goa. "Still, sorry, bro. I've gotta head back for now," Sabo said, brushing off sand from his pants. "There's still stuff I need to handle with the Revolutionary Army." "Got it," Ryunosuke nodded. "I won't tell Ace or Luffy that you were here. When the time's right, you can surprise him yourself." Sabo smiled. "Thanks, big bro. See you around." With that, he turned and vanished into the desert. As Sabo disappeared from view, Ryunosuke shifted his attention to the figure lying nearby. He walked over and removed the sea stone shackles. "All right, drop the act. I know you're awake," he said with a smirk. "If I wanted you dead, you'd be 6 feet under by now." Crocodile's eyes snapped open. He slowly sat up, clearly annoyed. "Ryunosuke, what the hell do you want?" He was pissed. Years of digging through Alabasta for clues about Pluto, and just when he finally got somewhere, this bastard swooped in and stole it all. Now Ryunosuke held the key. There was no way Crocodile could beat him for it, he knew that. "What do I want?" Ryunosuke laughed. "Now that's a boring question." "I won't kill you," he added, his voice suddenly cold. "But in exchange, you're not allowed to kill Luffy. In fact, I want you to lose to him in this fight." Crocodile stiffened. The calmer Ryunosuke sounded, the more terrifying he became. Crocodile knew one thing: if he refused, he wouldn't leave this desert alive. "Fine," Crocodile muttered. "I'll take the deal. But listen, Ryunosuke," he added, standing up and brushing the sand off his coat. "You're being watched by the world government now. Don't get cocky. They won't sit back and let you grow." With that, his body turned to sand and vanished in the wind. Ryunosuke watched him go, eyes narrowed. He hadn't asked why Crocodile had been hiding his strength all this time. That wasn't important. What mattered was that the battle with Luffy was no longer in doubt. How Luffy handled it, that was up to him. "Hawkins," Ryunosuke called out. "Time to head back." "Also, where the hell are we?" He looked around. Just endless yellow sand in every direction. No landmarks. No roads. Nothing. We're lost. For the first time, Hawkins had to use his fortune-telling abilities to find their way out of the desert.